realize. I don't think he knows, otherwise surely his teammates would have picked him up. He's completely out of gases. Oh, FaZe, they're just stepping on the gas. Iroh's doing everything he can with that util. Takes down one. He's looking to follow it up with more bystanders. 3 kills on the board. Can they get another knock? No, it's Iroh again, popping off to take down another. Hjort has been somehow spared in this fight, but the question is for how long? Like a med as well, as Vex picking up 8Z and getting him over to some form of safety before going for that revive. Tiksu does fall to range as Foot Esports also going for a bit of a third party. Rustamar with the spray, but it's just not enough. FaZe are setting up an absolute firing line right now, and Fella's just really not able to get up though. See what he can do with his teammate alongside. Cobra with the underhand nade is going to attempt to open things up, and it's going to be the flashbangs that really do the damage. Bad Boy the first fall as Cobra tries his best to find that trade. As the peak comes through, he's able to take down what?
It's a 1v3. Even if you've got the high ground, even if you've got the jump on them, it's not easy. There's a barrel in the hand of Iroh as well. That man's an absolute menace, and Danny's got to line them out quickly. And oh, that is so crisp. He catches the first one instantly, bouncing around for the second. The third party is there. The help is there. He just needs one more bullet. And just like that, the pinch is perfect.
As now, Heroic going to try and make it into this zone, but it's going to be a tricky one. Hjort there to do a hell of a lot of damage and shut them down. T-Bone falls to the zone. But to get it, they'd have to expose themselves to ruin and ultimately give a lot of info away to Laser. Nades continue to follow up down towards Schofield, maybe not realizing that it is a revive attempt. In fact, in the end, though, Global Army peeks round and finds the 2. Laser trades it to keep Howl in it, but barely by the... Bystanders get a bit of an opening, but they are just being punished by Foot Esports and Pink Pony, both teams that are desperate for these points. One nade might just finish off the job as only Hjort stands. It's the shots through the smoke that shut it down. Bystanders out in 6th, and you can see the disappointment, the same probably going on the team, on the Pink Pony player cams, as now Sheesh
Need to get the win at this point. Gustav found by Foot, and look at the angle that Foot are holding. They've got the hard cover, they've got the DMRs, they're knocking it down. No chance for Sheesh to break on in. And in the last game, they make a massive statement. That's 16 kills.
Hello, PUBG Esports fans. That's the end of the second round of the playoffs. Over 3 days, 24 teams battled it out in the elimination stage to claim their place in the PCS7 Grand Finals. Who made the cut, and who else needs to fight in the third stage of the playoffs? Let's take a look. Teams were divided into 3 groups, with the top 6 squads overall progressing to the Grand Finals. If you didn't make it here, however, fear not. The last chance stage will offer 2 remaining spots in the finals. Each of the 3 elimination stage game days presented fierce competition for all the groups. Unfortunately, none of the teams in Group A managed to make it into the competitive top 6 and advance to the finals. High expectations for BBL Esports saw them fall just short of the cutoff point, earning a 7th place overall in the team rankings.
Pyro helping them out, softening up BBL to a certain extent, but it's going to be a tricky one as the Mad wants to swing round behind. They have to remember Schiller.
Below them was Entropic, who unexpectedly took 13th place amongst the groups. It looks like the last chance qualifier will give the teams from Group A one final shot at redemption. Heading over to Group B, they picked up the slack where Group A could not. 3 teams in total progressed from Group B to the finals. After a blistering day 1, it was win or die who managed to secure the top spot. Securing the most placement points assisted tremendously in keeping their head out in front.
Place finish for them is between FaZe and win or die, and as FaZe now at a 2-man disadvantage, make it a 3, you've got to have your favorites. It's win or die.
Close behind them, FaZe Clan demonstrated their world-class resilience, showing power and fortitude to book their well-earned spot into the finals. It's easy to justify that Diggory was the MVP of the elimination stage. He alone scored 30 kills and dealt over 5,400 damage in total. Fellas became the last team to advance to the finals from Group B. Day 3 was a standout, wisely taking priority compounds, calmly approaching fights, and securing chicken dinners for big points.
Crash directly into them. Titsu, though, finds the headshot.
Finally, Group C took the challenge set by Group B teams and gave it all they had. 3 teams from Group C launched a successful campaign for the top 6, making their way to the Grand Finals. Without giving their opponents a moment's rest in any match, Team Howl grabbed onto the 3rd place in the overall rankings and didn't let go. Ruin, who has now impressed all year long, secured 27 knocks in total to push his team to a final spot. Foot Esports, after a rough year of community doubts, showed enough consistency and progression to secure the next spot. This marks a great chance for them to impress even more on the big stage. Polish Power squeezed by, who were one of the many contenders for the last spot in the finals. A wild card for a PGC slot, this keeps their hopes alive. Be sure not to miss out on the PCS7 Last Chance stage and find out which teams earn the last 2 spots in the Grand Finals. Couldn't have recapped it better myself. Thank you very much, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Last Chance qualifier here, as we're in our final day to figure things out for PCS7 Europe to decide which last 2 teams will move through into the grand final. I said that in exactly the same voice as I just did the video.
So who was the MVP of the group stage?
I think it was Diggory was the MVP. I'm going to stop. You're being silly. Saga Froz joining me here. My name's Kalaris as always, and we have got on our hands a potentially extremely chaotic day. Saga, it's going to be great. We have 6 games remaining, and only 2 teams are going to advance.
And that's a terrifying prospect when you look at some of the names that are in this lobby, which we will have a quick glimpse at. But suffice it to say that it's names that you would not have expected to fall this far down into the tournament bracket. Of course, not everyone could have qualified through the initial group stages. There was a couple of maybe surprise entrances there, but really the big surprise came over the last few days of competition, where we had some of the teams that really did not perform in the initial group stages back in week 1 that actually snuck their way in at the very end, and a few late arrivals that were very, very close to doing so. And it wasn't the big names that we might have expected to see as mainstays in the finals.
Oh, definitely. Froz looking fresh, looking clean, looking mean. You looking at how things have gone in the past couple of days. Obviously, yes, there were some surprises here. And now, with only 2 spots remaining, we have so many big names that are guaranteed, basically, to not go because there's only those 2 spots remaining.
Yeah, I think we're gonna get surprised over what 2 teams are actually gonna go through after today's games. I mean, we're playing a best of 6 here today, and it is gonna be so rough. And we've seen a lot of the teams are struggling with it. But to me, I've been looking back a little bit, you know, on what teams actually been performing, because they've had 2 days where they're playing a best of 6 so far. And if you look at if we would go on who had the most points in one day, the 2 teams with the most points would be Pink Pony and Sheesh, who managed to grab themselves 59 points each on one of the days.
Yeah.
And then you have like a team that you might expect, like Entropic, for example. They had really terrible days, and their best day was 41 points. That's very mediocre.
Yeah, definitely so. The one slight solace, Saga, is that for Entropic, they are already qualified into PGC, but this is a team, as we have 6 games that are going to determine it throughout the day, 3 Erangels and then 3 Miramars, that obviously wants to be in these tournaments and wants to be #1 in these tournaments. And right now, they're nowhere near that.
Yeah, I mean, being qualified is nice. It's all off the amount of points that they've picked up from doing so well in the previous few tournaments over the last few months. And that's the level that they want to be at. That's where they want to be, is making the grand finals, competing for that prize pool, which is really nothing to sort of walk away from, given the opportunity to play for those several $100,000 and euros as well. But it's really it's been a tough few days for Entropic, but they are a team that has shown in quite recent competitions as well that, you know, they have the composure, they have the fortitude, as you so rightly put it for FaZe in that little video, that they can bounce back from these situations. But they've really limited themselves to a best of 6 where they have to play at their peak from the get-go to ensure themselves a chance in the last chance qualifier spots.
And here are the 16 teams that are going to be competing throughout the day. A lot of big names, as already previously mentioned. But as you said as well, Froz, a decent opportunity for some of these teams that are not normally either invited into, you know, the previous year's worth of tournaments, or kind of had a little bit of a hard time in qualifications, to really kind of cause upsets here, and could quite easily occur throughout 6 games.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it is up to having a good start in a best of 6. Like, it is gonna matter so much, no matter what team it is. No matter if it's an experienced team that might be really good on coming back later on, you still want to have those good games to start things off with. You want to have that momentum to get you going from the get-go. And I feel like, I say this way too much, but aggression, that is going to be the key, right? You want to have those kind of kill points secured, so no matter what's going to happen, you're still going to grab those points. And that was one of the key things that we saw Sheesh do yesterday, for example. They kept on being super aggressive from the start. Despite them going out on 12th place, they would still bring with them 8, 9 points every game, basically. And that is very impressive to see. And then, of course, we also have a glimpse of them coming all the way to the end game on the last game. So imagine if they do that again today. If they keep on going that aggressive from the start, they get racking up those kills. It's going to be terrifying for a lot of the other teams then.
Man, you're really impressed by Sheesh, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, you like
I
it.
guess.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
But as long as Hakator is still alive, though.
Ah, yes, of course, yeah. Trying to bait that out, I suppose, for Pink Pony. Anyway, we've got also, on the other side of things, we've got Team Exalt here as well. And to be honest, Saga, what we saw from them yesterday, they quietly got themselves 50 points yesterday, which was extremely respectable. And, I mean, if they can emulate something like that, who knows? Sky's the limit.
Yeah, they seem to be one of the teams that doesn't really get dragged into the chaos as much. They tend to find good positioning, and read the zone better than a lot of other teams, even teams who have been playing at the top level, which is difficult considering the zones we've had have been very erratic over the past few days. But one team that I am an eye on, similar vein to Sheesh with the last day momentum, Stardust really turned things around on the final day. So they could carry that momentum in today and surprise a lot of people.
All right, gentlemen. Well, thank you very much. We've set the scene for the moment. And the most important part of all of this, only 6 games remain for 2 spots. Chunks, Kovo, take it away.
Thank you very much, boys. We are here for the first game of the last chance qualifiers, and well, it's going to be rough for a lot of these teams. Only 2 making it through to the next round, and the rest to fall. But I think that you can take a bit of a positive in this, can't you, Kovo? That there are so many teams that maybe didn't expect to make it this far. They've got 6 games, and that is enough where there is an element of that randomness and unpredictability that could really allow the lesser-known rosters to flourish.
100%. I think that's one of the upsides to this format is you don't only get a chance in the biggest of lobbies. You don't only get a chance when you're getting farmed by NLT on mountains, when the overpeakers are flying into your compound in Circle 1. You also get chances in lobbies that are a little bit closer to your level. But speaking about that, if you would have told any of these teams that in the last chance qualifier, they'll be fighting against Entropic, Heroic, the Bystanders, BBL, they wouldn't have thought that would have been the lobby. So it's becoming very hard to really judge what a good lobby is these days, Chunks.
And on the topic of how many teams actually didn't make it, and I know that the desk have touched on it for a while, Heroic, BBL, also Bystanders, DA, so many teams that we maybe would have expected to already be in the finals now not there, and so many of them getting ready to be eliminated. And honestly, with this first circle, it's going to be very tricky considering how many South Coast teams we have. Looking over at Exalt, they've only just hit the ground, some of their players.
Yeah. We have a lot of teams that have very, very far to go. We have some teams in their southern loot spots. Pink Pony, they managed to do really well out of their loot spot. Novo is sort of their old drop, but they've been consistently dropping there on the first day and did really well from there. The Bystanders, they should do well in Northern Circles. They can't always get it through, especially when they lose a player on an early crash, something along the likes, but this is really playing into their cards. And I think Bystanders are an interesting point to make because they and Heroic, they were close both times, in the group stage and in the Elim stage, but they felt like they were crumbling under the pressure a little bit. They didn't play the same game on day 2. They set themselves up nicely, but then when push came to shove, they couldn't quite pull through. So for them, starting off with a good game, could be massive. And a Northern Circle for a Northern looting team is the best way to get that started.
Certainly the case. I've got to ask though, if you are one of those teams that does land up to the north right now, do you try and go about posting up dead center? Because we've seen real success with that strategy. However, on the opposite side of things, it feels like in a best of 6, do you really want to take that risk, or do you just want to be putting yourself in a position where you can get as many kills as you can rather than relying on kind of gambling on the circle in terms of that placement?
I think that's a fantastic question. If I could answer that question, I'd probably be a professional PUBG player because it's so hard to choose, and it's so easy to start playing safe when you're scared in a best of 6, where you think, well, we can't throw this game, right? Let's play 4-man 1 compound. Suddenly, everything around you is taken. You're getting choked out by a team holding multiple angles on you. It is super complex. I think the one thing that's really important is you gotta be fast in your choices, because teams like DA, they will come in 4-man strong, and if you're still in a 1-1 split, you're in big trouble. Bystanders right now, they've got 2 players here. That might be enough to scare DA away, especially with how much is free around them. But the rest of their team is still in Yasnaya.
Swinging back around to what you mentioned a second ago, the fact that there are going to be likely a lot of teams that will be a bit scared of in terms of making it through. Never mind, let's forget about it, because DA have just turned around. They actually want to make a push onto Bystanders instead. Flamey doing what he can to try and defend, but I think he realizes the crash is going to come through now. The rest of Bystanders not in a position to provide any support, so these two have to do everything on their own. Keanu opens up with the M4. Needs to be careful. There's a gas can right next to him. If that thing blows, then he's going to to be in trouble. Nade lands close, does a little bit of damage as Metralius tries to swing out wide. He's up close and personal, has himself a Bison, but it's not going to be strong enough against the shotgun at range. Flamey, though, did fall to the barrel, as now it is just going to be a case of Keanu holding inside the smoke, hoping not to get spotted, and more importantly, to land some shots. He does exactly that, but fails to avoid the spot. Mert takes him down, and bystanders coming in for the backfill. I'm not sure whether it's going to be fast enough, because Schiller looks like he's almost back up.
Oh, it's exactly what we talked about as well, Chunks. It's the early crash. It's happened to the bystanders a lot in the past as well, where they do that 2-2 split, and then a crazy team like DA does not give a damn in the world. They fly on in, they lose a player for it, but they decide that this warehouse alone is worth it for them to try and make that trade-off. I'm not sure if it's going to be worth it in the long run. Losing a player so early is going to sting for DA, but this is tough for the bystanders. This is exactly what I was afraid of when we talked about them, and well, it's materialized instantly.
I feel like with that warehouse, it's one of those positions that everybody wants and everybody is willing to crash. So unless you're a 4-man, you're firing a lot of shots down range, the chances are somebody is going to try and move in there. And unfortunately, bystanders just having a 2-man, not having that full rotation yet, it just kind of weakened them up and allowed DA to get in. Everybody else appears to be relatively settled. I don't think anyone plans on making any crashes as of yet. However, as we mentioned, with so many teams that came down from that southern side, there's a high potential there's going to be a lot of blind sends into the center, and not necessarily the best scouting. Replay from earlier though, Next found a nade, and wow, actually really good timing on that one.
That's unfortunate for Ruzier. Expendables going aggressive, trying to make a crash where we've just seen DA pull one off, but that was in full numbers. Expendables maybe not quite ready for multiple players to be here. I think Venom is quick on the consolidation as well, quick on the pull up to try and support, make sure to keep their players up, keep their compound as well. The Crossroads compound is one of the classic ones that gets crashed, and because you have two sides of the road as well, it's not always the easiest to defend. So good on Pink Venom to actually pull that through, get themselves a kill point on the board. As we see more and more teams slowly move on in. BBL, they were at this shack a second ago. Now they've shifted down into the shooting range. Not an easy position either. Lots of different angles looking down on you. Lots of tricky decisions to be made. Do you want to have the chance to play out to the north, or do you just commit to the shooting range itself? We'll have to wait and see what they focus on, what they prioritize. And slowly but surely, the circle's filling up, and 60 players is a whole lot to fit into these few positions that you really want to be playing.
I think something that we haven't really touched on so far in groups elimination stage or even the last chance qualifier too much is the fact that there are so many teams that have been used to being in the final. They are expecting to qualify fairly easily, and the downside to that is it can be so hard to prepare for a lobby like this when obviously over the past few days teams have been rotating in and out. Do you think it's maybe a separate skill set that teams have to master with this format where, you know, we're not going to be getting people directly into the grand final? You have to go through a certain level of qualifier, and it's really tricky to actually make it through with so much unpredictability in teams that you may never have come across before.
It is something to get used to. I think we've seen in the past there's been a lot of good teams consistently performing in these finals, and then they suddenly get to an open qualifier and they struggle massively. Games are different. Teammates or enemies, excuse me, react differently to what you do. People take different amount of space around you. There's tons and tons of stuff in PUBG where you depend on your opponents in a way. Just playing a dip, for example, you don't know how much your neighbors are going to be able to overpeak. Oh no. Another highlight from Pink Venom. This one not on the pretty side, but the game changes a lot depending on who you're playing against and who's in your lobby. And there is a certain amount of skill required to sort of adjust to that, or to just have the raw skill on your players to not have to adjust at all, which is pretty rare, I would say.
Long rotation coming through from RFI. Definitely looks like they want to focus on clearing the edge and going for those kills rather than banking it in early. I have to point out though, Kovo, Pink Venom, and I might be mistaken, but everybody's seen that clip from, I think it was the first day of the elimination stage. Am I right in thinking it was Pink Venom that ran over two of their teammates as well? Okay, so
I am 99% sure it was.
I'm pretty sure it was, yeah. So I think that, you know, there's plenty that you can learn from every game. And I think that, you know, going into practice over the next few days, maybe Pink Venom just need to hop in the vehicles, just practice a little bit, maybe have a teammate stand in the way and try and brake before you get to them, because it's becoming a pattern now. And, you know, we can forgive mistakes, and it was obviously a mistake. It definitely wasn't intentional, but you have to think about those knock-on effects going later on into the game if those are repeated mistakes. And it's not something that's hard to fix, I don't think. It's a fairly easy mistake to make, but also one that, if you're just paying attention, probably won't happen again.
It's, I think we have to be a little bit fair to Pink Venom. I think that the car that ran over 2 teammates was from a player that got knocked out of his car. So he didn't have control anymore, and then his car ran over 2. But it is surprising how much it happens. It is surprising how much it happens, especially at the top level. And I think the explanation is really just how busy these players are with planning ahead, looking at the map, calling out things. And then they stop focusing on the little and easy things, and just like that, you knock a teammate. Sometimes they get flushed, which is obviously the worst case, but even if they don't, they're on second knock, which can be a massive factor in a firefight alone. And then they're also obviously at least burning one of the first aids, sometimes burning a smoke or 2. It's something you would love to avoid, as we've just seen phase 2 shift on it. It hasn't changed all that much. It just means we're going a little bit further to the east, and we're a little bit less likely to end up around Severny, a little bit more likely to end up around where we saw the bystanders fighting.
Got to take into account that water as well. I know there isn't anywhere near as much of it as we were used to seeing over the past few days with some of those really wacky circles we've been getting, but it is an area of that zone that is now pretty much unplayable. Sure, you can hold the side, but it isn't the best cover to work with. Heroic, they could potentially be in trouble if they don't find some decent cover, because Sheesh, a team that historically have been able to pop off but not really find that consistency, look to try and find it today and have one of those big performances to get those early points on the board. But it looks like they're playing a little bit passive, waiting for Heroic to overextend rather than engaging the fight and forcing it themselves.
They're hoping to find a freebie into Corexi here. I'm not sure how aware Heroic are, but because Corexi hasn't peeked on over, I'm sure they know what's up, especially now with Beamy just peeking his head on over and instantly dipping right back down. It's a bit of an awkward stalemate, as both teams are well aware of who's on the other side. I want to touch on one thing really quick that we saw on the map. If anyone has their map stream open, !map, I suggest have it open at all times. If you have a second monitor, it gives you a whole lot of information you can't get from the mainstream. Entropic are split across the entire circle while this is happening as well. They're splitting far south to far northeast. And that's something that we'll have to keep in mind when phase 3 comes around. Marble right now, he's lucky he spots Dedrix. That could have been an absolute disaster if he didn't.
And this could be bad for Sheesh. Don't forget, with Heroic being on the other side, a team that is chasing that chance to get into the grand final, they are very likely to try and push if they hear Sheesh taking a full-on fight. Thankfully, the DMR shots are kind of giving away to Heroic that, okay, they're not really being pressured too much. We don't have to worry about this, but you've got to think, if 3 players start firing off SLRs, it's going to be Heroic holding down W.
Yeah, it's the downside of putting yourself so close to other teams and trying to control your edges, trying to control your area, and be entrenched with other teams. As soon as a knock comes your way, as soon as someone just pulls up behind you, it doesn't even have to be a knock. Suddenly you're in a really precarious position. You've got to worry about yourself a whole lot more, especially with Sheesh. You see it on the map right now. They are widely split around Heroic here. There's a lot of points of aggression that could come through, and a lot of weaknesses that might get exploited. BBL right now, you see them already in their vehicles driving up towards the shack. They're ready for ascend. It's classic BBL gameplay. I'm excited to see where they end up, but I know it's not going to be pretty because there's nothing that's really free for them right now. It's going to be a crash most likely.
And you have to wonder where, because there aren't too many positions to play. I'd be a little bit worried if I was Stardust right now, because this is a compound that I always see so many teams try and play towards, and it just feels like every single time it is a nade bonanza. Right now, though, we're going to hop on board with the DA fight. They've been holding onto this warehouse for a little bit now, but they are starting to face some trouble from those grenades. I like the fact that Gargi's in a bit of an off angle, throwing them through the window. Mert taken down by the Molotov that he landed, so impressive impressive, as now it just becomes a bit of a heel battle for DA. Voldemort does go down, so Sarvum not going to be looking to get involved in this. They're preoccupied onto Stardust. Schiller goes for the pre-fire. It works out through the smoke, connects, but can't get a knock. Luckily, though, Edom can through the crates, but spotted quickly after by the headshot. Only one player remaining from DA, completely surrounded. Looks out for Gargi, opens it with a headshot, but can't convert. Still finding nothing. Yet another headshot, but still no point. 3 on the board for Expendables as Digital Athletics out in 16th position. But I think something very important we need to touch on, Kovo, is just because you have one bad game doesn't mean it's a write-off. In a best of 6, it can just come down to 2 or 3 strong enough performances.
It can. It's still the worst case scenario to have a bad first game, right? It just instantly puts you in a bad position. You're trying to play catch up for the rest of the game. Entropic right now, they've consolidated on the south. They found Heroic in front of them. We touched on the dangers that Sheesh was in, being so close to Heroic. Well, now Heroic is right in between Exalt and Entropic, and you know Luca Rooks loves to flex out of his compounds. He loves to get aggressive and a little bit sneaky at times. So if BME just gets tagged once, if any throwables come his way, tag him down, I think that would be his days numbered. So far, Luca is playing it extremely safe and extremely slow. And that knock onto Exalt means a little bit more time, a little bit more peace for Heroic. There's BBL, though. They're finally cruising on in somewhere. They've done their drive scouting. Now they're trying to send it. And they're going into very precarious territory, Chunks.
BBL, I mean, the blind sends are something that either work out for them or are the reason they go out near the end, and it looks like now they're going for one straight into the center. This Team Elite doing what they can to defend as Bad Boy lands the headshot. Scream going to be able to find another to go with it. Looks to take down one more, but unfortunately he's able to get prone behind the vehicle. Smashes down from range to Herc. It's bystanders stealing away a point. The frag grenade is right in front of the final player, and that is the end of BBL. Really not looking good to kick off today for our MEA teams.
It's such a question mark for me. It's wild. It's how they like to play, and sometimes they feel like they have really good sense, but a lot of the times it's just completely blind. And we touched on how there's different lobbies every day. There's different teams going in and out of these groups. You just can't be predicting accurately what everyone's gonna do in your server, and you can see it right there. They don't know if there's gonna be a team in these dips or not, and it cost them a game that could have been solidly played from the southern side. It's not pretty for BBL right now. It's not a pretty start for Heroic either, and well, you're almost a little bit happy for the bystanders that they are able to grab themselves a kill point there from range, because they really desperately need it.
Sheesh, you've got to be happy with that knock as well. They've been chasing kills pretty much all match so far. We've seen them come so close to multiple engagements, have made only 1 point out of it though. Bad Boy, nice spray onto not Waf as he is almost able to find a second, just shooting at the floor there. Thought he maybe saw a player. Scream does go down on the rotate, by the way, so GDE were able to find that with the seat swap, but as Ice Boy has fallen, it seems like Team Elite are going to be coming out on top this time around. GDE just forced to play a little rig with their UAS, and there is not much cover, especially as more teams start to work their way in. Team Elite, though, getting crashed yet again. This time is going to be by Project Underground. Anonym goes down first of all, as Team Elite now need to get some pressure off of Bad Boy so we can get the reload. That's exactly what happens, though. Nice sprays coming through all around. Elite are doing everything they can to hold on to this position, but now, with only one player left up, it's going to be a tricky battle. Smoke is there, but it's not enough cover. Down go Team Elite, down go Pink Venom, down go Project Underdog, and now there's only 11 teams left in Phase 4.
There is 11 teams left, and look at the amount of third party that came into there. Exalt just said thank you, picked up, I think, 4 kills out of that. 5 in total now, and now they also have the position if they choose to play it. Teams like RFI, we mentioned them earlier, just in the blue deep, coming in super late, now find tons of free space on their eastern side, because everyone's gone so crazy for these aggressive positions. In Pony, they need to worry about Sheesh, multiple players behind Rhino Nokia. Hakatori is the one that has to do it for Pink, and oh boy, he's been a massive factor for them Chunks in the past, and this is why the sprays are clean. The man's put 20 kills on the tally on his first day, and then ended up getting 2 on the second day. We'll see which version of him it is right now, but that's a second already, and that's Sheesh with only 2 up.
For a minute, I thought he forgot to reload, as he is going to be able to pop it. Hakatori has been putting in work for the squad. I know he's been getting a lot of praise from a lot of people, and he definitely deserves it. Unfortunately, though, down to 17 HP. I'm starting to wonder whether he'll be able to make it out of here. Needs to find Dedrix to really stand a chance of staying in this one. As Yanni comes back up, Grendis could try and backfill to support, but it looks like he's happy holding that off angle in case of an opposite side peek. Nothing just yet, though. As the zone closes through, these teams are going to have to move in about a minute.
They're going to have to move, and they'll have Entropic looking over their shoulders, taking a bit of the high ground, not really moving into circle just yet, because they know not really an option. They've got to bide their time a little bit longer. Hakatori as well. Good game since there. You see him not moving too far away from the nade, because he knows that Entropic's on the other side and are going to be peeking over, are going to get interested in this. Still, tons and tons of work ahead of him. Even if Luca does him a solid and knocks out Grendis here, even then, it's rough times for Hakatori. And there's the clear finally. There is Sheesh being able to focus all their attention towards moving north, but you could instantly see a DMR headshot come in from Entropic as well. This is where they shine. This is where they can flex out, get aggressive, take a fight on the edge that doesn't get third-partied, and put some massively needed points on the board for Entropic.
Entropic, though, as they start to take a little bit of damage, might be caught on the back foot a little. Grendis tries to move away. He needs to be careful watching that ammo. 70 bullets in reserve, so needs to find a body very quickly if he wants to make it to that late game item. Healing up inside the smoke. There's not much for expendables to work with, and even less now as Gagi tries to get the revive onto his teammates. There's barrels and smokes for cover, but with the amount of fire that's coming through, you've got to think it's just a matter of time till one of those bullets connects. I thought it would just be a matter of time, Kovo, until Stardust got crashed, but they've been putting a lot of fire out of this compound and scaring teams away, it feels like.
It's, well, not a lot of teams are comfortable just full-on crashing somewhere, especially when BBL is no longer in the lobby. There's not a whole lot of teams that want to just full send into something and hope for the best. Entropic right now, they've been scared away enough from Sheesh. Good damage coming out of Yanni or Grendis. I'm not sure who it was with the M4 3X that almost nailed down Lucarux, is enough to push Entropic away, make them shift a little bit further to the east and mind their own business for now until they have to push into RFI. This is still position where both teams will need to fight, and Marbo being caught in the open by Killsteal. Oh, that could have been an absolute disaster, but Killsteal is just a little bit too careful, a little bit too concerned of his own life to actually get that last bullet in. Now he's got to contend with Daz though, and I think RFI, they're going to try to get rid of him ASAP.
Bystanders eliminated also as they go down in 10th position. Killsteal tries to remain standing, but as RFI get peppered from the side, it looks like it will become ever so slightly easier. Kova, though, takes down Lucarux, and Tropic now seem to shift their attention over in this direction. RFI moving up the hillside aggressively, but still being cautious as to not expose themselves to Killsteal. Nail up spotted from the side, and then Tropic maybe expected things to turn around quickly. Unfortunately, not the case, but still plenty of time for that to happen.
Plenty of time for that to happen, but Exalt's already putting in a banger of a game from that eastern side, just picking their fights carefully, being smart about their engagements, picking up kills all across the board. No placements yet, just already picking up 8 kills for themselves. Killsteal still trying to hold on. There's another nade. Marble finally cleans it up for RFI. That's going to be a bit of a relief, because now they can focus on just surviving. Well, Sheesh is sweeping Entropic. It's not something you're used to seeing. This is the Entropic job. This is what they do. They run around in the late game. They feel unstoppable, and they just smack away everything in their path. We haven't seen that in the last few weeks. Now we see an Evas. It's just trying to salvage, just trying to run for the hillsides.
Evas now just caught in a very tricky position, wishing he had something for a little bit of cover, even if it was just a vehicle or something. As Dedrix opens up, Sheesh look to make their way through. Able to find the headshot. Artix does go down, and this is exactly what Evas needs right now. A vehicle, a McLaren. Get your skin in the store right now. Head over to the customized tab if you want to equip it. Get the fancy one, because I know that I think it was Froz or Caleris has the most stacked one I've seen. It looks so good.
Of course he does. He's a bit of a car person, isn't he? I couldn't be further away from that. I ride my bike everywhere. I'm an absolute non-car abuser, but Stardust, they'll be using some cars here in a second. They'll be moving out of their compound into the shacks as We have T-Bone still inhabiting that. Remember how long Heroic has been just down to T-Bone. He's been knocking about that shack for quite a while. Now there's going to be Util coming in from Stardust. He's praying that the third parties are enough. Evas is praying the same thing. He's hoping that Sheesh is just busy enough with RFI, maybe taking a few knocks here, maybe taking a few casualties. But even that won't help him because Molodok finds him from the other side. Entropic are out in 7th. And that entire southern side is now Sheesh trying to come down from the high ground. And there's the utility. There's the clear. Are they looking around the car, though? Oh, they're not clearing around the car. T-Bone's got one. He's getting the second, maybe. No. Close. Close call for Stardust there.
Oh, T-Bone, you thought that that was it. You thought that he had just mind-gamed them. And I know that going into my games in future, if I'm ever in one of those positions where I have to play a shack, I am stealing that move because who would expect it? Really just small plays that make a huge difference there and almost able to salvage it for Heroic. But you know what? They got some points on the board. They can't be too upset. I will say, though, Sheesh, we touched on it earlier, didn't we? We have seen this squad historically struggle to find consistency, but because of how strong a couple of their performances are, it kind of drags them up to a standard middle-of-the-pack team that is able to get those 5-6 points a game consistently. So we're hoping that this is going to be one of those games, and they're certainly looking that way, but they have such a precarious position, and now that zone shifting up to the north is going to make it even more difficult. Kova just anchoring up close for RF. As I don't think they're really in a position to move either because they know that Exalt are just looking right down at them.
Yeah, this is Exalt is the big dog in this, and this is exactly what needed to happen. Sheesh needs to make a really convincing play into RFI here to even have a chance to fight on further north. The longer they take, the more third-party fighters coming in, the more damage they take. And if they let that res coming through on RFI, that's another big problem in their way. Now, Danny's the only one that sends it down. And he's the only one in that car, and that's bad for Sheesh, but that nade might do a whole lot of damage. It cancels the res, even...
It re-knocked him.
It's a disaster for RFI. They could have just stuck to that, but they thought the nade would do the trick. But it doesn't really matter what happens with that res. If Sheesh don't move down the hillside, they're done for, Chunks.
That's unfortunate there. Imagine just getting rezzed and immediately getting re-knocked. That is unfortunate, as now it looks like things are starting to fall apart. Only 2 players standing to try and make it into zone. It's going to be a USN, but ultimately we know how this one goes. Headshots, if not, the vehicle will be getting blown up. Exalt, though, have absolutely turned the tide so far. 15 points on the board, 11 of which are kills. Sarvan with only a solo, 20 bullets in tow. Aid might be a bit more successful, but you've got to wonder how their chances stand without a player inside circle.
Not fantastic. They're trying to grab every point they can, and every player they kill as well gives them a little bit more freedom, eliminates an angle that's staring them down. Now Nailcop, he's got to move out of there very quickly. Ooh, it's a bolt on tail. Diogo, and what is that? He nails down Kova. That's big for Stardust. That's a chance of survival in the lower ground. He's got a 1v1. For 2 kills and a placement point. Bibin is trying to hold on to the tree, slowing things down. He's not going for a risky res because he knows what's on the line with this kill. But that is the knock that Sarvam needed. They can now flex on out, and they have to try and avoid Exalt. They have to try and swing into the lower ground because there's a 4-man Exalt on the north, Chunks. They're going to win this game no matter what happens on the south. You want to be fighting for a second place. You want to be grabbing up a few kill points in the dip. Bibin is trying to do just that, but another nade comes in, and it's looking like his days are numbered.
All he has to do is see the outline. He wasn't able to, and in the end, kill goes the way of Fairest. The zone closes through as Stardust are falling. Only Sarvan with 2 players left. Olsing, though, manages to keep it alive a little bit longer, taking down one of Exalt, and it was much needed. Fairest has been spotted by Global Army, but unfortunately he's spotted as well. The nade lands through, the second of which connects onto Olsing. It's only going to be Global Army left up. The smoke is blooming. This might be enough of a clue for Arctics to start taking some shots to throw a nade. He finds it with the 4x, shuts things down. It's Exalt with 14 kills and a chicken dinner to start things off. We said it. It's a couple of strong performances like that that could potentially get you to the final, and they're putting themselves in a good position for game number 1.
I think I've said it yesterday. I'll say it again. Exalt is a team that can pull off massive games. They have their weaknesses. They have their struggles every now and then, but they're a team that will just string 3 20-point games together. That would something that's completely unseen is what they pulled off to get here in the first place. That's how they won this wild card to come into these group stages. Them starting off on the right foot, them starting off with a strong game is scary for the rest of the lobby. And that game, I think they basically played that to perfection. They were given good positions, they were given good third parties, but they used them to their maximum effect.
I hope that the desk are going to be able to break down what happened, because it felt like everyone just tried to send it into the same 5 positions in phase 2. Let's send it back to them, see exactly what they thought of that game.
That's right, sending it back to us as all the teams send it into the center. Very open area, I think is fair to say. Saga and Froz joining us here to talk about this one. And Froz, even Exalt was able to defeat an entire global army in those last moments and secure themselves the victory. Great stuff.
Great stuff. And I mean, if you look at Exalt as well, I think they were the only team who landed on Melee Island. Actually, they landed in Melee base itself. They did a really long rotation, got himself up on the Stalber Shacks there. And I mean, from there, so much information, so much to shoot on. And they were just looking down on the fight down in the trenches and like, all right, let's wait for the right moment. Let's see what's going to happen. Team after team is crashing there. When is our time to strike? And after they took out all the rest of the teams that were there, they just took over that part and started playing from there. That's why you want to have the high ground.
That's right. Yeah. Properly decent, patient rotations and movement coming in from Team Exalt will bag them 24 points up towards the top. I mean, Saga, we talked about them at the very top of the day. Yesterday, they had 50 points. That's a great day for them, kind of almost silently. We didn't really focus too much on them, but this is a huge performance for them to start things off in just a 6-game series.
Yeah, considering all we have is 6 games, 24 points. You really can't argue with the start that they have had this time around. And again, coming over from the western bridge of the military bit island, the northern side of it, they came all the way around Yasnaya up onto Stalber, and they found the position in between a very, very bold 2-2 split of Entropic that could have actually ended up being a little bit more of a contest early on, but Entropic had gone further north. They found themselves an airdrop crate, but they weren't actually holding on to that position. But that position was so valuable just because of the area down below where Team Elite was holding. It was actually a valiant defense from them against like 4 different crashes, but Exalt up on the hilltop loved it. They had perfect vision down into those trenches, and every time a crash came through, they were just soaking up points left, right, and center from multiple teams before eventually taking that spot themselves, and it was just too much to deal with.
As we take a look at the final moments from the game as well, and Froz, as Chunks kind of alluded to and asked us to talk about whilst we focus on Moldok for a moment, this area extremely open, one of the most open areas in all of Erangel, so it's kind of understandable. You're kind of seeing all these crashes, these crazy moments as people try and jostle for position, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's so important early on to get a good position, and that's why we see the teams time after time just crashing and like, all right, this is kind of the winning strat moment, right? You have to go for it. It's not going to work out if we don't have a good place to play from, especially as you're saying in a barren circle like that. So all the teams are kind of just counting on that. All right, we need to crash this, and then we need to defend it. But what's happening is that we're seeing team after team crashing. They're not able to reset before they get crashed again. So a new team is coming in and taking over that control over that area instead.
All right, well, hopefully, once we take the small interlude, Froz will do one more button down because it's looking gorgeous right now. And we are going to hear from our team. Unfortunately, they got themselves in 16th place. Let's see what happened for them in this game.
Kutularda da var, kutularda da var. Sağ dış kutular.
Neydliyim? Atıyorum. Gördüm.
Basayım ben hangar içine.
Neydliyorum kutuyu. Kutu neydli.
Hangar içi koşuyor.
Bana geldi.
Yakın bu kutu.
Bildeyim, sol.
Hangar nak. 3 önüm kutu, önüm kutu. Bu duş smoke girdi. Vurdu bende.
Oynuyorum.
Bomba attım. Sağır olabilir oyna.
Sollu.
Burada. Hele. Çabuk içeri taşı. Ya da smoke'ta tut acil.
Clear out on a high priority compound here to try and get them further into this game, Saga, but for DA it wasn't really enough to be able to push them to the later stages of the game.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good initial move to get there. We saw Flamey actually making a move over on the bike, and if it wasn't for the fact that he had the bike and had that extra little speed and mobility, it would have been probably even worse for bystanders at the start, having losing Keanu. And at the very end, they were able to at least get one trade, but it was the re-breach that came in slightly later on from the Expendables that was the downfall of DA. That's exactly what we mean. Make those aggressive early moves, you get those high priority positions, but everyone else wants them as well because, like you say, it's a barren circle and there's nowhere else really to go. So it forces a lot of engagements, and DA, having expended a lot of utility, a lot of health, just wasn't able to hold on.
Well, it's a great success for Zarvum, Exalt, and Stardust to start off the day. We're going to a break. When we return, we have our second Erangel of the day. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have 5 more games remaining now to determine which of our 2 teams will move through out of our remaining 16. And so far, so good, as we mentioned already for Exalt, as they come off the back of a chicken dinner. Now, Saga and Froz joining me. Froz, I'm going to go to you because you have what is clearly, seemingly, a guilty pleasure in Sheesh. And actually, to be fair, they didn't do too badly in that game, considering that they were in a rough part of the circle and keeping themselves alive well.
Yeah, time after time, they were actually in a really rough position, and they worked their way in towards the circle in a really great way from the south side, taking care of the threats they needed to handle. But, I mean, in the end, it was a little bit too much for them to handle, and they couldn't get all the way through. But still, 5 kills on the board and 8 points in the first game. This is what we're talking about. We want to see them with the more of the early aggression. We didn't really see that in this one. They were a little bit passive towards the beginning of the game. It was kind of towards the late game where they got themselves the kills on Ping Pong and then moving on through that stage on the eastern side there. But we want to see them take those kills like they did yesterday. Take those fights early on in Circle 1 already. We saw them yesterday trying to breach people. Of course, with this circle, it might be a little bit tougher, right? To actually breach, and you know, you want to make sure that you play a little bit safe as well. It's just the best of 6. You don't really have that safety net of having another day to play on as well.
No, definitely so. And just in general, actually, the overall leaderboards, now that I look at them, it's kind of topsy-turvy. If coming in, if you thought to yourself that, you know, these big names would try and do something from the very word go, Saga, doesn't really feel like that just yet here.
It really doesn't, and we spoke a little bit about how the games towards the end of yesterday could have affected teams' momentum, their confidence coming into today, and it certainly seems like those that did end off yesterday's games in a top-tier fashion have come out swinging again. Sheesh definitely had a very solid end game. Stardust picked up the pieces towards the end of their second day of groups, and they've started off pretty well as right here as well. Third place on the standings as well, 13 points, so about half of what Exalt ended up with, but with Celticoglu hitting bolty headshots to clear some space, it's looking a lot better. Whereas on the opposite side of the coin, we saw it before, the BBL next to Heroic just simultaneous sending over the field with
Good
what
point.
seemed like no real end goal in mind. They sort of both ended up in the forest, in the trees, getting shot from multiple angles, and both went out a lot earlier than we would have hoped.
Yeah, especially Heroic Frost. Very much felt like a Hail Mary to try and just send to whatever they could possibly find on a scout in the moment, I suppose.
I mean, yeah. If you look back on Heroic, tell me last time they did a send like this. I can't remember, at least once we've seen them actually play like this in a strategic way. This was just we don't know what to do. Let's just go over here and we'll try to figure something out. They went into that dip and they got shot from above, from the side, from behind at the same time. And that's kind of what's happened when you just go for one of those desperation calls. It's better to just, just try to breach something instead. If you get into that position where you're like, I don't know, we don't know what to do right now. Go for a breach, go for it. At least you tried, right? Now it was more like a survival mode already when they were still 4-man up. You can see they almost lost correctly on the rotation itself, not knowing exactly what was going to happen. BBL stopping in front of them, Corexi being a little bit slow by that, getting shot by multiple teams on his way as well. So yeah, I would love to see them just fighting on the edge. That's what we know Heroic thrives the best. So let's hope they keep on doing that instead.
At least a potential breach sees you maybe make the winning play to get a compound that kind of gets the circle. But there it is. It's time to move to Erangel now. Once again, only 2 Erangels remaining, and then we're on to the desert. It's time for Chunks and Kovo.
2 more Erangels left to go, and Kovo looks like a lot of ult drops going to be coming out early.
This is the interesting part. We have so many teams that like to shift towards the Novo and the Millie base area. This is a plane that's going to make it tricky for some of our prison and northeastern teams. But at least BBL is not going to be there with DA this time. They are happy in Gatka, so DA can just float on into the western Millie compounds with no problem at all. In Tropic, they do tend to end up in Novo every now and then, but in this plane, I would expect them to still float on over, especially when we know that Pink Pony is going to be here. That being said, so far, they're looking like they're a little bit in the same spot right now.
I'm a little bit surprised by how few kind of contentions there are in these positions. It looks like in Tropic, they're going to go all the way up to Milta Power. They don't really have to worry too much. Sure, we've got a lot of teams on Millie Island, but in terms of actually getting in each other's way, they're kind of dropping in a way where they should be able to, in theory, avoid each other, although I'd probably assume that one of these bridges is going to be very hectic very quickly, especially with how many teams there are around that Milta area as well.
Yeah, and that's a circle that's going to make the whole Millie thematic a little bit more interesting as well, because now if you're an Eastern team, you have the theoretical option of going down to Millie base and coming back up on the Western Bridge. But if you've done your homework and you know that RFI is a standard Millie base team, Pink Pony has liked Novo this tournament, DA, they've got their old drop here, and then you know that Stardust has an interest in Millie base as well when they have to. It's probably not a good call to be going down to Millie base voluntarily. That being said, put yourself in the shoes of Project Underdog right now. Where do they rotate, and how do they avoid going through 7 teams? Because it's really not all that easy from where they're situated right now.
No, it is not. There's going to be a lot of tough rotations here. I mean, when we look at that southern close, for instance, the fact that there are so many teams that will be clustered, I think GDE are actually going to play a really important role in this game as the potential gatekeepers for 3-4 different teams coming in from their east. The same potentially being said for Exalt, DA, whichever team opts to play that bridge and hold that position, if that is the strategy they want to go with, is potentially going to be able to sponge up a hell of a lot of points. And remember, being in a best of 6, there's only one Erangel left to go. If you're a team that, for instance, your alt drop is around Millie base or one of those bridges, it might just be worth hot dropping there and trying to set up a bridge camp so that, you know, when you get back to your regular drop, you bank on that plane to take you somewhere far, far away from those Millie base areas, and really not getting that opportunity to be bridge camped yourself could be a decision, and a tough one, that a lot of these teams are now going to have to make, because at the end of the day, it is a gamble making a drop like that.
I'm happy in a way that we're starting on Erangel, because that means that we don't end on Erangel. That means there is no bridge camps going on in the last game. There is no potential Millie circle in the last game. That could be a complete heartbreak for one of the teams that is not well set up for any sort of southern shifts. You can look at Heroic, you can look at Expendables on our screens right now. When they get a melee-based game, you're not just riding that game off, but you know you're at a huge disadvantage. A lot of the boats will be taken once you get down to the south. The ferry is extremely unreliable. The bridges can be camped so easily, even with the changes that they've gotten under. So finishing on Miramar is going to leave teams on a bit more equal footing in a sense. In a circle like this, where we have some water in play, we have some melee base in play, but we know it's going north, and there's basically no chance for it to go south, also means that we maybe have a bit more of a more even approach, a bit more fairer approach for a lot of the teams, because we talked about it so much in the last few days. Erangel just offers itself up to just more diverse rotation routes.
Yeah, I think that there is still that possibility, and I'm gonna admit I'm holding out for it, man. I'm holding out for that southeastern shift. I want to see that bridge still in play later on, because it really does force teams that are maybe down on that melee island into a very tricky position, and I love just looking at how teams go about making their decisions, and I think that that would be a prime example of it. If we did get a phase 2 shift that goes all the way down there, I'd assume there would be a couple of teams that think, hey, we don't want to fight this from the northern side, let's just go all the way into the blue, take the other bridge, and then come in that way.
There's a lot of merit to it, for sure, and there's a lot of potential downfalls for a team like the A that wants to play close to the bridge, because it's not all that easy to hold that entire bridge area. Ooh, gas prices are high on Erangel as well. Rough. It's not that easy to hold the bridge and still hold the area around you and have good playability into the circles that shift to the north, especially with how the bridge works right now, with how easy it is to walk up on these side railings. You can get a team coming into ferry pier as well with a ferry and just catching you off guard. It's just not easy to be in the spot where DA is right now. But it's certainly easier than breaching a compound circle 1 and losing a player before anyone else in the lobby has lost a player. So I like this. I like this approach. I like the safer route for DA. And I'm scared for RFI, because all we've seen on bridges for them, Chunks, is absolute pain.
Yeah, and it doesn't look like that's going to change with the way that DA are posted up. They are just ready to hold teams out. Now, it isn't a bridge camp as such in terms of the positions that they're playing. You'd maybe expect players to be a little bit closer, but they are more than happy to defend and take shots at any team that comes round. Matralius opens up onto Marbo as now more shots try to connect onto Kova. It's not going to be the safe. We'll be able to get behind cover, but they have to drive through a pretty open beach to be able to get to safety. Seemingly, though, the shots don't land, and RFI using that off angle, the high ground position, to a decent advantage. And once they've set up Bibbin in a position to cover, it might just be rotation time.
Style points gathered for room for improvement. It's a little bit of an odd one. Room for improvement were one of the teams that I was looking at to surprise us in the group stages, one of the dark horses with lots of potential on the team. So far, it's been inconsistent at best. And that's scary. That's not a lot of HP to work with. It's, you know, for a melee-based team, they have had massive struggles crossing the bridge. I feel like that is the number one thing about your loot spot that is going to be tricky, and it's the number one thing that you have to find a solution for. So far in these lobbies, they haven't been able to do it, and it's been punishing them massively. It's been putting them down the standings time and time again. And once again, first team to lose a member here. Losing Marbo, possibly one of the best fraggers on some of their days, is not going to feel good.
I'm just waiting to see who shoots first here. I'm not sure how aware Sheesh are, but judging from the way that Dedrix is moving, he knows that there's a couple of players from Team Elite up here. Now, if Team Elite do start taking any long-range shots on rotation, it is going to be time to pounce for Sheesh. But at the same time, Kovo, we have to remember they need to be a little bit strategic about it, use those guns effectively. If you want to level up your guns, you got to make sure to get those PCS7 skins. Remember, 30% of that revenue goes over to the prize pool, helps contribute and just make this event so much more exciting. So go equip them in game, purchase them, and rock those new skins.
Rock those skins, put more money into the prize pool for these players, support the esports. And Tropic caught in a bit of an awkward spot. Pink Pony cruising on around them. Lukaruk's got to get the hell out of there. His buggy spins out though. So Entropic, they either go save their IGL or they get really aggressive. and fly into Pink Pony here. I'm not sure what the plan is. So far, it's looking like Pink Pony's not backing down. Rhinalock, he's down to 0 kilometers per hour on his dat here, but ooh, that's a good spray from Luca. That's a solid bit of damage done. It continues to be an awkward situation for Entropic. Now Pink Pony's out of there. They've got to get Luca back on his feet, but there's a lot of teams built around them, TE being one of them, and Pink Pony is flying straight on in.
Dead, just waiting with the 3x, goes for the spray, but it's Bad Boy in the end to open up. Hakatori, Rinalock, both going to be going down. And remember, we were praising these players as ones who have put up some serious frags so far. Cobra does get ran over, but in a position where he should be fairly resable. Say that, but as Bad Boy goes down, it looks like Entropic want to also get involved. They are lacking points, and, well, this is a perfect opportunity to try and grab a few.
Especially when you consider the circle position they're in, they don't really have a whole lot to do with that time right now. It's not like they can make a rotation, put themselves in a much better spot. Taking a fight, taking a few kill points, pulling up on these ridges and working their way up the hill, with grabbing people like Dead on the side here is going to be a good way of using their time. Screaming Cobra or Screaming Bad Boy, the last two alive, Team Elite, who are struggling to get into this game. Now Sheesh is there to greet them from the other side as well, and so far, Chunks, I'm used to seeing Entropic grab kills early. I'm not used to seeing Sheesh flex out so aggressively.
I'm not used to players being able to survive a nade like that. It was close. It was literally, I think, 1 or 2 HP in it. But in the end, it's the long-range shots to shut down Bad Boy and ultimately take Team Elite out early. Unfortunate for a squad that really performed quite well in game number 1, defending against so many crashes towards that mid to late game.
Nades are a mystery in this game for me. I've stopped hyping them up almost entirely, because sometimes you'll see a nade bounce onto someone's head and do 44 damage, and sometimes you'll see a one roll past and do 120. So I've given up on trying to decipher them, and we've seen some massive throwables this tournament. Now phase 2 is coming on in. It's shifted a little bit towards the east, fairly central though, and from what we had in zone 1, which means the Project Underdog putting themselves in the warehouse here are residing on the western edge, and teams like Exalt, teams like Pink Pony are the ones that are going for the center position. The field is a massive part of this zone. Lots of unplayable, lots of shacks that you don't want to be in circle 1 or 2, but when you're 2 members up, when you don't have a whole lot of cars, it is sometimes the only play that you can really get away with. And if you get really lucky, it can still end up being a really good game.
All I'm going to say is that for a lot of teams, this is going to be their late game strategy anyway. If the circle is easily readable, which I think a lot of teams are kind of taking a numbers game right here and an odds game where we take a look at, okay, how much zone is actually taken up by water? Very little. How much zone is taken up by compounds? Also quite little. It's really just open fields and shacks. So I think that most teams now, even those in power positions around the edge of the fields, taking a look at Potato Hill, that kind of area, are prepared, knowing that ultimately there's a high likelihood that their end game strategy is good. Just crash a shack, crash a dip, and hope for the best. So I hope that these teams maybe are a little bit conservative when it comes to the util usage, because if they are, then that could really benefit them come the late game when you're in an open area like that.
I want to touch on something that you're seeing right now on this map feed. Stardust is leaving the map. They're going to the eastern bridge. They're going into the blue, deeply rotating around just to make sure they don't get bridge cam, just to make sure that DA doesn't give them the RFI treatment. That is some commitment, and that is some long range shots onto Bad Boy. Jiria able to pick that up with the 8x Mini from an insane amount of range. But yeah, this is, I think you make a good point, Chunks. A lot of teams will end up in the shacks later on. The question then becomes, would you rather have a shack in the late game that you crash with maybe some players holding, where you can pull up, nade the players inside, molly the door? There's lots of tactical tools you can use there and employ for your advantage. And that's part of the reason why these teams try to go so late, especially a massive one of that is you go to the shack early, you will lose your tires. Teams around you will pop as many tires as they can, usually almost all of them, and then you get one hard shift against you, and suddenly you're looking at having to move in phase 4 without cars in the open field. So you're playing the numbers game, but you're not playing the slim chance, a big reward game. You're just playing a slim chance with a medium reward. It's just sometimes the cards you're dealt, in the case of Pink Pony, just don't allow for a whole lot of better plays.
You have to remember as well, when you look at those shacks in the field, it's basically one angle in, one angle out. That's the door. If you're peeking, it's a high likelihood teams are going to know where to shoot, where you're going to be peeking from. So the pre-fires, smokes aren't really worth much in those situations. So it's a very valid point. You have to find that balance about when to crash. I'm a little bit surprised, though, that Heroic didn't end up taking a fight up against Expendables. I think it might have just been a case of two teams close to each other and unaware of it, to the point where neither of them engaged, and it was too late by the time the rotation had come through. Pink Venom, though, interesting rotation, taking the tanks early as you're almost getting taken out.
Entropic cruising on through. They want to vie for position. They will find themselves entangled with the bystanders here a little bit. Savim Esports holding the compound to their south as well. Lucarux, it's got a long way to go. I'm not quite sure where they want to end up here. If they want to go back fighting Sheesh, if they want to go back to where they were earlier. But look at this. It's a full-on pull-up. Project Underdog, fine double. Oh, that's a trade. That is not pretty for either of these two teams. Idam and Ruzi, they've got to come back from the east, and then Riz and Fraga got to come in from the south. No one really expected this pull-up. None of the teams were really prepared, and now they've got to be careful that they don't get farmed by Heroic from the north.
Looking for an angle, and he's so close to finding it. Unfortunately, though, the bolt is not quite as effective as maybe a DMR at this kind of situation. He does make it work, though, taking down one. Almost managed to catch Fragger in the vehicle, but unfortunately unable to. Lucaruk's not ideal as he runs over his teammate. Will be flushing him out as well, and unfortunately gets knocked off his own. Free kill, the one to finish that off. And Tropic now yet again taking some early game casualties. Only 2 players left up. Project Underdog, though, flushing out and finding their potentially 3rd point of the game if they can confirm Roussier.
I'm a little bit shook by the Entropic that we see in these last few days. They looked good on their first day, or they looked okay at least, in a lobby where we thought they would dominate, and now they're looking a little bit in shambles. Fraga with a good spray brings Roussier down to just 25 HP, and the blue is doing good bit of damage as well. The first aid's got to come out. He's got 5 of them. He should have a chance to try and move out of this, but both of these teams don't have a whole lot of chances coming into zone, especially if Heroic tries to flex on that. That'd be such a classic Heroic thing to do as well, to go for a few more kill opportunities. Another good spray. And this time, Roussier is not happy to just drive away in first aid. This time, he's going to try and heal up and maybe take that fight. Maybe try and get another point on the board for his team, as Braga's trying to do the same thing. It's not a pretty fight. It's not an easy one. And regardless of what I said, Roussier is not having any of it.
Fraga, though, he'll have that one. Okay. And that's a free point on the board. Okay. It's not too often you see a player hit a vehicle spray that cleanly, but you know what? Credit to him. The zone, it kind of goes how I think everyone expected. It's field, it's hill. It's going to be a shack ending for the majority of these teams. Granted, Exalt's compound is still dead center, but there's a lot of teams trying to find an entrance. 2 of those being Sarvam and Bystanders. Only a ridge protecting them from each other as the smokes come out to break the line. A sight flamey also breaks the vest, and the spirits of Ulseng. Down he goes early, as now it just becomes a bit of a red zone from Bystanders, realizing if they want to take this fight, they have to get themselves some cover from range.
That's the problem. There's so many shots raining in already. It's the Bystanders in a tiny bit of a dip. It's a big frag to get for Flamey. Taking one of the players around them out of the picture and buying themselves a little bit more time, putting some of the pressure away. But look at that from Thunderlost. Clean with the SLR, and the Bystanders, well, they still got to fight for this no matter where they pull up. Now some drive-bys might be coming out. They're going to risk Global Army here, but he's the one doing the damage first. Flamey on the trade is big for the Bystanders. It's another point on the board, and it sends Sarvam packing, meaning that there's at least a little bit of space for the Bystanders. But look at this Entropic deal with Sarvam.
And this is what Entropic needed. They needed those points, and sheesh, well, they need some of their own. With Bystanders so close down this hill, you've got to think one frag grenade would be enough to end it all for them. Not the case as of now, as they make it into the top 12. Unfortunately, Fragger was unable to. Yanni's still playing point, looking for an angle, and out comes the Molotov. Now he's realized where those smokes are. The util is lacking for Sheesh, but all it will take is one well-placed molly. This time, though, it's not able to connect. Bystanders try to return some of their own, but it's only really smokes they have to work with. It's now Sheesh are going to be forced to back off of this and potentially send it with the rest of their teammates out in the field.
This is completely turned around though. You remember the Bystanders getting peppered on top of the hill. Now they've got the lower ground. Now Sheesh is the team that's under more fire than the Bystanders are. And the Bystanders are just trying to survive until that zone closes in because Sheesh has barely any playable ground. If the Bystanders can hold on, and oh, that nade could have been a knock onto Yort. And oh, there's a knock onto Keanu. It's looking rough. It's just a few minutes that they had to hold on, but it doesn't look like they can do it. Sheesh now, they can fly into this. They can just full on send it. They know there's only one bystander left. They can try and clean this up instantly. And the third party's not going to matter all too much if they're quick with it.
Flamey just hoping that one of these Sheesh players will expose themselves in a way that he can benefit off of, but it doesn't appear to be the case. They will be making a rotation round, which granted gives him a little bit of respite, but that's only until GDE have finished this engagement, whichever way it goes. Killsteel preps the nade. He knows exactly where those vehicles were, so should be able to land it relatively close. 3x M4 coming out as 2 go down early. Sheesh taking real casualties, not expecting this one. Dedrick lays prone, hopes not to get spotted, but GDE, they've done the damage and they are backing away. They know just how valuable that was, and they don't want to risk losing a player for it.
It's such a double-edged sword as well. They peek over. They don't want to smoke before they do. They don't want to expose their position and give the info away, but as soon as they peek over a little bit too long, an instant knock comes in from Exalt, punishes them for the aggression. Now, they will get the res back up, and they should stay 4-man strong. The same cannot be said for Sheesh. 2 already flushed. Dedrick's found as well, and keep in mind how much BBL is picking up here. They're getting knocks on everything right now. They haven't really gotten all the kills, but they've been putting in damage, and they're flexing out of their shack as well. DA on the southern side of things, they're trying to do the same thing, but GDE is not done.
Killsteel going for that seat swap. It works out, manages to finish off the job. It's Waff in the end who gets the kill, though. Sheesh out in 12th. Bit of a downfall from last game, but getting more points on the board. Importantly, Stardust, that was close. Nearly misses the shots. Unfortunately, can't convert it as DA are just immediately on that revive. Exalt do look to try and make a bit of a proactive move out of that compound. Maybe get a player up that hill and clear it out behind so that they know that they're free. Everybody else trying to clear out their angles, but there's vehicles coming from everywhere. Heroic go for the 3-man send inside the car, and it works out. All thanks to T-Bone. Actually jumps over the Dacia, gets down behind cover as GDE, what a send through the shack. You rarely see it, don't you? But when you do, especially on a team like Entropic, it can be heartbreaking.
Oh, it's just, I mean, it's perfection with the car there. We've seen crazy things coming out of vehicles. We've seen a lot of frags coming out of Entropic in this game that it didn't feel like they were going to be able to get. Now, the placement point for them is maybe more than they were hoping for after losing 2 so early, but that car cleans them up nicely and easily. As we see Flamey in the shack right next to GDE. The northern side is fairly simple. The southern side is still fairly cluttered, though, with RFI trying to make their way on into Heroic. We've gotten this car fortress that they will have to move out on next circle, but RFI are a little bit more pressed for time. Not only do they have to move, they also have DA on the eastern side peppering them down.
Heroic are in such a tricky position. I mean, T-Bone has to realize as well that if one of these cars gets disabled, he's basically going to be trapped. So I think he's aware of that. He can very easily hop into the seat and get out of there, but it's not easy to get out any other way. RFI on the south, throwing down the smoke. Stars trying to get himself a bit of an opening. Schiller actually opens up with a pretty nasty headshot onto Bibin. DA look to reposition as Exalt just sitting pretty in their compound. They've backed off of the push they were previously trying to make, but if they hear those AR shots come through, it might just change again. Fate with a little bit of damage onto the vehicle. Not finding the body though, so not really worth all that much. Zone shifts to the west though, Kovo, and BBL have been sitting kind of quietly, and I assume that's not going to happen for long.
They've got a lot of control now, and they've been able to hold on into the field just for the southern side to get moved out of the picture. DA's got to make something work. Sheila has been the numbers man. He's been the impact player for DA, and he does good damage there. Mitralis is the one that closes it out now. A 4v2 for DA, sweeping. Bibin's trying to get away with the car, but that car is not going anywhere. Das caught in the open. It's a matter of seconds here until DA spam that smoke with nades and bullets. And all RFI, it's not going well again. Positional play was fantastic this game, but that fight slipped out of their hands so quickly. With the wrap as well, there's good damage, and they know exactly where to find Daz. DA clean up the southern side. Super convincing game from them so far, but looking at that circle chunks, they either have to go through Exalt or they have to send it north, and neither option is easy to pull off.
The same being said for heroic Corexi now, as the solo man alive with only smokes for cover is going to try and make a run, but Pink Pony are just waiting for him. Digital Athletics doing the same to GD, but it is going to be Exalt who steal away the point in the end. Top 6 now, as there really is very little cover outside of Exalt's compound, so they really get to dictate how this flows. The only team that can really cause a problem to that, honestly, I think will probably be DA.
DA might crash this or might go north. The problem is the circle has gone so far southwest that that northern ridgeline around the shacks, there's a little bit of a lower ground ridgeline that you can play on, and there's one on the west as well. The northern one is almost entirely eliminated, which means that going north isn't really a prospect any team would fancy. So DA, they're deciding to go west. Maybe they want to go for the warehouse. Maybe they want to swing all the way around, but they're found by Molodok instantly, and that ridge pull-up is going to be so hard with the position that Molodok is in. He's got the perfect angle from behind them. He's raining down the nades. The rest of the team doing the same thing. If he doesn't go down here, they're in dire straits. And look at that damage he's dealing from one side to the other. Oh, DA, they're getting absolutely bombarded right now. They're about to blow up.
Oh, Molodox, he's doing so much damage, but in the end, the nade only takes down Matralia. Schiller also catching a little bit of damage, though, as Fair is going to be playing point, looks through the smoke and is able to spot out a little bit of movement. It is only going to be a knock body, though, as Mert is the final player standing locked for long. Fate shuts it down, and it's Exalt getting 9, make it 10 kills on the board. 3 squads remaining, only 1 player down from Exalt. Bystanders, Flamey looks to try and get a bit of a third party going.
And keep that in mind. That is Exalt handling that perfectly. They get the first knock instantly. They have an off angle. They use their util. They don't lose a single player. Still, they get Flamey into that compound. That's going to slow them down later on. I don't know if they have any idea. They would have to be insanely aware to know that Flamey's there. And it's a ton of space for BBL on the north. Just the fact that DA has decided to go south has made this game a whole lot harder for Exalt. And if Flamey finds one here and then slows things right back down, this could easily go the way of BBL.
It's going to be tricky, though. You have to think Exalt need to focus some attention up to that northern side, but I think they're aware that Bystanders or somebody might just have a solo around this position. They're playing kind of passive, but also seemingly unaware. Nobody seems to be focused on this building too much as Fate opens up shots. I think the real key to knowing whether Exalt know what we know is whether they all start shooting in the end, as Flamey just waits. He sees a little bit of movement, takes the shots, but misses them. Fate turns things around, down to low HP. Flamey prepares a grenade, but it just isn't going to be enough after missing shots like that. He picks up the shotgun, no ammo in it. Does he know, though? Yes, thank God. Oh, I was worried then. He manages to pick a little bit up. That would have been a tough way to go. And, well, BBL hear this. They hear the shots and they want to start making a move. Molodoct opens up, finds the headshot onto Code Marco. The nades are close, and Molodoct uses the vehicles to get away from them even quicker. 10 kills on the board for Exalt, but looking to stack more as Smash provides that fire support. I don't think he actually has an angle onto Molodoct, so this could be very precarious for BBL. That solo player in between the shacks. He's now getting peppered from all around, tries to return the fire with the SLR, and it does work out just before the flashbang connects. Now, though, Flamey could do some damage, and Exalt can't get Fate onto this BBL fight until he's cleared up this final player. Underhand nade comes through, forces Fate into the building, still got a shotgun to work with, but not able to connect anything still. A second nade now forces him out into the open. It finds a little bit of damage, but it's not enough to convert. Flamey finishes it with the grenade, as now he is single-handedly ruining Exalt's game. They've got 2 players looking to make it back to 3, even 4 if Fate can get back into it, but BBL deny that too. Artix, Molodok both going down as Exalt, the team who look to win it now, down to just a solo. BBL want to punish this, but Flamey, he still doesn't want to lose this game. He wants every point that he can get out of it.
Oh, that's already massive. He's
shift.
gotten himself the placement points. He hasn't got the kills for himself yet, but he's looking to try and confirm. He's looking to try the best he can. He's got 3 gear as well, don't forget, but he's just bought so much time for BBL. Now they're trying to sweep. They're getting third party in the back. They're both down to just a bit of HP. Fader's got more to work with. Fate is completely knocked down, but the flashbang does it all for Exalt. 2 versus 4 is what they have to deal with, Chunks, and Flamey goes down in the end there, but he's completely put this game in the hands of BBL.
That is rough for Flamey. I thought for a second when BBL hit those shots on the cross, he might just be able to do it, but the flashbang just perfectly placed by Exalt. Kepper now just waiting for Ferris to open up a little bit too far. That's exactly what happened, but BBL have kind of conceded that anchor player that previously they once had. It looks like, though, they want to take this as a team fight as Kepper makes a little bit of noise, throws out a nade. It's going to be Dendalos to get the first knock. Fate tries to trade it and is going to be able to, but now BBL have a read on this position. There's a lot of zone to cover. He's going to hop over the fence. This could be smart. I don't think BBL will be expecting this. You see both of them going for the pre-fire, but no, they have somebody anchoring and get themselves a 10-kill chicken dinner, putting themselves as the second winners of the evening. Importantly, near the top end of that leaderboard.
They deny the back-to-back, and that is massive for BBL. That's a bit of a heartbreak for Exalt coming out of their compound. But I want to touch on Thenalos there, Chunks. He's been massive for BBL that game. Remember him being stuck between the containers? There's a player flanking him with a Groza, and he wins that out. He gets 4 kills as the IGL for BBL. When they get into their fights, when they get to play their games, they look fantastic. I want to see more of that. And, oh man, they reward themselves for the win.
Yeah, I think BBL were a really impressive team that game because they found that balance between, okay, we got aggressive early on, got opposition, just held on to it, waited, and then shrugged. Let's see what the analysts think, though, because there is a lot to break down in that match.
Yes, there is. Thank you very much. What a win for BBL, coming from those fields and kind of sneaking on in there, blasting towards this compound and being able to secure it against Exalt. Froz and Saga joining me. Saga, by all stretches here, BBL have a great finish to be able to push themselves up in the points.
It's what we've been hoping to see from them. This time, like we saw it a little bit in the group stages where they had games where they weren't going for crazy blind sends because they got good positioning in phase 1. This time coming from Gatka and Chopsticks area, not getting baited into any of the digital athletics fist fights for West military alt drop positions, and they actually played their side of the zone very well. Like, I don't know how many times we have to mention about teams being so proficient at holding their edge, and the way that they made their entrance into the zone that shifted towards the field, where they sent Thunderlost in alone. The rest of the team held the compound, so the likes of Bystanders and Heroic were forced to make moves where it put them in utility range of teams like Sheesh, where they were just forced to take peek and utility grenade battles, didn't really have much else to contribute for the rest of the game, while Bystanders were just sitting pretty with hundreds of meters of space to work with.
And already for Froz, we're seeing a problem form for the rest of the lobby because Exalt just got another banger of a game, so now they're at 41 points after 2 games, which is a concern, I think.
That is definitely going to be a concern for the other teams right now, especially like that's basically going to be one spot taken. If they can just, have decent games from here on, it's not going to be any problem for them to keep that #1 spot. Because if you would look down, I mean, BBL with 19 points, they're probably going to be like 2nd or 3rd place with that. So it would be like double the points already. And only 4 more games to go. And you still have a few teams, of course, that we've been talking about, a few teams that we've been mentioning that hasn't performed to the level that we expect them to do yet. And the big question is, when are they going to wake up? When are they going to be joining this lobby? When are they going to stop playing the game here? Because there's only 4 more games to go, and there's no more time, no more games you can throw away here.
I see all the names rocking up here. T-Bone did a 450 splash into what looked like a little bit of a car fort, which was awesome to watch. But beyond that, Exalt just as a whole absolutely pumping out the damage from the compound that they had here. Saga, which admittedly they had the circle for a lot of this, but once you've got that compound, it's like a fortress that you're just holding off anybody approaching. But even approaches are difficult on that compound as in general.
there's just so much space that's just empty, that's just open,
Yeah.
that if anyone tries to make a move through it, you saw it with what GDE was trying to do. They were looking for an avenue to maybe make some sort of play, but everywhere they went, they were getting peppered from all angles, and they were forced to eventually turn back around. And everyone in the field sort of wiped one another out. There was a little bit of jostling for the hilltop to the south as well between a couple of the MEA teams, and DA came out looking the best of that, but they weren't able to make any sort of aggressive moves into the compound either. So it all ended up with Exalt holding down the compound, but BBL had all of the field by the end of the game. The only real contest was the remnants of a bystanders that have just been under pressure the entire game.
Surprises me actually as we take a look at Fenderloss, who was able to rack up plenty of damage and kills for his team, that Exalt allowed BBL to move through the field quite the way they did. I thought maybe when because I've watched back the kind of map here, Froz. I thought when BBL moved, maybe Exalt was distracted, but by the time they make the move, Exalt's kind of cleared up a lot of the threats, apart from Flammy, of course, who's on the edge. So I'm kind of surprised that they were able to even get up there.
There was a lot of going on when Flam was trying to get to the compound there. But one thing that is super important, like when you're holding down someone that is in a field like that, what you want to do is pop all the tires, because that's going to cripple them and they can't get into the compound as quick as Flammy did from bystanders, as quick as BBL did when they did the breach towards the end there. And that's also so important for you if you're going to be playing the field, that you try to cover the vehicle wheels. And of course, it's going to be hard when you're out in the field like that. And the best way to do that, we saw a few teams do it, it's if you don't have any hard cover, try to park them close to bushes where it's going to be kind of semi-hidden, or try to park them one car in the front and have the other ones behind. So only the cars on the front get the tires popped and the ones in the back are still usable. There's so many strategies to it, but yeah. Overall, like, it's so important. Like, without the vehicles, bystanders would never have gotten there. BBL would never have gotten to the compound either.
All right, well, break time. And when we return, one more Erangel, and then we're on the way to Miramar. Only 4 games remain, and Exalt has put themselves in an amazing spot already. We'll see you in a sec. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PCS7 Europe. This is the last chance qualifier, and we're speeding through things just like you would be speeding through Erangel, Miramar, or anywhere you want to go if you got your hands on the sleek, voluptuous V8 engine of the McLaren GT. I've got it as well, not in real life, I wish I did. 612 horsepower, you want to be able to get yourself that in-game, and it's available right now. Me and Froz have got it. Saga, I can't remember if you've got it yet.
But
No?
wait, if you have it, does that mean
rub it in.
that 600, what did you say, 612 horsepower?
612 horsepower, man.
So 612 pony powers, would that be a global army?
That would, I guess so. You're mixing a lot of teams
Cavalry,
into one
damn.
here. I'm very concerned. But actually, speaking of pink ponies, now that you mention it here so far, Saga, this is a team that we've been kind of we've had our eyes on. They've been in our peripheral vision. There's been no blinkers on this pony. Let's put it that way. We saw them get some good points on the board, but so far not quite hit the mark for them in these 2 games.
We have been eyeballing good old Hakatori the entire time, as well as the rest. We've even had communications from their team speak as well. We've heard what they're like when they're on point, taking committed fights against Entropic in previous days. But today they just seemed to hold back a little bit, and it was a similar situation to DA. They didn't fully commit to the bridge camp. They got away with just a single kill point. Could have potentially had more had they fully committed. Pink Pony early on in the game had Lucarux dead to rights. He spun out the buggy, they popped the tire, the rest of the team was nowhere to be found. But Pink Pony didn't force the issue. They decided to fall back and disappear up the hilltop towards where Team Elite were actually holding onto, and it cost them half their team. Granted, Team Elite was the team that got 4th and 5th partied in the end of it and was eliminated, and Pink Pony did go on to get 4 placement points at the very least in a top 4 position holding onto the shack. But it's just that sort of lack of commitment that maybe is a bit of a confidence issue. Maybe it's just the pressure of knowing that this is the last chance to qualify that's getting to some of those slightly lesser experienced teams. But I've got to respect the full send from GDE as well, just to crash straight through the shack and wipe out both Entropic as well when they were lurking in there. That's the level of commitment we need from today.
I was loving that. I very rarely get to see that nowadays as well. It's as if everyone's like, yeah, it's a shack. No, actually, those are very, very destructible and really fun to crash through. But yeah, for Pink Pony, I mean, for us as well, I suppose we saw them almost get 60 points in that first day of theirs on the elimination stage. So we know that they're capable. Just it really hasn't converted. I mean, quite a few teams haven't had much of a conversion just yet in these first 2 games.
Just look at the leaderboard, right? It is so even between all of the teams. If you would remove Team Exalt, I would say, yeah, it's a pretty normal leaderboard after 2 games. But Exalt right now taking that first spot, so far ahead of all the other teams. But there's still, of course, so many more games here to play. And I want to see less hesitation when it comes to the teams, because that's what we're seeing from almost all of the teams right now. They hesitant on what to do, when to do it, and they're playing super passive. They're not going like they normally do, and this comes with the pressure and then not being too experienced, right? You're not knowing your enemies as well. Look what happened when we saw Saverm and Bystanders crashing into each other while rotating. Why would you even do that? That is just screwing up the game for both of you guys, and you don't want to see that kind of stuff happen. But that's the kind of stuff that will happen in a lobby like this compared to the finals, and that's the kind of things that you can't really predict, but you kind of need to predict in a way as well. It's super hard for him to try to come up with what to do. So hopefully we'll see a little bit more change to this, more determination from the teams coming into Game 3 here.
I feel like at the end of the day, if we see another circle go Exalt's way, I think they're through. It's going to be difficult to knock them off their perch. But anyway, let's get speeding towards Erangel once again, just like you would in a McLaren GT, that 4-litre twin turbocharged V8 engine. Oh, Kovo, Chunks, take it away.
I'll take it away, but I'll be a little bit disappointed that we don't have Kalaris here doing the sponsor shoutouts during the game. It's hard to keep up with that man. It's hard to compare yourself. That man says words about cars that I don't even know what they mean, and feels rough to try and do the same job as him. But luckily, we have a bit of a different job, don't we, Chunks? And we have a little bit of a different plane as well to start us off for the last Erangel of the day.
I'll be honest, man, I started getting confused when there were horses involved. I don't know, I'm lost. Anyway, look, game number 3 of the day, and importantly, the final match of Erangel, and the final chance for these teams to really prove that they know this map, that this is a place where they can thrive, and it's not going to be easy to do exactly that. Circle starts just a couple minutes and we'll figure out where we're going to end up going. Doesn't appear to be too many, I should say, teams contesting. A little bit cautious about Team Elite around Pink Venom. That is not something that is likely to go well, especially considering how sporadic the compounds are. But it looks like Bad Boy's got a vehicle, and well, they got the circle to go with it.
Another Northern Circle, another invitation for the bystanders to put themselves in a good spot. We've seen them do well every now and then, but we've also seen them falter in the last Yasnaya Circle. This is not looking good for KT. Getting pulled up on. He's got a micro Uzi, so it's not the worst thing in the world. He's swinging out, but it's the wrong player. Cobra cleans that up. easy as ever. They got to get out of Woxie's line of sight, but that is Pink Venom losing a first player incredibly early in the game, and it's a very welcomed point for a Team Elite that so far has been banking on their kill points only.
I mean, look, some teams just don't manage to find the placement, and I think that teams like Team Elite are able to find those placements if they get the high kill games. I think the problem is that that isn't really working now we've got to this stage. There's a reason that they haven't been able to make it into the top 6, and, you know, looking back at yesterday, they also weren't able to place quite as well as they would have hoped. I think that, however, Team Elite are getting some really valuable experience here, and if they aren't able to make it through to the next round in those top 2 spots, I think they have a lot of positives to learn on, and also a lot of just information about how they can improve. Hopefully, looking back at the VOD, seeing how other teams rotate around them, and being able to do that research will be the step up they need, because we keep speaking about them, Kovo, and that's because there is so much promise for that squad.
I think you make a really good point about a lot of teams in this. I think if you're coming in and you've got to put yourself amongst the top 16 in Europe and MEA, that is a tough task. And that is something that a lot of teams can't realistically calculate on being able to do on a good day, sure. And if you string 2 good days together, you have a chance. But a lot of these teams will have come in with expectations. But if you're being fully realistic at the end, we've got to send more than 24 teams home. So it's not all that easy. And it's more of a possibility to learn a ton about how you play in these lobbies, what you can get away with, what you need to be ready for, and B, also get some exposure for yourself. Show some teams that you've got what it takes. Show some of that individual skill and that teamwork to make sure that people are aware of who you are, and maybe your team falls apart after PCS7. That's not something unheard of, especially with how long the break is. If you don't make PGC, we'll see some of these rosters reshuffle, and showing yourself in the best light, showing yourself competitive even on the last day of the last chance qualifier, is something that is of massive value to all of these players. And something that we haven't touched on at all is there is also prize pool for the last chance qualifier. Every spot that you climb on the leaderboard is a few $100s, which goes a long way when you're maybe not a full-time PUBG professional yet.
And look, if you're coming into PCS, you're trying to get that experience, and that is part of the reason that you've reached this level, then brilliant. You also get $1,000 to take home minimum just by reaching this stage. Obviously, that will be split amongst the team, so it will be a little bit lower per player, but still, being able to get a little bit of cash and just get that confidence and realize that, you know, you are up there, you're so close to making that jump and maybe being a pro one day soon, but right now it's just not happening. So hopefully those teams will get that confidence boost, and it will give them that determination to keep going on, because at the end of the day, look, it's a journey. It's a hard step to take to get all the way up to the grand final and consistently find success there.
Yeah, and I think that's nice vehicle moves from GDE. That's something we talk about, and I think it's true for a lot of these teams, but there's also other teams that have way more on the line. Teams that are playing full-time, teams that are on a big org, a BBL, a Heroic, that really have a ton to lose here. And, well, if an Heroic doesn't make Worlds, they were second place on the last PGC. Now they're struggling to make it into PCS7. And if they don't make PCS7, they're not going to PGC. They have basically a 0-point chance of staying in those ranks. So tons to lose on the other side of things, where we talk about the smaller teams and how they can basically only win. A team like Heroic is under a lot of pressure, and so far, not looking like they're living up to it.
Cobra trying to spot some of those rotations. Looks like Expendables want to group up on that compound. Gargi will be the first to fall, but on the other side of things, Heroic able to find a knock of their own. One player from each team, I should say, down to extremely low HP as knocks start to come through. Bad Boy's able to find one. Expendables trying to get the heals off, and ultimately the revives when the time comes. Cobra finds their headshot, takes down one. It's all left to double as the solo working his way up into the top floor. Frag grenade in hand. Bad Boy's close on the other side. A couple of shots connected probably would have been enough to do it, but no, Bad Boy has the shotgun and he's closing the distance distance, waiting for his teammate to try and get in, but ultimately Nex is the one to prevent that from happening. Cobra is down and out, and it's only Bad Boy versus Double in a 1 versus 1. Neither team wanted this. Expendables fairly low down, and Team Elite looking to finally get in those placement points, neither of which are looking too likely right now.
Not looking all that good. Double gets the flashbang out. He wants to at least try and make a play. PV get a little bit of a revenge. Now that flashbang is going to come into the room, and Double runs right into it. The shotgun's going to charge him down. He should have no chance, but even blind, he turns it around. Oh, that is beautiful from Double. I'm not sure if he'll be able to get that res. There's a solid chance, unless Pink Venom just fully fly on in. But at least gets the 3 kill points confirmed, and there is the crash. There's not going to be a res anytime soon. Kasu's got to be careful to not expose himself too much through that window. They are looking to take a 3v1. I'm not gonna rule Double out here though. The man's an absolute menace, especially when he's alone, when he gets to sneak around, when he gets to pull off his own little plays, but that Molotov is going to close it out almost immediately. He's down to 7 HP. 17 is what he's got to work with, and they know exactly where he is. He can't really move out of it. It's going to be tough times.
We mentioned just how strong of a player is. Being able to find the headshot onto that vehicle at the last possible second, certainly impressive. Double though, that's going to be the end of him. Spends a little bit too much time inside of the Molotov trying to get his hands on a shotgun, and ultimately that will be to his detriment. Expendables out in 12th. Team Elite also in... Sorry, Expendables now placed in 12th, and in a position where plenty of squads could start to overtake. Look at that squad right below him. It's Entropic, a squad that are just so desperate to start making a move because it's expected of them. It's what we would ultimately expect to see. We wouldn't want to ever see them in this position where they're in a last chance qualifier, but ultimately that's the point that we're at right now for so many of these teams.
It's wild. I think, yeah, no one would have expected it, as we see a bit of a rotation coming out of Pink Pony. Rotation is a good talking point, as you can spline some of your rotations with the McLaren. I'm once again not going to try to get close to what Calaras is able to pull off in these segments, but it is a damn nice skin, and it is damn nice to have it in the lobby in game in the customized tab, as you can get it with the season pass as well. You don't have to spend all the big bucks getting the season pass. Play PUBG, do the missions, you can get yourself a McLaren skin in game.
Certainly can. I know that I'm going to be grinding as soon as we are finished tonight because I want to get a better McLaren than everybody else on the desk. I'll be completely honest. I need that thing to be better than everyone else's. I just need the bragging rights.
Oof. That's well, it's an interesting goal to set for yourself. I think there's people willing to invest quite a bunch of money. So if you wanna get it through grinding, certainly have a chance, but you'll have to put the hours in. Circle about to pop. Phase 2 has a lot of impact on a circle like this with water in the middle. But hey, we're going for a bit of a repeat chunks. We're going north, and a lot of the teams are jumping in their cars right now. There's not a whole lot of players that are on foot in this server right now. 54 alive, about 50 of them are in vehicles. And Fairest, well, he was, but there's Daz, and he's got something to say about this.
So there's a big factor that was in that previous circle when we ended up here that is no longer there, and that's the fact that Team Elite were holding the trenches and punished a lot of teams from being able to push on. Now, we speak a lot, and we have done over the past few days, about how teams often kind of counter-strat each other to try and avoid things happening. I'd maybe expect that position to be free now. GDE, though, they know that this is not free, but the kill certainly is. Artix goes down, and Molodok forces them to pay in the end. WAF will be getting knocked out of the vehicle as Exalt tried to go for a bit of a reposition to salvage some points. It isn't looking too promising as Molodok needs to get the reload. He's still got a nade. He has a good read on where those players are, but if he gets shot apart, he's going to need to go for the reposition. Fate is there, though. Shuts it down with the bolt, and GDE in some real trouble, considering that Exalt really weren't poised to take this fight.
Oh, the angle from Fate is good. The cover fire from Killsteal, I think they thought he was able to cover all the angles. That's why they didn't even bother smoking. But in the end, they get punished for it. They spend a little bit too much time. The longer you wait, the more smokes you get out, and the more you try to fall back from any throwables, the more time you give other teams as well to just third-party use. So they take a bit of a gamble here. They take the risk, and it doesn't pay off at all. Exalt looking to put 2 points on the board. But 2 players down for Exalt is a good bit of news for everyone else in the lobby. 42 points right now is pretty insane. And there's the player finally going down. Car blowing up. Exalt is going to be on another move. They're going to be trying to go for something greedy here, most likely as a 2-man. But once again, down to half their numbers is good for everyone else in this server.
Certainly is. It frees up a lot of space up at the top, and BBL are maybe going to be looking in the kill feed and thinking, how can we make the most out of this? I mentioned the trench position, by the way, and I think one of the first teams who tried to crash Team Elite were in fact BBL, and they've gone for exactly the same position. They saw the success that it had and getting themselves set up in that nice and early. I am a little bit worried though, because look at teams like DA, Project, Underdog, still miles away. But at the same time, with how messy things got as the zone was closing, it might be a smart strategy to move your way in at the end. And then hopefully by the time you make it to a compound, the fights have already finished.
That's a strategy that we'll come back to at the end of the day. We have a top 2 qualifying. And we have a prize pool, and there's tons of reasons for everyone to play as well as they can, but there will be some desperate teams that need massive games towards the end of the day, and that will go for fights early. And then the strategy of laying back a little bit, playing it extremely safe, coming into zone late, and trying to just pick whatever pieces are left up is something that can work out massively. And we saw that even with the Wu, who were able to qualify that way in the group stages. EB said it on stream as well. We said we knew last game was going to go wild. We just made sure to not get caught in the wildness and not get punished by some crazy fights, abuse what's free on the map, and put ourselves in a good position. This is something that can massively work out. If you're able to do it consistently, you'll obviously have a good time, but doing it in the later stages of a tournament, in a tournament that is as rough as this as well, with top 2 only going through, is so much more doable.
So, this circle, very tricky to deal with now, but the fact that this water is in it and it is taking out a good chunk of the zone is going to give teams a little bit of predictability. Obviously, Phase 4, for anyone who maybe hasn't watched too much PUBG, in the esports mode is when we try and shift out as much unplayable terrain as possible, including water and cliffs. I know a lot of people are going to be rolling their eyes at hearing me say that again, but for the new people, that's probably important to know. So we are likely going to see a shift up to the north when Phase 4 does pop in a couple of minutes.
And who's at the north? Well, partly it's Entropic, partly it's BBL, teams that we have a lot of eyes on. But I think if Entropic can't get it going this game, I'm going to start having to wash off that Entropic face paint I've got on, that Entropic bias that's been in my casting for the last few days. This is one of the positions that we always see them thrive, and the last few times we've seen them in those positions, they've fallen apart. So that's something that I'm going to be interested to see what they can do this game. We'll see more and more teams shift into the north now as well. All the teams that were wrapping edge, teams like DA, you spoke about them, they have the chance because they come in so late. They're not stuck in between multiple teams. They're on the edge. They can wrap around the edge, and they can come in on the most favorable side of the zone. Now, they decide to come in close to Heroic, which means that Heroic has to just give up their bluff a little bit. It's been called, and just pull away from that edge, make sure they consolidate a little bit more, be a little bit more conservative, and hold the ground that they already have.
Yanni looking up that hill for RFI as they hear the rotation come through. It's going to be Grendis really playing point on this one. Bibin has moved over the top, but actively jumping above so that Grendis can't get an angle from underneath is a very smart play to be making. He hops into the car. The angle is a little bit too tight, though, to find the headshot that he really wanted. Just waits as the rotations come through from Sheesh. Now is their time to try and strike, but it's Daz who jumps first, taking down Yanni and leaving Sheesh as a 3-man. Dedrick's immediately on the res, but Bibin's moving round and Kova's hanging out round the back.
Instantly engaging on a good call from RFI. Now they gotta force it though, but this is a split approach. It's one guy proning, it's the other one trying to go for the fight, and yes, the nade will do it, but there's another drive-by already from Sheesh. Marble card in the open, and oh, with a little bit of help from Subila, they make it work just barely. Get the smoke out, get the first aids up, and try and get that res before Pink Pony starts punishing. It's a good start for RFI. It's Sheesh slowing down. We said they were a potential candidate to kick it off, but it's another bit of that inconsistency. They take a good fight here, Chunks. You can't blame them for it. But this time, RFI comes out on top.
Now we wait for that phase 4 pop. I think most teams have an idea of how it's going to go, and we spoke about a lot of squads like DA who took that late rotation. They haven't really stopped. Now this kind of works perfectly because they're going to be one of the first teams to make a move. I think they realize from the information they've got, though, it's not really feasible to send it in the same way that Heroic are doing. So it looks like they're just going to wait and come in with the zone when it starts to make a move. Heroic, though, they will have found themselves a decent little ridge to work with. As, oh, this is the third party that came out from Zabila. That is so impressive. Onto a moving vehicle with a 3x finding the headshot.
That's a 3x SLR on a driving vehicle. That is pretty mad. I mean, we've seen it time and time again. These Pink Pony guys, they can absolutely pop off. It's just they haven't found their consistency. And I touched on it very briefly earlier. Hakatori got 20 kills one day and 2 kills the other day. It does not get more inconsistent than that. And it's absolutely crazy to get 20 kills in 3 games as well. Don't get me wrong. But if they find consistency, if they can pull their sort of aggressive playstyle through for the rest of the games, they're a big candidate. So far, not been able to do just that. We see Kill still picking up a Groza. I'm more interested in this. I'm more interested in this knock because Heroic have sent T-Bone to the same shack again, and that's not an easy res, and it's just gotten a whole lot harder with Flamey chiming on in from the east.
Daz trying to make a move, but it's Heroic who are really in trouble. Corexi will be getting picked back up as Paige tries to cover. Room for improvement, trying to improve their scoreline, taking a fight up against Pink Pony, but we know how dangerous players on this squad can be. The smokes are there to start making a run, but Rinalock is just going to be watching from the shack, waiting for any movement in between those smokes. Another one is going to bloom, though, which denies a little bit of info. And, well, DA looking to deny Heroic anything that they can. They push straight in. Schiller has pulled up. The smokes are there, and now they get the read as Schiller trades out Corexi after the initial knock. Page is all the way up the hill, trying his best to give fire support, but honestly, DA, they've taken this position relatively easily, and I don't think there's much chance of Heroic getting it back now.
No, it isn't. It feels like the game's just been stopped in its tracks before it could even take off. RFI have to take another fight versus Pink Pony. That's a nade coming into the smoke. Daz got to get a first aid off. It's tough times, but it's a really possible fight for them to take unless Stardust can get involved. Is a lot of possibilities. That's a good nade onto Daz as well. That's another bit of damage on the knock and on the rezzing player. Oh, look at Kova. No, he steps on the nade as well. Rhinalock is doing so much work with the util right now. That's another banger. Just like that. 3 throwables, 3 players, and bye-bye RFI. Pink Pony hold on to their edge. DA lose another member, though, and that's good news for Heroic.
Man, sometimes I wish we could hear the player comms whenever we saw the cams, but then I remembered it's a PG stream, and after that kind of way of going out, it's not the reaction I think would be appropriate, as that is a frustrating way to go. Equally so for GDE, as the red zone just comes out from Stardust, really showing how powerful the util usage is as long as it's used correctly. Molodok does go down, 2 bystanders as Herc finds the opening. Keanu there for the fire support, doesn't spot out the Entropic members. Maybe that barrel flashing will give it away, but no, Entropic coordinate their shots. Nailup finds the knock. Fate, the solo from Exalt, really happy that this is happening, but with phase 5 potentially preparing to make a move in, he pops that first aid, and he's not going to have much chance to pop anymore unless he gets into that zone quick.
Gotta get in quick, and if you watch the kill feed, you saw a big knock there from Beamy as well. He knocks down Naleb, who was the one that caught Keanu. That buys the bystanders a little bit more time to try and deal with this fight. On the southern side, we have Stardust trying to deal with Pink Pony. Once again, it's the util that has to do it. The guns don't find the angles just yet. This eastern side is completely messy. Look at the bottom right. You've got Fade still creeping on in from the blue. You've got Entropic taking knocks, and you've got the bystanders taking a lot of fire from range. Naleb again is going to confirm Keanu, but there's nades coming on into Kube. That's a lot of damage. 2 good nades, down to 30 HP. Herc's got another one, but Fate might just spoil the party for the bystanders. The solo from the blue is creeping on in. Does he get another first hit off? He doesn't even try to. Oh, he's timing that so close, but no one's looking at him. Everyone's way too focused on each other.
In the end, though, it's Entropic who spot that and will be able to eliminate him. Flamey looking to try and maybe shoot any of those players that overextended, but no, they send it down the hill instead. Herc actually falls to Pink Venom. Sarvum, though, they prep a nade, and Tropic players are low, and they'll ultimately find a knock. Eva's still going to be up as more Molotovs come through. A little bit short. The nade's a whole lot closer. Baron Peak tries to shoot out the tires. One to the body should finish off QB, and that is in Tropic yet again. Not making it into the placement points. Very unfortunate, as they've got 3 games to pull off a miracle, Kovo.
They do, and on their eastern side, the Bystanders get saved once again by a bit of third party coming on in. Heroic now trying to deal with Project Underdog. 2 players knocked. T-Bone traded, though. Remember, Heroic are not 4 up either, so a knock is pretty big break on the Heroic train. Page now, he's trying to make it work by himself. He's got a player proning right next to him, though. He has no clue. The Groza is not the one for Pink Pony. It's the barrel. But oh, man. That is Page down. That is big troubles for Heroic. And it's just been third party over third party, Chunks. It's just everyone getting into it. Look at BBL on the minimap.
They are looking to punish this one as the nades come through. Heroic are backing off, but they've heard these vehicles. And Code Marco, he smells blood in the water, more than happy to pounce as Beamy falls. Ketper also opens up some shots, but BBL being careful not to get too messy here. They need to realize that there is still a Heroic player, and until that player is dealt with, they can't commit onto any of the other fights. Heroic, T-Bone takes down Code Marco. Smash hits the deck, goes for the heal. Spray's gonna come through the smoke as Denderlost just about able to survive. And it's all thanks to Stardust with the third party. Ketper falls as now 2 players stand from BBL. Flashes, nades coming through, but they're just not far enough.
And surely Stardust sweep this. Surely they notice the weakness. It's Smash is the only one that's active. The others are trying to get first aids off. They're trying to res Sarvum on the other side. They're trying to clear their side as well. It's the last stand for Smash right now, but he has no clue about where Baron Peak is coming from. And if he finds an angle, if he opens things up, it's going to be goal time. Not only for Starvum Esports, also for Stardust from the top. It's tough work here for BBL. They're just getting pinched. And there's the Groza I mentioned earlier. Nailpop lets it ring. 2 players knocked just like that. The game has fallen apart for BBL. It's 2 teams that crunch on in. They tried a third party, but they're getting 4th and 5th partied here, Chunks. And that is one of our big candidates for that top 2 getting knocked out. That's open doors for Stardust and Sarvum.
That really comes down to T-Bone just being disciplined, waiting inside the smoke, and ultimately not getting naded. He caused such a problem for BBL there. Very impressive to see that work out, even though BBL ultimately make it way further into the fight than he was able to. Stardust will start to push their way around and trying to commit to Sarvum, but I think if they push over here, realize that it is a very open ridge, that's kind of going to change. Global Army takes down Flamey as Hjor immediately there for the revive, but he might regret it if the util lands. The nade's a little bit far, but I'll tell you what, mollies don't bounce. And well, if it was identical, Bystanders would have pretty much been finished.
The good news for the Bystanders, I think part of the reason that they stick that res instantly is they saw Sarvum completely bombard Entropic when Entropic pulled up. So they have a good idea, okay, these players, they should not have full utility belts, and they shouldn't even be 4-man here because they were just third-partying BBL. Now, remember Voldemort, he was still close. He's taking the fight all by his lonesome. He's 1v3 right now. He's getting the flashbang out. He's got to be careful about the high ground angle. The flash is perfect, but he flashes himself as well. He's trying to delay for more backup. He only has a tree to work with. Swings around the side, finds good shots, but there's the Groza that turns it back. And just like that, Sarvum, from looking like a potential winner of this game, are down to 2 players, pinched on both sides. Yort comes in the back as well, and oh, it's bad news bears the MEA squad.
Sarvum now with only 1 player. It doesn't look like he's going to be lasting too much longer at this rate. The amount of shots that are coming through from all angles. Bystanders, though, have been slowed down while they go for that revive, which leaves Baron Peak holding on his own at this rock. Pink Venom continue to punish as they find even more damage onto Flamey. He is so low. I really don't know how he's been able to make it in this far, but look, Bystanders in the top 4. They've got placement points on the board. Now it's time to just work off of that. Stardust push their way in, but Baron peeks out and finds a 2K. He is making it last for Sarvum right now, doing everything to remain in it, and honestly, it's worked out so well. Still 2 more to go, though. It's not going to be simple as he tries to go for the repeat. The barrel's there, but he's down to 7 HP and only 7 bullets to work with. The player swings out right, and no, the flashbang just a little late. Really impressive, though, from Baron Peak. But Stardust, they've turned things around from what we saw yesterday. 10 plus kills already on the board. That's more points this game potentially than bystanders have been able to get all evening.
You could feel the pressure there. Just watching the peaks around the rock, watching the util come in. He gets taken out low by the Grozas. Not a whole lot for him to do, but a nice try at that. Now 4v3, Pink Venom versus Stardust. Pink Venom's been sitting pretty in the compound. They finally dealt with Flamey. Would have maybe wished to do that a little bit earlier. They could be set up nice and wide already. But for now, it is Stardust getting the reses back up, getting their heals back up, and still a good ridge to play with. Still a lot of low ground they can use to wrap left and right and make it very tricky for Pink Venom to move out early. Kazu has to be extremely careful not to get caught off guard, especially when the next zone shift in, because this is fairly easy for him. Walk out of the compound, anchor on the edge of the play zone, you're hard to push. Next circle comes in, you got to make a run through the open, and then things get really tricky.
And I think the key for Kazu here, and this might sound very basic, is just don't die. As long as you are there being that thorn in the side, it's going to make it so difficult for Stardust to make anything out of it. So as long as he remains there, just is that threat that Stardust knows maybe about but hasn't necessarily revealed themselves, it will force Stardust to play a little bit more passive. The problem will come, however, when that engagement does kick off and Pink Venom are forced to move like they are now. Stardust can potentially hold out, so Kazu has to be that entry fragger as the team push up, and there is going to be a lot of pressure on the shoulders.
It's tough now. For now, in this very moment, it's pretty tough for Stardust to peek over this ridge still. As soon as the circle starts moving, it gets easier and easier. More mobilities get pushed out, more and more off angles get eliminated, and the ground that Stardust have is barely touched. Nelpop, he can just stay prone for the rest of this game, or at least for the rest of this circle, just creep further towards the play zone and make sure no one comes over his ridge, and then his job is done. Pink Venom, they need to get some knocks, they need to get some openings, and they need to make a play off of it. If not, they'll find themselves in a position where, hey, we have to drive by someone from Stardust and hope for the best, because they are split across this ridge and they're not letting us do anything out of our compound. Roxy's making the play by his lonesome, but that's going to draw a whole lot of util from a whole lot of Stardust players, and there's the person he hits.
All he has to do here is just try and keep spamming those meds. That will allow the rest of the team the opportunity to close up without being pressured, but unfortunately, the shots do land. Now is the opportunity for Kazu to pick up, and guess what? The whole of Stardust now have to switch their position, which then opens things up for the other Pink Venom player to move in. Unfortunately, though, they're just too fast on the response. There's 14 kills already on the board, and it's going to be a hell of a lot more to wrap it up. 17 kills and a chicken dinner. Stardust, man, what is going on? How can you be this unpredictable? It feels like yesterday everything was not going their way, but they just popped off again out of nowhere.
Fantastic game from them. They took the right fights at the right time. Remember them sitting on that southern edge on the lakeside, just third partying the right teams at the right time, just cleaning around the edge of the circle. And that late game was beautiful as well. I think they single out the player. They land some beautiful shots. I think Nailpop with the 3x Groza there. I don't know how many kills he ended up with, but massive impact for him, and a fantastic game from Stardust.
So before we go to the desk, I have a question for them. Are these kind of sporadic high kill games going to be enough to qualify, or is it going to come down to the consistency? Maybe someone on the desk can answer that for us, because I have no idea.
Well, right now it's looking like it's those big kill games, because that is looking insane for Stardust. Look at what they're able to put up here with this game. And it for me, it comes totally out of the blue. I didn't expect them to be able to put up this big game here for this. Saga, Froz joining me for everything breakdown as we continue. Saga, this is huge for Stardust to put themselves almost on the same level here now as Exalt.
Yeah, extremely close. We said, the momentum that they picked up at the end of the Group B versus C stage could certainly help them out. And, well, the results speak for themselves. 17 kills. They had a bit of an attempt to redo a circle that actually went pretty well for them in game number 1 as well. They managed to pick themselves up a top 3 placement, had a decent number of kills, but this blows that out of the water. This is like Exalt level of dominance from game number 1 in the similar zone, but 17 kills on the board. It's just the fact that these players have been in this position before. We've seen Metabay, Apocalypse, they've been at this level of competition before where they're sort of pushing into the top level in the European scene, and that's really helping them out to stay composed and allow them to have this sort of miraculous looking comeback.
Yeah, massive victory for them, especially off the back of having a 3rd place with 8 kills in the first game as well here, Froz. So this, I mean, it's going to be filling them full of gusto, I suppose, going into the next games, considering how much they were able to convert here.
Yeah, and just to try to touch the point a little bit that Chunks was asking about, yes, these will matter because this is probably going to be half the amount of the points that these teams are going to be getting throughout the whole day. So yeah, these big wins are definitely going to matter. But it's funny to me, right? Looking at the teams and how they were playing this game out, you would expect a lot of the teams playing kind of the same areas that we saw them doing in the first game, considering it's kind of the same circle once again. But that wasn't really the case. I think one of the few teams who actually kind of played the same area again was Heroic. And it wasn't a good spot they were playing in either, let's be honest. They were going back to that little valley. It didn't work out. They backed off. Tebow went back to the shack where he actually got taken out in the first game. But yeah, that's kind of what you're expecting, the teams to be a little bit more consistent. But that's also why a lot of the teams are having a hard time reading what the other teams are going to be doing. It's so random what they're going to be doing. It's not going to be the same things. And you're not going to know what your opponents are going to be up to. So you got to adapt on the fly, and that's something a lot of teams are struggling with right now.
Poor Tebow. I feel like we see him here so many times, but Heroic's just not being able to get the points off the back of it, even though he keeps popping up in some of these moments towards the very end of the games. But Stardust here, Saga, I mean, what we saw from them, it's not like even they caught circles. It's not even like they had a position that was the most beneficial position in the entire circle. They started playing near Yaz Pond and were just sweeping from team to team to team, taking great fights.
Utility was a huge part of it as well. The grenades were on point around the Yaz Pond, and when they made those pushes up towards the later stages of the game there as well, it made a huge difference. And obviously the Groza was a big part as well for Nelkov. He absolutely shredded a couple of players towards the late stage of the game. Really put a stop to what could have been a huge 1v4 hold from Baron Peak, taking 2 of the Stardust players down, but it wasn't quite enough when all said and done. But it really is a huge performance again from Stardust that puts a very unlikely duo currently towards the top end of the standings with themselves and Exalt.
And one thing I really like what they did was so that we saw them, of course, rotating along the pond there, going up to the top of the hill there by the shack. And during this time, they were looking towards the back the whole time. They were covering towards the pond there. They knew that was free, so they could always backtrack back to it. And knowing it is free, we can play from there. And that's exactly what they did. And that's so important, right? They could have crashed into the junkyard instead or something like that. But they cared to play. They played a little bit more careful, made sure that they had their back clear. And once again, we saw them clearing their backs, like Saga was mentioning in the last segment. And we saw them doing this, like flexing around 3-1 splits and stuff like that. And this is great play from them. Time after time, we're seeing them doing the right decisions. I hope they can keep that up when it comes to the Miramar games as well.
Yeah, it's going to be important. It definitely is, as they've already set themselves up for success here, basically, in the first 3 games. But now, time for a break. When we return, we shift focus. We're heading to the desert. We'll see you in a few for more PCS7.
Sometimes on the battleground, everything doesn't go as planned. Let's take a look at some of those moments here. And this is Project Underdog on the way out of Impala and into the elimination stage here, Toby.
Yep, we see Strict and Remington up on the hillside. Seems like they're gonna go try and see if they can get a gatekeep in. Anonym forward. Oh no, that's a tire pop.
It's sliding. Oh. It's sliding into the wall. Few smokes.
Need pickup. Need pickup. They'll be alright.
Yeah, that's fine. The smokes good on. No!
Oh no. No. Sabam Esports rotating out of Picardo. Pretty straightforward.
Yeah, plenty of cars ready to go. Early rotation as well.
Voldemort up towards, I suppose, picking up Global Army.
No.
No.
That's not the way you want to lose your first knock.
Mert going for a vehicle. Oh, joined by Fake. 2 in a car. This is gonna go bad for one of them.
Well, hello there.
Welcome to my taxi.
Oh, he jumps out.
Oh, should have done
okay.
that earlier.
Yeah.
And that's G. Oh wait, maybe not GG. Is the saving
protect
coming
him.
in?
Get him.
Unfortunately, you cannot carry your teammate into the car. Go away, Mert.
Protect him. Protect him. Get off my teammate.
Get away from my teammate. Don't go out of the car. No, go back in. And lost the owners. Teams dropping on in. Oh, 2 players on the roof. Who's gonna get the gun?
Well, I took the ammo. Now he's got a gun. Reload fast. Oh, he's got the pistol and he got him. Oh, it's just unfortunate. Hot drop there in the top of the fire. Oh, Punisher from the distance with a mini iron sight.
That is so far away too.
Oh my god, that's a fantastic clip.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's the PCS7 Europe here, and it's the last chance qualifier. We only have 3 games remaining to figure everything out. Saga and Froz joining me. Everybody in the backstage having a good time, having a giggle. It's time for Miramar as we continue things on to the desert. Saga, so far, we've seen standout performances from Exalt, from Stardust, but to be perfectly honest, beyond the chicken dinners, actually, we've seen standout performances from the likes of Global Army and Baron Peak, Zarvam Esports in 3rd place right now, looking pretty fine.
Yeah, you called out Frost's guilty pleasure early on in Sheesh. I think we found yours. We won't stop talking about them, but no, for good reason as well. Zarvam have made several appearances into the late stages of the games, particularly favoring the northern side of the zone, which is interesting considering they've taken the empty spot left behind by the lack of overpeakers in this lobby. They're dropping very central Picardo and Pachinki, but we mentioned it when we saw them play in the group stages. They're in cars, they're rotating 3 minutes into the game consistently, so they're able to get into good central positions regardless of where the zone goes. And while that does sometimes mean they run into other teams who are looking for that priority, sometimes they just get into spots uncontested.
And of course, when you think about it, how do you beat a Global Army, Froz? It's a good question that we've posed many a time backstage. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you just utilize a Baron Peak to get them, or you just need to get some vehicles and run them over with.
All right. Perfect answer. Well, of course, we do have the standings as well ready to go and see how things are going so far overall. But actually, now that I think about it, no, we have a check-in with room for improvement here, as we can hear their comms from the previous game.
Minus one X green.
Nice.
Let's go kill them.
Is there one more there on that?
Oh yes, there is one more.
I'm gonna pull up other side and we'll nade it.
Yeah.
Be ready to drive by.
Right side. I am.
They're coming up. I'm nading you all.
One HP, the other guy.
One
is knocked. 2 knocks.
Last up, last
guy.
Dead!
Nice.
Let's go! Let's go! I need to heal and then I'm resing.
Yeah.
Actually, I'm really glad that we caught that moment because it's the perfect moment to watch Froz's team lose. What do you think, Froz?
Yeah, Sheesh has not been really playing the game we saw them play yesterday, at least not in the previous 2 games here. And, well, yeah, I mean, we still have 3 games to go, but right now, you know, it's 2 teams. it is 2 teams that are running ahead of everyone else right now. It's got to be scary for all the other teams. As we can see here, Team Exalt still holding that throne right now in the top with 43 points, but Stardust goes down with 40. But this is the big one, right? Behind them, it is such a big gap already. And with the amount of teams you have here, the good teams, the amount of good teams you have in this lobby, it could potentially be that all those teams are just, you know, sharing the points. You're gonna need to see some of those big wins coming in here from any team that wants to contest for the top 2 spots right now.
That is a major issue. The fact that for some of these teams, it's going to need a win alone to catch up to those top 2 spots for sure here. And yeah, Saga, I mean, Froz, he's emotionally invested in Sheesh, so of course it's we. Like for me, at this point, for Zarvam Esports, it's we as well over here, the royal we. That's what we're going to go with for Zarvam. They're doing all right for themselves for sure. You know what? Actually, Froz has got Sheesh. I've got Zarvam. Saga, who are you going with? You have to commit your allegiance right now.
Hey man, I gave Stardust my endorsement at the start of the day. I said that their momentum from their last set of games on their final day of group stages could come through, and it certainly has in big form as well. And they are one of the few teams that, while they have got that big win on the board now, but they were sort of consistent up until that point, which is what we're seeing a little bit from the likes of Bystanders, of Digital Athletics, BBL making a couple of appearances towards the late stages as well. They've got the consistency, they're getting good average points per game, but as we say, they need to hit that peak level performance we know that all of those teams are capable of to close that gap, and they've only got a very limited amount of chance to do it.
Well, Saga placed his flag in the right camp, it seems, for Stardust, as they're doing pretty well for themselves. But now, if there was ever going to be a metaphorical reset, it has to be between the battlegrounds here, between Erangel and Miramar, for some of those teams languishing down towards the bottom, not really able to gain too many points here just yet. as we are going to be now moving on to Miramar to figure out the last 3 games and who is actually going to be able to jostle for all of these points. It's so far so good for Exalt as well as Stardust. As mentioned before, even a win is required to catch up to them as we head over to Trunks and Kovo for all the action.
3 more games, all we've got left in the tank. 3 more potential big games. Frost said on the desk, you need a big win to catch up. So far, we've had a 24, a 19, and a 27-point win in our 3 games. I'm willing to bet that it's going to stay explosive like this. I'm willing to bet that some of the teams that are close behind, that have been silently collecting points, maybe a BBL, maybe Bystanders, DA, pick up another big win and make us a little bit more excited about the prospects on the leaderboards, Chunk.
Yeah, it's going to be so tricky for those teams that are just narrowly out of reach right now. They have quite a distance to try and jump, but if you think about it, we said so many times tonight, 1 or 2 strong enough performances will be enough to close that distance. Now, granted, if you're outside the top 3 or 4 right now, you should start getting a little bit concerned by the distance. Remember, there's 2 teams that are going through to the next round, and at the moment, there's a 17-point disparity between 2nd and 3rd place, and that is a considerable amount to try and close up in the space of 3 matches, especially if Stardust have another match like that.
Yeah, it's starting to get scary. And then there's 2 ways about it, right? You can stay consistent and have a pop-off game, or you can continue what you're doing if you BBL, for example, get 19 points in 1 game, and after 3 games they have 22. That's not going to be enough. So if you're one of the teams that have consistently been putting points on the board, all you really need is 1 game to go right for you, and suddenly you're right in the mix. If you're one of the teams in the top right now, I feel like it's still a scary prospect. You're in the only 2 slots. The whole lobby is chasing you down, and you know that if you have 1 bad game, suddenly the hounds are closing in on you. Circle's northeast. Circle's good for a team like the Bystanders in 5th right now. Circle is not all too bad for an Exalt either, because they'll have lots of space on the north. And there is something the desk brought up. Our Pachinki Picardo team, Savim Esports.
Yep, shouldn't have to worry too much. It's very rare, isn't it, that you actually get that city to yourself and don't have to contest it at least once or twice, but it's good that these teams stay disciplined. I am a little bit worried, however, about a team that you mentioned just a second ago. It is Exalt. They're going to be all the way up in the northeast. Sure, they're inside zone, but RFI are very close behind in a position that we saw FaZe utilize the other day and have real success off of by holding teams out, because we mentioned a few times that when we have this zone and we have that big valley along the middle, the north or south shift, depending on how the majority of teams tend to post up, really does have a big effect on those rotations, because it is such a dangerous area to cross, and it's quite an easy one for teams to actually set up a camp.
It's an interesting area for sure, especially with the circle being still fairly unpredictable towards zone 1. Lots of options that it has, and lots of rotations that you might have to take, or hopefully never have to take, depending on where you're situating yourself. Tyria, he's got a rotation going past him. He might take some shots if they get too close, but he's also going to be making sure he doesn't get pulled up on. I find it particularly interesting that we had 2 different Picardo teams. We had Expendables backfill that when Savim wasn't in the lobby, but they have instantly given it back up when Savim is playing on the same day as them, and shifted themselves over to a bit more conservative, a bit more safe loot spots. The Bystanders, though, talked about them when we saw this first circle. We said, well, they're in a good spot to take priority compounds here, priority positions. They've already been called on one of their bluffs. They've had to give it up, and now Herc is hoping that Daz doesn't land something absolutely absurd, the SLR, and they're going to pull together into a bit safer 2-2 split.
So there's a very decisive position inside this zone that I kind of want to touch on. That's those kind of water tanks up all the way up at the north towards Torre Hamada. It's a position that we saw Foot Esports utilize multiple times in circles similar to this, and it felt like the majority of the time they didn't actually get any challenges around that position. I'm really wondering which teams have had the opportunity to go back, look at the previous day's games, see what worked out, because if I remember correctly, Foot Esports were able to get a lot of points off of, I think, two circles that ended up this way from playing the same position location that no one came near, that now they're out the lobby will allow a couple other teams to potentially try and copy their strategies to mimic their success.
Heroic is a big name that comes to mind there, who, when they get the space that they want, can pull off massive performances because they have the fragging power, they have the individual skill to just close out areas and choke out teams around them. Going to be given a nice circle, nice lot of space on the northern side once they come on in. Team Elite, a much more direct approach, which is something that you'll see teams shy away from every now and then, and maybe too much. It feels more logical to rotate around the edges and play it safe. Sometimes going straight on in is the best play to make. It's certainly not a bad spot for Team Elite to find themselves in. They head towards the 4-minute mark until next zone reveals itself. Still lots of time to position yourself and lots of times to try and get all the information around you, all that info that you need to make your second rotation. If you're a team like Project Underdog right next to Team Elite there, you're 4-man, 1 compound. You have good chances. You have some information towards the western side, but one shift to the east and suddenly you're blind rotating.
Marbo looking out for Exalt. These are two teams that it feels like have scrapped it out a couple of times so far. This time yet to pop off. Both teams, however, very close to each other. That's just the nature of dropping in a circle like this, where there are a few very powerful positions and a lot of not so powerful positions that, sure, they're playable and you can definitely make a game off of, but a lot of it comes down to the circle and how you path out those rotations and making sure that you're far away from people early on. Sheesh, though, they will be pulling up, making the most out of the high ground, and GDE will be thankful that they've managed to grow themselves a bit of distance. Killsteal will be the last to back off of this one. As Pink Pony, they see a little bit of movement up the hill from Expendables. You've got to think, if one of these players moves a bit further down the ridge, they're going to punish them and not let them get back up to cover.
Jury is a little bit split up from the rest of the squad, and I think that's why he's not taking the shots just yet. He's waiting for the rest of the players to get in position. You can see Hakatori on the minimap already closing the gap. Now Double gets tagged down. He goes for the safety, but it's not safe at all. It's down the hillside. Good shots from Jury as the first knock. Gonna try to find a second, and oh, it's beautiful. Connections with the mini item. He's got to either just send it at Jiria or get the hell out of there, because that's 2 players down, and that's the rest of Team Pony charging around that hillside as well. It's not even their mistake. It feels like nothing they could have really done differently there, but Expendables got punished hard instantly.
They had the high ground. It looked like they were potentially going to continue this fight. I don't think Expendables wanted that to be the case, so they have backed away from it. That will be 2 players falling early on, and Pink Pony getting some much needed points on the board to keep them in contention, get them up to around that 13-point mark. As the zone continues to close in, we get a bit of a close-up of it, and we see that northern side, as I mentioned, very open. See how that changes on that phase 2 shift, whether we'll be going up there, whether it centers up, we move away. Either way, I think most of these teams are hoping that this valley in the center just gets taken out early, because that, as small of a thing as it seems, could hamper a lot of rotations. And we talk about it so much because if there is a team posted up, a team able to hold out that road early, nobody is going to be getting past where without taking at least 1 or 2 casualties. And even if there isn't a team holding up there, well, seat swaps are a thing, and this lobby love using them.
Got the man on our screens that got the stat of most drive-by kills in the elimination stage yesterday. Now, Entropic, a team that we've talked so much about. We haven't talked about them this game, but it's not been a pretty story for them. It's looking like it's reset time unless they massively pop off here in the last 3 games. They would have to get a pretty insane amount of points per game to try and catch up. But it's not unheard of. It just doesn't feel like they're in the right space of mind at this point. They've been battered, and they've been having their expectations just shifted and shifted further, going from group stage to elimination stage to the last chance stage. Maybe it's just time to go take a break. They're going to try and get away from Shishia, who are doing their best Batulin's impression. Grendis farming damage from the mountaintop. And Entropic coming on in on a western edge that is very free, but with the phase 2 about to come on in, they would need a hard shift to get a really good position in this.
Sarvam hoping for that shift as soon as they can. Whether it comes towards them or goes away, I think they just want to clean this fight up against Team Elite, but as is so often the case on Miramar, it is just going to be pot shots back and forth, shredding out each other's armor, etc. Zone does shift down to the south. It will cut most of the valley out and leave a lot of rocky terrain to try and work with. There are going to be a couple of compounds, obviously Hacienda, those kind of areas still in it, but I think the key thing in this zone is there aren't really many compounds on high ground. You kind of have to make that decision between the two.
Yeah, and one of the decisions you can make is end up where Sarvam is right now. You see them in bright red, a compound that doesn't look that fantastic, but it's hard to breach, and it has a perfect position when it comes to circles, because the southeastern mountains shift the circle towards it quite a bit, especially in zones like this. And then you have the compound in the valley. You see Bad Boy take and run right now for Team Elite. RFI is cruising right on in there as well. The bystanders, they wanted to get a part of it, but now they realize there's multiple teams going for it already. They say maybe for another day. Flamey's busy looking backwards, hits the rock, but he's not going to get punished for it. Doesn't have time to reconsolidate. RFI grab that compound. Depending on how the circles shift, that might be good news for them. Because if you get a phase 3 shift towards you, you're looking for a late game that's hard for other teams to contest with.
Dead doing what he can with that mini, but really nothing being found. At the end of the day, though, they're making noise and they're keeping teams away. Maybe Exalt need to do the same thing, because bystanders get a little bit too expeditious, a little bit overconfident, getting too close for comfort. As Exalt managed to return some fire, keep them backed off, and honestly, it seems like this is aggressive and potentially over-aggressive from bystanders, but they are a team that like to pull off a split like this and then quickly be able to backfill. We saw that all the way back in game number 1, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them as they just got held off too early. So as long as they're held out from setting up that 2-2 split, it feels like it could cause major problems for them later on when they start getting those rotations, because it's such a big part of their strategy.
If you put yourself in their position, they're sitting in a really good compound, but then very unlikely to just sit in there until a late game, and they just want a little bit more. They want a little bit more ground. They want another circle ending that they are well set up for, and maybe another compound could achieve that for them. Maybe a bit more information for a rotation in zone 3 could do it, but they don't want to be content with just sitting around 4-man in that compound. They want to be proactive and make sure that they're setting themselves up. Ketpa probably line up some pretty good mini shots, because we get an instant replay of it, but BBL is not able to capitalize on it. It's just a knock. It's a bit of damage done. It's going to be fairly slow going in that dip, but I see some of the BBL members going back towards the west, and DA is waiting there for them. So it's one of those 2-2 splits you talked about, but it's one that's a little bit sketchy when see where the rest of BBL just ended up.
It's extra sketchy when you take into account that Beamy has an angle down this valley and Entropic are moving in from the back. Now, this is Entropic's opportunity to strike and really remain in it now with only 2 games left after this. If they go out early, you've got to think they are in a really tricky position going forward. Kepler just going to be holding, realizes there's players here as Entropic almost appearing to second guess themselves as they sweep through. They're going to learn that they were not mistaken now. Code Marco with the shotgun as the Molotovs come through. He's going to try and close up that distance. Wants to pop the painkiller before, however, knows how difficult this could be if he's not full HP.
And it's taken so long. The group up's there, the shotgun's there. It's going to be tough for Entropic to get anything done here. It's just such a hesitant Entropic that we're seeing at the moment. You can't blame them for how many things have gone wrong. It's understandable they're a little bit hesitant. They're a little bit more slow and conservative in their approaches, but so far, doesn't look fantastic. Zone goes away. Phase 3 has shifted hard to the south. The Sarvam Esports compound that I mentioned earlier is the best spot in the zone to be in right now. And being in a fight outside the blue is not what you want to be, especially not in the next few minutes. Kepa is making a good play on the roof. I don't think Lukerox has heard him. It doesn't matter. He has no HP. He almost turns around still, but losing the player on the roof is massive. That's a big angle gone. It's another knock onto Kube instantly, and Entropic is once again just falling apart.
It's only Evis left up, and well, you've got to assume that Entropic unlikely to even get a point out of this match. He'll certainly try, though, as he finds a little bit of damage, but look, when you're in a close range situation, You just lose against a shotgun. You do not win that fight. Credit to BBL for being able to clear it up, and the hesitance from Entropic definitely getting punished. The zone will continue to close through, so BBL will be a little bit later on the rotation than typically they like to be, but there's still a decent amount of space up to that northwestern side free that they should be able to find an opening with. Outside of that, though, everybody seems to be opting into these little shacks and ridges. Not really anyone having a big compound for themselves. Obviously, a couple teams have been set up for a while, but no real new pushes coming through, no crashes, no compounds taken from another team, more important.
I'm interested to see how it pans out for a team I've been talking about a lot today, Bystanders. They make a good rotation here, but in a sketchy position that can work out really well. And that can definitely also get punished by teams coming over the hillsides, getting the right fights at the right time. Sarvim, I touched about it briefly during that Entropic fight. I think they're the #1 contender right now for the top 2, just because of the position that they're playing. And here's one of the big teams, Heroic, northwestern side, right next to BBL as well. They're sharing very uninhabitable space, not a whole lot of ground for both these teams. And not fantastic prospects when you're coming into the next zone as well, because not only are they far on the edge, they also don't have access to anything particularly fantastic. With T-Bone taking a whole lot of damage, he's happy to make it back alive. You can see Corexi just trying to peek as much as he can to keep his teammate alive, and gets traded with his own knock. But we have a few seconds until that zone locks in. It reveals zone 4. It should be going towards that northwest, and sure, you're in the edge, but at least you're in still.
And that is a northern shift if I've ever seen one. BBL will be able to hold on to their position, as are Heroic, and I don't think that those northern or western teams are really too concerned about a crash. If I was a team like Bystanders, though, DA, Sarvim, I would be extremely concerned, because there is such a hill that kind of blocks off any line of sight for those rotations. You're only really going to be able to defend yourself at the final seconds, and by that point, with this many teams coming in, you've got to think it might just be too late. Heroic trying to get angles as Exalt Faeris actually spots out one from RFI. To land the shots, but waiting maybe for a teammate to provide support. Maybe it's their opportunity to strike, though. Is Team Elite going to be getting the opening knock?
It's an opening knock onto RFI. It needs to be a quick res. Zone's moving slow on the northern side, but you still want to get going. You still got to get out of your compound into some ridges where you will have to take some fights. RFI have a task ahead of them. It's not going to be easy. Neither is it going to be for Pink Venom. Neither is it going to be for Exalt. Everyone on that northeastern side just has to take any piece of cover in front of them and try to fight for it. Because realistically, you're not getting anything for free in a circle that has such little cover and has so many angles onto all these ridge lines and dips that you can play. It's going to be brutal, Chunks. It's heating up now. The pressure is cooking. And in maybe 30 seconds, a whole lot of players are going to die.
Ice Boy finds the opening and takes out Next, trying to defend from this position. Kate's still going to be holding in the shack to try and find a bit of an angle onto Ice Boy, but in the end, it's going to be Kazoo from behind who gets it with the seat swap. GDE, though, they crash in, nearly run Kazoo over, but it's not required when you got M4 shots like that. It's all onto Katie, trying to hold at the back, waiting for any movement from any of the doorways. His footsteps behind, but it's just not enough, and GDE with a beautiful take control of this compound. Beautiful kills coming out all around as Exalt, well, they look to find some of their own, but they've been just undercover. A little bit of safety from above.
It's such awkward terrain as well. You one step and you're falling down the mountains, you're knocked and flushed. Hard to peek up, hard to throw util down. And nothing about this circle is easy for any of our teams. Exalt as well. They do a bit of damage here. Kova actually falls in the long run. But look at the minimap. They're not in and they've got expendables right in front of them. And when they try to clear that shack, they'll have a few teams interested from long range to try and third party them, to try and do a bit of damage. Now the send comes out. I'm not sure where they're going. It's looking like they want to crash the shack. Lucky for them, there's no pre-nade coming out, but there you see the third party instantly coming in. Gagi on the vault, instantly caught though. Utility could have been massive, but that is expendables going down, and that's only a 14th team, Chunks. We still have 13 teams in the circle in feels like 4 or 5 playable positions.
Now there's only a few squads in and a whole lot more trying to make that opening. I'm looking at squads like Bystanders here. They did manage to pull off that split that we spoke about earlier, but they haven't really got the entrance that they maybe would have liked from rocking a 2-2, and that is part of the beauty of that strategy, is just having players already in position. RFI, they are going to find their entrance as Bibin kind of leads the charge. I think they realize that when the zone closes in, they're going to be a lot safer from the other side, so it is just a bit of a waiting game right now, outliving these teams, or at least waiting until they get into a less advantaged position.
It's also interesting how far north the circle has gone. I spoke about BBL and Heroic earlier. I said, yes, they'll be on the northern edge, but once the circle shifts closer in, they won't have anything to play. They've gotten shifts that still keep them in this phase 5. Phase 6 is going to be the tough one. GDE still flying around the map, still being aggressive, but as she should clean up the kills. Now Killstill is walking into the bystanders. Keanu from the back is the one that actually finds one. Oh, there's more teams than just these two. Sheesh do damage towards Keanu. Smash is the one that finds the knock, and that's exactly that Miramar effect we were talking about. It's just so many third parties coming in, and so many of these teams holding on to a threat. Iceboy barely dodging that Molotov. He's got 2 of the bystanders right in front of him. Can he get the nade in? It doesn't matter, because Flamey's on the outside. He almost blows up to that as well. Utility that doesn't go into the shack is still a problem for Flamey, and still a problem for the bystanders, who needed big points out of this game.
And the biggest problem is they're focusing all that fire up the hill. Iceboy tries to close the gap, but with the nade in hand, gets taken down by Flamey. Herc is there to cover, should be able to finish off that player, and beautifully defended by the bystanders, but at the same time they're down to just a duo. And sheesh, well, they've been putting in work today. Yanni eliminates Flamey as Herc is still alive, but the question becomes for how long, as Exalt is still behind. If he moves out of this shack, takes cover, you've got to think they're going to be happy to third party as well. Stardust losing a couple players on their move as well, as Herc just waits. Dedrick finds a little bit of damage, and one nade will make all the difference. Herc, though, lands the head, pulls down to the body. Dedrick's falls. The bystanders almost back to a 2-man. It looks like they've only got flashbangs left, Kovo.
They also got to run down the hillside. They're going to get peppered from afar. They need to close in on this shack and use it as cover, and as soon as they're close range, that molly's going to be so easy to land. There it is. That's a walk in the park once you're a few meters away. Sheesh clean it up. They lose one. It's another kill for the bystanders, but it's a big move for Sheesh. Now, they can start focusing towards the A. They can try to make another move, take another fight, and get another few kill points. We said they needed big games. 18 points right now. They can clean up the A here. They're in a good spot in this circle, Chunks, to make a real big move on the leaderboard.
Oh, okay. This zone has just made it very interesting. It's basically cut out all the compounds, so everybody's going to have to move in here, potentially forced to have 1 or 2 teams on the same ridge. Now, Elite and Heroic can just about stay in their compound if they want to go on and use it further, but honestly, getting proactive is going to be very important right now. If you want to be proactive and get those skins early, then now is the time to do it, because they went on sale just 2 days ago. 30% of all revenue goes over towards the prize pool and helps boost it for these teams. So if you want to support the pros and make the tournament even more exciting, that's the way to go about it.
Support the esports, support teams like Heroic and BBL, who are trying to scrap their way into the finals right now. They need this northern side. They need control. They need space to work with. That's a good nade from Smash, but one better from Corexi. And they have the... I was going to say they have the cover from T-Bone, but he's already grouping up. He's making sure that he's close and personal to try and help his team. Doesn't want to keep the angle from long range. Sheesh and the A on the other side of things, they're scrapping it out in a similar fashion, just much closer. Grenders is stepping over the top. He needs to connect instantly. Yanni with the AUG is trying to do some damage. Oh, it's so hard to peek over the top. You see the green damage numbers coming in as well. Team Elite is making this so hard for Sheesh. They've got to force this fight ASAP, and that's another clean spray from Yanni. It's just worth left alive for DA, and if Sheesh can slow this down, reset, maybe even get a res, there's a chance they stay clean in this.
BBL also going to try and make their move into the circle as T-Bone yet again wait inside a smoke. This is almost identical to what happened in that previous match with BBL. but this time around, T-Bone has a whole lot less ammo to work with. Corexi opens up as he's going to be dropping every bullet he has to T-Bone. Takes down almost a second, but it's not quite going to be enough. BBL cleaning up heroic with 11 kills, but Project Underdog are waiting. Fragger living up to his name, gets 1 on the board. First for him, but still 3 for the team. As now he hits the reload. Smoke still providing a little bit of cover, but RFI sneaking up over the top for the third party. They actually start taking shots at them, though, as Daz ends up falling. The spray towards the cactus obviously doesn't find the body as it gets returned while Global Army shuts things down. Sheesh go down, but it's Rise in the end who shuts down BBL. It's all between Sarvam and Team Elite, it feels like right now, as every other team is falling by the wayside because of the lack of cover.
The lack of cover is massive, and that's a big fight for BBL to win, just to instantly get third party by a massive move of Project Underdog. They send it all the way across the field to third party here, and not only do they take out some of BBL, they get a knock onto RFI, send them packing, and push themselves into a top 3. We said Sarvin was in the position to win this game quite a while ago. It is that compound that is just massive to be playing out from. Team Elite keeping 4 alive, getting themselves a few kill points on the board here as well already. It's definitely not a bad game for them. If they can figure out a way to just make an approach towards Sarvin, take a play away, knock and flush, they have a good chance of this.
There's a Winchester in play. I love to see it. I love to see instant replays like this, though. What the hell happened with Stardust? Only Apocalypse was left up, and then the timing was just... It was unfortunate. There's no other way to go about it there. Unable to pop the heel in time. We have mentioned that Stardust, they had one amazing day, one not so amazing day, and it feels like this is a little bit in the middle as things currently stand, as they are pretty happy near that middle of the pack, up at the top end of things, but narrowly winning, being knocked out by BBL, especially if Sarvam managed to get themselves a win here, which is looking all the more likely the more teams that fall. They try to knock Fragger off of that bike, but ultimately he remains standing, and Voldemort is not going to be able to connect with that Winchester.
I hope he stays alive. I hope we see him get popping off. We've seen some amazing things in the group stages out of Woxy with the Winnie, excuse me. And, well, it's a way to conserve ammo. It's a way to have a gun in the game that doesn't need a scope. It's not all that bad. It's just not made for the really long ranges. Fragger is going to stay alive with Distractor for a bit, unless a massive play comes out of TE or Sarvin, which is just not going to happen. They're going to try and control this hillside. They're going to try and fight each other for the little pieces of cover that are in the circle. But if you've just watched TE pull up, you've seen that Fragger has an angle. If he ever pops up, if he ever becomes a factor in this, it could easily ruin one of the team's games.
Could also easily become a case of just wait now, hope that these teams finish each other off, because look, it is a 4 versus 4. If both teams go down to a solo, hey, Fragger can just clean up both of those relatively easily, at least in comparison to eliminating 8 players, but Sarvam are fully focused on his position. They're keeping aware of above, but they know that he's the player that's really going to cause a threat inside this zone. We'll see, though, as the next one gets ready to pop, and neither squad really appearing to make that opening push. Baron Peak will maybe try and bait a little bit of movement out, a couple of shots, but honestly, Team Elite are not giving them anything to work with. The zone goes up to the north as Sarvam now get ready to make a move. Dead is just lying prone, and it's going to be very important here that Cobra, Bad Boy, and even Scream are providing that cover for whenever Sarvam move over, because if Dead goes down, it starts that momentum. Team Elite, they have to try and recover from it, so Ulseng pushing up to the north, really just trying to be sneaky.
I respect the attempt. Double nade comes out from Sarvin, especially just as the circle pops. They don't want to give TE the time to adjust now that they know they've gotten a shift. They wanted to go instantly. They wanted to make sure to have a good chance of catching a player off guard. It's going to bite them in the long run, but it is a chance to catch the opponent off. And you'll see Baron peeking over that ridge, doing his name justice as the rest of the team shifts down. They don't want to get stuck on that lower roadside ridge, but it is the only playable terrain that's in for them right now, where they aren't completely in the open hands of Fragger. So if they don't clear out Fragger, their options are extremely limited, and well, you hope that they don't just get bunched up along the road and get absolutely bombarded by the utility of Team Elite, who've fair enough. I've been sitting in their compound this entire game. They should still have a full set of throwables.
Phase 8 closing through, and it's sooner or later that util has to be used. You'd have to think the smokes are really going to become very important going into this late game. Team Elite posturing to try and hold out Sarvum. Split either side of the road. Sarvum open up onto Fragger, but in the end, it's Bad Boy. It's able to finish off the job. Smokes are down. Careful not to give too much info away, but I think Dead taking the shots is going to be enough of a distraction to try and slow down Sarvum. Smokes are actually up, so Dead is going to try and get himself move over to one of the other positions, potentially trying to catch them off guard. Ulsing appears to be ready for it, though, as he taps off one shot. It lands the head. A second, well, that would have been a world of hurt. The Winnie shot's not connecting, though, as Voldemort trying everything he can to make it work. And honestly, I want to see it.
Look at this map, though. Look where Bad Boy is, and look how many chances he has. He has Dead covering a ton of these angles. And if TE realize this, they can get so close. They can completely get into utility range. They can get into flashbang range and just peek over that ridgeline. And Sarvum is completely bogged into that tiny bit of corner on the map, Chunks. But it's not looking like TE is confident trying to abuse that. It's not looking like they've built up the angles. Dead can't really control and punish Sarvum enough. Now slowly they're making the moves. Bad Boy is the one that's getting close. And that could be massive. If the flashbangs come in at the right time, he can just sweep them with the barrel, and he can do so much damage.
They've got no idea, Kovo. Sarvum have no idea about Bad Boy's position. They think Team Elite are pushing over the top of the hill, but that's not going to be the case. Scream lands a nade, takes down Global Army, as Ulseng tries to return things with the Molotov. It's not going to work out. Voldemort instead finds the trade, and Scream going to be going down. Bad Boy, what are you going to do? Because they are quickly coming for you as this zone closes through. He's up on top of the rock, spots the movement, finds the damage, but no kill comes of it. Voldemort turns things around, but he's done damage to so many of the Sarvum players. You have to think one of his teammates is going to be there to strike. Cobra is just waiting for the overpeak, sees the movement, finds the shots, takes the player down, needs to go for the reposition because Sarvum are going for the heals. Ulseng eliminated by Cobra as it's all on to Dead, and Cobra make it dead as he finds the headshot, finds another. It's a 1 versus 2, and Team Elite from nothing to everything, 0 to hero, finally proving the potential that has yet to be realized.
For a second, that looked like Sarvum was going to pull it back. For a second, that looked like they were going to clutch it up. It's just Cobra who comes over the top and then Dead with 2 massive frags on the lower ground. That was looking like the clutch was coming through, and I thought it was already over when I saw Bad Boy lobbing 7 flashbangs over the top of that rock. Massive game for Team Elite, and it would have been a massive chance for Sarvum Esports to put themselves at the top here, but in the end, just Cobra and Dead just clean them up.
Really impressive from Team Elite, proving that potential that we've just been waiting so long to see. Desk, I know a couple of you guys have picked out players on this roster to watch. I'm sure you're going to be happy about that one.
Man, Team Elite, yeah, they do it. That was a bit of a wild one, to say the least, here to start things off on Miramar. Saga and Froz joining me for this. And Froz, I guess I'll start with you because, I mean, realistically, all of us were really asking, how on earth did Team Elite get up to the position to be able to make this happen against, I was about to say Global Army, but Sarvum Esports?
The thing is that when we saw there was 3 teams left, including Fragger from Project Underdog, what we should have seen is that Sarvum should have kept Team Elite on the other side of the road there. They had the chance to keep them from just, running across the road. That is like the hardest thing to do. The only thing that would make it even harder would be to put a little river instead. But it's kind of the same thing, right? But not a single time did we see Sarvum Esports actually peek over there, sadly. If they just did that, stop the Team Elite from just walking across, I think we would have seen another result here in this game. But despite that, it was still good effort, good game from them. And they still put a lot of points on the board. And of course, Team Elite, this is a big one for them. Getting that 11 kills on the board on top of the win as well. They really needed this one to push themselves up in the leaderboard. They had a few rough games, but hey, this might be the comeback for them.
Yeah, huge. I think they jumped from something like, I don't know, ridiculous, like 14th all the way up to 5th with this. 21 points going their way, Saga, from the compound that they had to be able to play some of these final circles. And to be fair, they played it well.
They absolutely did, and I've got to respect your professionalism with the amount of copium that's running through your veins right now. But don't worry, Savum Esports did manage to pick up the second place again. It's another solid top 3 placement that we've seen, what, the 3rd time in 4 games for them making that appearance in the late stages of the game. And just looking at the teams that we've seen dominate on Erangel, we've seen Exalt have a really good time on Erangel. Not the best start to Miramar, Stardust as well. And so that gap that they built up, they really earned in the first 3 games, has completely been shut down by the amount of teams that had a very solid game. BBL as well, up on the northern side, went out a little bit earlier with a lot of third-party action coming in their direction, but they still picked up 11 kills in the game. And that has really, really made this gap close to non-existent for a lot of teams towards the top end of the standings with 2 left to play.
Yeah, guys like Code Marco, of course, really kind of clutching that situation out here for us, because realistically, we didn't really have many expectations of BBL, considering some of the previous games were a little bit rougher aside from the win. And when you're put in a situation like they were, getting 11 kills off the back of it for this game really salvages the game, and they continue to be in that top pack.
Yeah, and they held strong against Heroic as well, that tried to push them on the western side. But the big problem for them was that while they were fighting Heroic, they never got the chance to reset after that fight. They had room for improvement coming in from the eastern side, and you had Project Underdog as well pushing from the west side where Heroic came from. And basically, they were just stuck in a little sandwich there, and there wasn't much they could do. But again, getting those 11 kills on the board and getting a few placement points with that as well, that is something they really need, and they're gonna still be towards the top, but still not really reaching the top 2 yet. But one of the big things, of course, we also saw both Stardust and Exalt going out early on in this game, and that's gonna help a lot of the teams who's trying to catch up right now.
No, very much so. If anything, all they really got was Exalt with 2 kills or so, but Scream is the standout here for Team Elite. They basically had to just kind of put their heads above these parapets, Saga, and just be able to blast at anything that was coming, mainly over those hills to the south of them, as Team Shisha, etc., and stuff like that had a bit of a harder time with all of these guns kind of trained in that direction.
Yeah, it was actually Scream who was very much instrumental to the downfall of Exalt in that previous game, as they just had to make a bit of a run across a minimal amount of exposed territory. Scream and the rest of Team Elite, who were playing the compound in the mouth of the valley, just completely picking them apart, getting involved in third partying as well when Sheesh was making the push down towards Bystanders, who had a pretty solid position to try and hold off against multiple teams pushing from the south. Pink Ponies tried their luck. GDE just full sent it in the vehicles, and it was actually looking as though it might go to a reasonable degree, like pretty well on the hold. Big problem for them was Code Marco. You saw it on the stats. 466 meters was his longest kill. Got the knock on Keanu from the far side of the zone, and from there it was just a steady decline. There was nothing that they could do to hold on to that south side of the zone, and it was a similar story up north as well. Team Elite just putting third-party shots as BBL trying to hold the line against Project Underdog, and then RFI making the cross, just sat back third-party, the whole action everywhere in the zone. And you saw it as well. 20 smokes used. That's a big part of how they were able to get across the road and make the push in the late game.
Yeah, absolutely instrumental. It feels like if those smokes had not been there, it could have been a completely different story. But I mean, for us, as we kind of wrap things up with Game 4 done here, this is a light at the end of the tunnel that has just now appeared for a lot of these teams because Exalt and Stardust didn't quite get any conversion off the back of this. And I mean, for us as viewers as well, that's nice because it was looking like they were going to actually run away with this quite quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, we still only have 2 more games to go here, so it is going to be very narrow when it's going to come down to the nail here. And we'll have to see what's going to happen here, because if Exalt and Stardust, if they are not managing to get any points now in the upcoming 2 games, it might be real bad for them. I mean, they had a good lead, right? They had almost like double points of 3rd place and 4th place and so on. But now it is very close between all of the teams, basically.
All right, time for a break. When we return, it's the penultimate match. We only have 2 more remaining. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back to PCS7, and yes, of course, McLaren is now in game. You can get yourself your McLaren GT by getting in there and being able to drive around on it, changing all those coupes. I know that Froz, you went for the sunset orange McLaren GT.
Sunrise.
Oh, sunrise.
Yeah.
Ah, okay, that's good because actually the official name of my color of my car is sunset orange. So I'm glad it's not the same. And did you know that the actual McLaren orange is called Fluoro Papaya Orange? But that's not actually the name of it in-game, Saga. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, and the name for the color of our hair is ginger orange as well. So it's just a great fitting coincidence as well. It's fantastic. Great skin. You should definitely check it out. And if you haven't picked up on all of the hints we've been dropping, open your ears. Come on.
It's a good car. It's really cool. Froz, actually, I heard that you dye your hair because you're a natural ginger.
Yeah.
So you.
I just don't want to. I don't want to have that sunrise color in my hair. So I just dye it very dark instead.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Of course. Of course. Let's talk shop, guys, because we have ourselves only 2 games remaining, and the overall standings look like MEA. Because for some of these teams, they are almost at rock bottom here. Froz with Entropic only 10 points on the board. It's almost safe to say that their campaign is at an end here.
Almost. But what we saw there in the previous game, of course, is a desperate chance for them to try to do something. They tried to go super aggressive, straight on. They tried to push BBL that was outside the circle because they know if we do that push, no one else is going to be here. No one else is going to third party. This is our chance to try to grab a few points before we start moving into the circle. So it's a valiant effort, but it didn't work out. And I'm afraid that might be it, It might be it. They might not be able to do it anymore. But if they can get themselves, hey, a 15-kill win or something like that, they're still going to be in the game, I guess. But that's a big if right now, seeing how they've been playing the game so far. And that goes for a lot of the other teams as well that is on the right-hand side right now. I kind of wouldn't count on any of those teams to come back right now. I would be looking more on the left side of the leaderboard. And even there, it is towards the top. I feel like we're going to see a few changes maybe.
Yeah, when you look at this Saga, it feels like the top 5 has got a really decent opportunity here to be able to make that push. And when you look at that top 5, again, I really didn't expect this to be the names in question, considering where we're at right now. It's a great kind of symptom almost of this format, giving everyone an opportunity to be able to strike for the grand final.
The short form of this last chance really does give anyone the opportunities, and it's maybe some of the unexpected names who have grasped those opportunities. The tightest, Stardust as well, still up there, but Sarvam just repeatedly making their way into the late stages. They are, in fact, lacking a winner-winner chicken dinner, but they have the same amount of placement points as Exalt, who have the most in the lobby. It's just that consistency has been working in their favor, which we've seen the peaks come through from Exalt. We've seen it from Stardust as well, but the consistency of Sarvam is keeping them in the race. But we need to see peaks now in the final 2 games. Any of the teams from 6th place down to 12th, where there's a 4-way tie on 17 points. Like we say, if you pick up a win in this penultimate game, you still will put yourself within touching distance of a top 2 spot, but it has to be now.
Yeah, it's time to make you strong. It's time to immortalize yourself here in these next 2 games. Otherwise, you will not be going to the grand final of PCS7 Europe. Let's head over to the commentators for all the deserty action once again with Trunks and Kobo.
Thank you very much, boys. Before we get into the game, though, I have a question. Froz, give us a dollar number, a figure. How much to go ginger? Because I want to see that full ginger desk. Absolutely. Kobo, I know what we both want to see is some intense PUBG, though. And this plane, it definitely leads to some not so friendly circles. Let's put it like that.
You know, there's nothing that I love more than some intense PUBG, but I don't know if it can compete with the intensity of 3 gingers on one desk. I think that'd be something wild. We have 2 more games. I feel like this day has flown by, Chunks, and I want to come back to something you said in the first game. You said we might just get an upset today. Right now we have Exalt and Stardust. I think Exalt was one of the teams I sort of had on my dark horse list, but certainly not on the favorites list coming into today. And Stardust wasn't really on any of my lists, if we continue to speak that way. So it's been crazy. Sarvam, BBL, Team Elite closely following. And everyone else getting mighty scared right now because catching up 20 points in 2 games is quite a lot of work ahead of you.
I've received a dollar number. I know I'm completely sidetracking this. There will be some talks after the stream. We will be discussing this. Hopefully, for the grand finals, we might see a Ginger Frost. No, I don't think that's happening. I can't afford that much money. Anyway, Zone 1, dead center. Pretty boring considering as much as I hyped up this circle, because it was fairly northern. There were a lot of areas that could have been unplayable in Zone 1, but I think that looking at this, it's what we wanted for these teams. It will allow them to get to have kind of a standard game, as it were. Nothing too wacky. I don't think there's not massive amounts of unplayable terrain inside this zone. So fairly standard, but it's so up in the air with this lobby. Who knows?
Look at who's in the center. Look who's jumped far south the zone and has put themselves in a really good spot now with Picado, being so well situated. The opposite is true for Exalt. They're going for their classic edge gameplay, far eastern side into Impala. They will come in late on the south most likely and have a good bit of space there, I imagine. Definitely able to play a good game from there if they play their cards right. And yeah, a very standard circle, but I'm honestly not complaining. With what we've seen through this elimination stage, with circles shifting back from melee base, circles going as far edge as they can, lots of crazy stuff, I'm okay with a more standard circle. And that's an early move from Olseng, and I don't think Waf has spotted him. He has, and he still gets nailed by the Uzi. It's good awareness from Waf, but Jesus, that 9mm is doing work.
And it's the rate of fire, isn't it? That's what does it. If you can just land a bullet even below the player, the recoil is naturally just going to kick 5 of them into him. So, not the best start for GD or WAF, as saw them now getting an early game point. And honestly, they are in a really good position, as it were. Hopefully, going forward, they'll be able to stack up even more, just solidify the space up at the top end of things. There's 2 minutes till phase 1 starts making that move. I think that the theme, as the Des touched on, is those massive jumps that you can make in a single game. When I take a look over at what Team Elite and Sheesh were able to do, that's 7 and 6 places jump respectively. That is so impressive.
The thing is, jumping 7 places from 13th is not that hard. Jumping 7 places from 7th, that is about triple the points that you need for going from the bottom half of the scoreboard to the top half. And well, if you're believing in the performance that these top teams have been able to put up, then they are likely to get more and more points on the board as well, right? And that makes it so much harder to catch on. If you're just thinking about the gap from let's say Heroic to the top 2, a nice little 12 points per game would do it, but that's ignoring the points that Stardust and Exalt are going to get, then all the other teams in the lobby are going to get. It's getting down to the wire. Last chance qualifier or last chance stage, whatever you want to call it, is really getting to its last 2 chances now. And I think after this game, we'll have even less contestants for these top 2 slots.
I think a team that we just kind of flew over then that is almost out of contention now, and unless a miracle happens, has to be Entropic, currently 10 points. That is not where they want to be, but 2 games remain. If you get, I don't even want to put a number on it, but like, it's doable.
25
is
points
it
per
really,
game?
if that makes sense? This is what I'm saying. Can you get 2 back-to-back 15 kill chicken dinners? Yeah, they can.
Yeah.
Will they?
I mean, if you would have asked me, maybe 3 weeks ago, I would have said sure. Right now, I don't think so. And honestly, this is where you kind of move past the reasonable things. I think expecting maybe Sheesh to catch up a 20-point gap, a 22-point gap, sure. Expecting Entropic to do the same for 30 points, I don't think is feasible. It's just extremely unlikely. Obviously, never anything is impossible, but it's just not very likely. This circle, though, is pretty good for Sheesh, and they're set up like Northern Lights would be set up, and they are about to sort of reward themselves with a bit of a freebie here, maybe, but no, Derricks gets spotted by BBL, and that might be the saving grace here for a second for TE. Well, I don't think we're very aware of this.
No, but maybe that'll work out. But there's also the potential that Cobra just thinks that he was the one getting shot at, and now that causes a huge distraction for BBL, as Dedrick's just going to be up top with that SK, trying to find a little bit of movement, but nothing coming of it just yet. Phase 1 closing through. Because, I mean, everyone needs a vehicle right now, and if you need a new skin for your vehicle, specifically the coupe, make sure you check out that McLaren skin. Get it equipped in-game, rock it, because it, I mean, I'm trying to think of selling points other than how cool it looks, because it is just that cool.
It makes a nice vroom when it drives. That's my way of talking about
It's got a cool
cars.
sound as well.
Yeah,
Lots of ponies, apparently, something, I don't know.
Yeah, lots of ponies in that car. Girls love ponies, is what I've heard, and girls love McLarens, as we see Endables coming in on that western side, instantly taking a few shots by Stardust. Some damage returned. Both teams are now aware of what's going on, aware of their positions, and will reconsider. Expendables have to be a little bit careful where they end up here. They're coming in on an edge where it's hard to scout your way in, where teams are built up around you already, and at least Nailab is doing them the favor of shooting early, letting them know that this is where Entropic are set up. I feel for the observers right now, Chunks, because there will be an observer sitting on Dedrix for a considerable amount of time of this game, and there is a chance that Dedrix never takes the shots, but you never know when he's going to, and you always want to catch it when it happens.
Well, here's the positive. Whoever is observing, Mr. Slobs 2, is having a very easy match ahead of him right now. That's unless Dedrix actually opens up onto Bad Boy, which looked like it was going to happen for a second, but no, not quite. Dedrix just playing a little slow. Did he spot out Scream? More importantly, did Scream spot out him? No. And neither does Cobra, so he remains in it just about, sees the wide open player running, but as soon as he takes those shots, Cobra's going to be looking for an angle, which Dedrix has found. Sheesh, could potentially punish, but the rest of the squad are pretty far away. Heroic also looking to move into a very nearby position.
Yeah, well, it's pretty easy to sit on Dedrix for the rest of this game if you're this observer, but you also have to yell at your boss every now and then to cut live to you, and then Dedrix just spots 3 players in the open but can't shoot anyone, and then this happens the second you switch away, you get the knock. If Twitch chat didn't know how rough and hard observing was, well, they do now. Interesting trades on the western side as well. Entropic get a kill. Eva's trying to get a second. Uncharacteristic misses with the mini. He's got one more bullet to find through the bottom of the car. Edom just barely dodging it out, and Nailup's already knocked and flushed. It's not looking fantastic for Entropic once again.
Ooh, that could be unfortunate, but he narrowly makes it out. The nade was so close, as Eva's going to be working around to the side. It looks like Double and the rest of Expendables are fully focused onto this compound, and it could be the off angle that he was really looking for. Eva's just sneaking and waiting to hear any footstep, but still nothing. As Cobra starts to pepper, this might be a bit of a giveaway that there is in fact another player that they haven't accounted for. Lukarux tries to land a bit of a distraction shot, but honestly, Entropic need to regroup now and figure out something else, because this clearly isn't working.
This isn't working, and phase 2 is about to hit. Lukarux is in a position to get a lot of information, but he's been mighty busy just trying to cover for his team. But when's the last time you've seen Entropic pulled up on and have a player flush without any retaliation? It's been a while. I don't really remember. It doesn't happen a whole lot, but it has happened here. Circle, though, hard southwest, means it's not the standard power grid circle. There's a lot of new opportunities opening up for us. With DA sitting in one of the best compounds, RFI on the southwestern side as well, having good terrain to work with. There's Exalt picking up a nice and easy kill. At any point they get right now just makes it that little bit harder for the other teams to catch up on them.
Exalt moving their way through, pretty comfortable up at the top, or so you think. There's, I mean, a 6-point buffer, which is more than between the majority of other teams. Dedrix tries to open up from above, but ultimately has got nothing for that position, even for all the amount of time he's played it. Team Elite make an entrance and decent few ridges to work with. She should be able to regroup, however. Really, it is just a case of rotation, try and find a compound, which are few and far between.
It's a different BBL that we're seeing in these last few games. There's no crazy sends. They've calmed down. They're playing close together, and so far it's been working out nicely. They're still in one of those 2 positions or 3 positions that are very close to the top 2. And they'd have a good chance of catching up to teams like Stardust, who just going for some of the most risky vehicle grabs I've seen in a while. Nail Pop in the open with teams shooting at him. Pops on out just to secure another vehicle. I think that's going to give you a pretty good idea of how much they value additional cars, how much they might need them later on.
There's a small thing there where it might just have been lack of gas. If they didn't have a gas can, if the vehicle was running low, it may just have been a case of, okay, let's grab this vehicle because it's the only hope we've got. Because in a position like many teams are holding, Kovo, where there are so many sporadic compounds with open terrain around them, a vehicle is almost essential to make it through, and I think that Stardust realized that, as do BBL. So a big priority for a lot of these teams that get even the smallest compound is just keep those tires safe, because we're probably going to need them to rotate.
It is a factor, especially in a compound like the Rainbows, where they're holding up right now, where you're not only really open, your vehicles are also savable, but different angles of approach can cost you tires every now and then, and you basically have no chance of leaving your compound on foot. So one of the major factors in an early game is you see Pink Venom struggling a bit on the edge, but getting a good knock onto Project Underdog, who are coming in around that Picado area. The Picado team has already left, going a little bit further west. That's Salem Esports. And as we see these struggles in the circle, we still have quite a few teams outside the circle. Heroic and the Bystanders on the northwest, for example, are going to be something that we'll be keeping an eye out from in a second. But what's happening here, Pink Venom? They want to go on this knock.
Project Underdog trying to return the fire, but unfortunately they've been yet to do so. Nex wants to find himself a position, but unfortunately that vehicle is just getting shredded right now from range. Pink Venom have had to reposition, and it looks like regroup where they previously were. Now this could be a big play. Stardust currently just on the edge of qualification. There is 2 points in it, keeping them safe. If they manage to take down Bystanders, every point is worth just that extra little bit more. Bystanders, though, have not been doing the best. They are in 6th position and looking for one big performance to get them back up to the top end of things, but it's not going to be easy because they seem completely unaware of these players. And, well, Heroic, they're going to be made aware of them now as the shots come through. Page just forced to drop prone.
Gets the first hit off, hops back in the car. Heroic is trying to blast through this. They're trying to get somewhere in this zone. You see it's shifted hard to the southeast. It's completely gone away from the western edge line, and it's posed a massive issue for any team that's holding up where we just were watching the Bystanders, Stardust, Heroic. They all got to get a move on, and Heroic is trying to take it by force. The Bystanders have to be extremely careful about Apocalypse here. A bit of a sneaky position on that tower. Keanu is the first one disengaging. Surely soon to follow, but they still don't know. They still aren't really aware. And even if they pull up where Keanu is, they can scout in a little bit, but the circle is so far and everything inside it is taken right now. They have to find a fantastic fight or a miracle rotation. Oh, Herc, the bike pays dividends for him, gets him out of trouble just in time.
Oh, that was a risky one for Bystanders. They cannot really afford to lose a player right now, because they are one of the only teams that really has a significant jump while still being at the top end of things. They still have 9 points to close up to even get close to BBL, so this match is going to be ever so important to them. Gargi, I'm not going to criticize you there. I'm assuming he probably had his map open. He's just very lucky Zabila didn't actually get involved and start taking shots. It looks like maybe he will now, because Heroic are making a rotate past, and, well, Hakatori's already fired.
Heroic is another one of those teams, just like the Bystanders. They've got an impossible task ahead. They need to make a massive rotation, but they find a compound that's, yes, it's inhabited, but RFI is happy to give it up. They've got a better option. Just had Kova here for a bit more information on that southern side, for maybe a bit of a pivot point in a further rotation, but will instantly give that up when pressured. Stardust coming inside on that road dip as well. They've got a few shacks and ridges in front of them, maybe a few shacks where Hakatori's playing. They need to get close together if they want to make a breach here, unless They want to suffer the same fate we've seen BBL suffer every now and then. That's that shack we talked about. It is what they decided to end up in. It's not a great position. It's not beautiful. But for now, it's going to have to do. We've talked so much about getting into this circle, Chunks. The next one is 9 seconds away, and so many teams are going to have to instantly just try and reposition again.
Oh god, it's going to be a tricky one for them, especially with how open it is. It's just not stopped tonight for so many of these teams, and through the whole elimination, even group stages, there have just been some horrible circles, and this one's going to continue that trend. Now, granted, there's a lot of ridges in the center that can be played, but really, if there's a team in a compound or a team on high ground, they're going to be very exposed. Sheesh and Bystanders, both on the edge, one in a compound, one on high ground. Which one comes out on top? You've got to think that Grendis, with the overview, will really just need his teammates to cause a distraction to get Bystanders shooting. And then he should be in a good position to, if not get the kills, at least do a lot of damage and help his squad out. The nade, though, from Fragger is close. And, well, it's so close, it's an instant knock. Fragger does end up getting taken down from GDE as Nex from Pink Venom throws out the Molotov. It lands. Project Underdog, well, they have 2 more players in a completely different angle.
That's such a good flank from Nex, though. He's so ready for this pull-up. He's so ready for them to run up. He is rizzed instantly, flicks around, ready for the player to pop on up. Worksy is ready as well, but he does need the trade. And Anonym now has a task ahead. No chance, though. Nex picks up 4 in that fight. 3 in that fight. I think he's picked up 4 earlier. 4th one earlier. There we go. Expendables, though, ready to sweep on in, ready to close out this ridgeline. They want to play from here as well. They don't just want the kills, they want the space, and they're flying on in. Doubles the first one coming over the top, just like that. Pink Venom. And just Katie.
The nade almost landed. If it was a little bit higher, you've got to think that would have been it. Katie nearly actually drives over a grenade. My mistake, it was already blown up. Sheesh, though, Yanni with the Molotov finishes off Bystanders, and well, you can see the disappointment. I think that's something that we can all relate to here. They've got 1 more game to reset, but is it going to be enough with a significant drop-off? They are hoping and praying Stardust and Exalt have terrible games. Sarvam and BBL also not able to close that distance.
If you're looking at where these teams are holding up right now, it's not looking good. Stardust and Sarvan both in good positions. Exalt, not the same thing. Getting blown up by Pink Pony. Artix is the next one in line. Fairest, he's moved up, though. And, oh, Rhinolock. He's been blown up himself. Pink Pony has fallen by the wayside. And Heroic is getting on in. They need every single point they can get. You can see Beamy, he's cruising on in. He wants to close this out. Zubila is trying to force the lower ground, trying to force any of these kills into Exalt. The car might get 1. That's all she wrote. Exalt get one of their reses up, get another chance to breathe, but there's the next team, there's the next bit of util. And oh, it's not looking good for them right now, Chunks.
These positions feel so strong until the nades start rolling down the hill. Molotov does connect onto Artix as Ferris nearly got taken down with a frag grenade. Not going to be the case as Heal comes out, potentially going to start taking that vehicle on a move, but Beanie still has a frag to work with, and it certainly looks close on the other side of things, though. Edom going to be getting knocked as Beanie does connect the nade before being traded out immediately. DA coming alive, a team that we haven't really seen too much of this evening, but still decent points on the board. Matralius looking to add another one to that total. As GDE finish off the job, 4 kills on the board, and Expendables out in 12th position.
Teams just tearing each other apart on the edges right now. GDE fighting for a ridge. We've just seen 4 teams fight for Heroic. Trying to get the res back up. Trying to make sure Beamy stays alive. And still wanting to close out that dip. At some point, they've got to send it in. At some point, they've got to get more personal with things. They're doing good damage with these nades. And oh, that one is looking so good. 10 HP on both players. Now there's no lethals left. And now you've got to start making the sends. The timing could have not been better. Grexy flies on in, but instantly headshot from range. He runs one over. It doesn't matter. Beamy wants to turn around instantly. They're running through these smokes. They're trying to hunt this player down. Beamy, he's running circles. He doesn't know where to find that player. And Artix has stepped down on the back. It doesn't matter. Heroic get them out. Heroic get the dip. And Heroic have a chance to stay 4-man strong here. With a solid push later on towards Stardust, towards RFI. This might have been exactly what they needed.
But they've got to get those revives to be able to do it, and DA is still looking over in that direction. Granted, Matralius is facing the other way, but I mean, everyone else on the squad have their heads on a swivel. 2014 shots can't quite connect onto the vehicle as he just taps away. Really waiting for Zamelson to get out of this vehicle, but in the end, when he pulls up on top of the hill, it's him and Scream working together to finish it off. Matralius gets the pointers. Dedrix lands a beautiful nade onto Lukaroots, but it's Global Army looking to return it. More entrances coming out from Entropic, and this is more of what we're used to seeing them coming out on top of fights and eliminating a squad like Sheesh, but Sarvam are ready, and that nade will just shut things down. 45 points, growing that distance, and ultimately, I think that's the end of it for Entropic.
That is so typical for Entropic's running this. The knocked Kuba gets hit in the head by a nade, it bounces back and kills Evas. That is literally how their games have been feeling lately. Just can't get it going, and when they get something going, they get a little bit unlucky on the way. It's been a heartbreak. It's been reset time for them. But there's a lot of teams in this lobby that are playing for a ton, and well, Team Elite right there, stealing a point away from Sarvam. I might not know how close Sarvam was to scoop that one up, but it still matters quite a whole lot. There's the pull-up from earlier. There's the bystanders flying on in, but Yanni does so much damage onto them. Oh boy, even clean up the last one. He gets a little bit of help from Entropic, but she stays strong, not strong enough. Torn apart on an edge like so many teams this game. And Sarvam, Team Elite, Stardust, our top three that is still alive, are sitting so pretty, but Voldemort, I don't think there is an angle that smoke should be blooming in time, but ooh, that was looking risky.
That was just one of those mistakes that everyone makes, isn't it? We've spoken about them a few times. There are write-offs sometimes that you have to accept them as part of the game. Granted, in Sarvam's current position, it's not something they wanted to have to deal with, but the important thing is the players back up, the vehicles inside zone. That's all they can really ask for. Digital Athletics, though, they're asking for a whole lot more because they had the compound and now they want some more of that zone to themselves. BBL pinched out as Smash goes down. Thendalos goes for the revive as Kepler peeks up, gets tagged down of his own, and Daz, well, he unpeaks in the end. But one more do it probably would have done it. One more bullet probably would have done it.
I think it's crazy to look at Stardust now sitting in the center of the zone in a good position to potentially win out the game from where they were in that dip earlier, just blind sending it next to a shack in a dip that we saw be the end of Exalt is wild to me. DA now, they've got a wild Sarvam cruising on into them. It's another run over. What is that? Perfectly picking out the right smoke. Now they're hunting down Mert. It's like they can smell these players just trying to run them over. And Mert has nothing to say about that. Hueth and Sheila in the compound can't help at all. And Sarvam just brute forcing their way into a circle, picking up 2 kills like it's nothing.
So BBL out of things as Exalt also out of the fray. This is Stardust's opportunity to start closing that distance. Sarvam start to throw out their nades. Team Elite are pretty happy with this compound right now, but they know that the push will have to come soon. Really banking almost on the fact that Stardust are going to do a little bit of damage. The same being said for DA, but looks like they want to take the vehicles the opposite direction. Sarvam now have themselves a hillside. Stardust not found an opening, not even taken shots. Do they have an angle? I really assume they would have done, but it looks like there is going to be a little of a hill between them.
Sitting in one of these new shacks, one of these buffed shacks that used to be open and hard to play, that are now much more consolidated and have much more cover around them, around the windows as well. Some of them are barred, and they're sitting pretty. The other 2 players that you see sit in the tiniest dip in the middle of the open. They have a little bit of low ground in there, but it's not a whole lot. It's enough to dip down and prone down if you have to, but still have to be extremely worried about a team like RFI because the tininess of that dip makes it so easy to nade. If Daz has any lethals, if he can hone them into this dip, that's instantly 2 players done for Stardust. So far, hasn't been looking like it. And you can just tell that Eastern Edge is going to heat up massively. TE and Sarvam both going to end up playing for the same side of the circle. Heroic, DA, and some of RFI. They want to play for the South. They've got nothing to play for. They've got to shift East or North, and Heroic has by far the hardest time at doing that. So they have a massive move to make.
This could be the opening that Team Elite were looking for, and it's all going to come down to how DA play this and ultimately who has to make the move first. RFI Posted up on a hillside as everyone starts making their entrance. It'll be Stardust to lose their first player. DA continuing to get aggressive, even in not such a strong position. They want to find that opening, and I think that they realize the way things stand now, it's just going to be a combination of smokes and damage to actually get them that entrance into the zone as Global Army tries to open up onto Dead. However, gets quickly spotted out from behind. Sarvum are in a very difficult position to try and deal with, and Team Elite with a big cross yet to make. Daz is covering potentially, but he hasn't seen Dead just yet, and neither player wanting to trade those fights. Mini 14 is there though. There's a little bit of movement before the flash, but ultimately can't find anything from it. Daz though through the smoke with a beautiful headshot.
It's a lot of damage dealt. Sarvum now, their clock is ticking. They have a good move to make here into TE. They've got to make it quick, and finding width on the back lines is big. Sheila's got a nade. He's got another one where that came from. That's looking beautiful onto Ulsang as well. Might just blow that man at the car up, but Global Army taking matters into his own hands, getting so aggressive. He's not letting Sheila rip that util into his team. He steps up, cleans it out. Sarvum stay in the fight. DA taken out. One res to get for Sarvum. One play to make into Team Elite as Heroic are now sweeping on in. They know that this is a move they have to make, Chunks. They have to fly down these hillsides. They have to be so quick as well with the circle closing in further and further. And look at the damage they're dealing. Once again, the util's doing it for Corexi. Voldemort last one up. He's going to be an absolute hero here for Sarvum. But it's looking like the heroes are on the southern side as Heroic is sweeping.
Bad Boy going to be the hero for Team Elite now as he takes down 2 from Sarvum. 2 remain in it, but as the flashbangs come over the top, the first aid is barely going to be popped. Bad Boy tries to retaliate with one of his own, and Heroic are a little bit split, but ultimately Beamy is focused, and that's all that needed to happen for Heroic to come out on top of that fight. Team Elite in 4th place, but you got to give him credit. That's 2 decent placements in a row now as Page looks for an opening. Heroic start to engage, but it looks like Corexi out on his own. Not really much chance of a res.
Fantastic play from RFI here. They know that they have to take this fight. They know they can't just stay on the northern ridge and wait for the fight to pop off, because the longer they wait, the more Stardust has chances the third party is. They try to force the issue, but look at the amount of util that's coming over the top of that ridge. T-Bone, he wants to follow up on it. He doesn't want Toby to get annoyed about any flashbangs that aren't being pushed upon. Page finds Daz, and just like that, there's 2 up on room for improvement. Kova has gotten himself knocked on the western side. That means Stardust is able to run out freely. They are able to just completely swoop this western side. And from RFI trying to avoid the pinch, they have put themselves in the pinch. And it's looking like some of our top teams are just going to keep putting more points on. Look at the trades. They're so clean. The only thing that's making them messy for Stardust is that they're knocking their own teammates. The fight is versus Heroic here.
Barbo is going to be the one to kick that fight off as Corexi goes down. He tries to follow up with more, but it's just not enough as Stardust with the third party, and the third party onto Heroic as well. That's 1 knock, make it 2, and a flush stolen away. That's 3 kills on the board as Beamy tries to remain in it. He certainly did a good job, but ultimately not enough. Stardust, another chicken dinner. 9 kills this time. Kobo, I'm not going to say it, but I will say this is a lot more similar to their day 1 performance than their day 2. No, other way around. I've forgotten. I know someone in chat was yelling at me for it earlier, though.
They're going to get another chance to yell at you, but they had no... That was not looking like a Stardust win. They send it into a dip. They pro next to a shack, and they somehow realize, hey, there's another shack free, we can make another send, and from there they just hold it out until the late game. Perfect timing on the push on out, good knocks towards RFI. Beautifully played. They get dealt good cards, but they play them exactly right, and it's putting themselves in such a dominant position. We'll let the desk discuss the scoreboard and everything else that happened in this game until we're back for another Miramar.
Stardust blasting. They let the game come to them, and they took it with both hands. They grabbed onto those horns and didn't let go. I've got Saga as well as Froz here with me. Saga, this was, well, for all intents and purposes, especially towards the end, they had Stardust written all over it. They didn't have to do much from where they were, but when they came out and were able to clean up everything, it was very, very quickly executed.
Not even sure that they didn't have to do much. It's that more that they couldn't, because they made that early send in towards what was essentially a shack and maybe a dip in the middle of a whole wide open broad area, particularly when you have the likes of Digital Athletics just over the road on the rooftop of the warehouse that was holding everything down. They really didn't have much of an opportunity to be involved. But as soon as Digital Athletics started to get picked apart by the likes of Baron Peak coming in from Sarvam Esports, then they started to get active. And from there, everyone had to play the edge. No one could really be in the center contending their space. And so they had ample opportunities to take third-party shots at all angles. And it's resulted in a pretty healthy-looking scoreline at the end of the game.
Yeah, they're putting themselves in a great spot to advance on. But, I mean, beyond that, there was a lot more going on, I feel like, in this game, Froz, with teams trying to jostle for position on the edges. Sarvam and Heroic likewise trying to play some great angles and great rotates to get them to wherever they could.
Yeah, I think that was the two main teams for me to looking at this previous game here. Heroic coming in from the south there. They had to fight their way in so hard, and it was almost like they couldn't get Exalt. We saw how they used all of the utilities, trying to find the last two players on Exalt. They didn't manage to do that, and what do? I really like the next move they did after that. They started flashing the last two players off Exalt and then driving down. Not just blindly driving down, not just one guy holding while the others are driving down. Flash them first, make sure they can't see you, they can't shoot at you. That's your approach, and that was such a great move from them. And of course, them moving on towards Sarvam Esports on the eastern side after that, trying to take a lot of control. Basically, Heroic just did a 180 and tried to move around the whole circle. But on the other hand, you also had, of course, Sarvam Esports coming in from the north side and had to fight their way. They got that compound on the northeastern side pretty early on, but they had to fight their way in. And I mean, the push towards DA was just amazing to see, right? They had 3 people in the front car, 1 in the back car, and this is a little bit unconventional. Normally it would be the other way around, but I like what they did. They had the 3 guys, make sure 1 was driving, 1 on each side could peek out of the windows and shoot, and then you had that anchor player that could get, like, if they would miss anything, he could get another angle as well. That was great to see. Great moves from Sarvam here in this previous game.
Yeah, definitely so. Saga, looking at how this plays out, I mean, for all of those edge teams, it is such a rough circle, as you're saying. I mean, for Stardust, it's a pretty easy game because we're talking about the locations that they pick. But beyond that, I mean, for as I say, Sarvam and Heroic and stuff like that, it's such an agonizing game to play. I'll get your thoughts in a moment here, Saga, because we're actually ready to hear from Heroic in this game as they try to worm their way to a decent position.
I'm gonna knock them.
Crashed with cars.
Yes, 1 sec. We have time.
Nade once towards them.
I should be able to get one now.
They're low from that.
Yeah, we should go.
Go in the cars, I'm flashing them. Go in the cars for all 3 of you, I'm flashing. Ready? Tell me when.
Go
flashing now. Flashing again.
1 hour.
No.
In the smoke,
I think. Be careful of the molly. Inside the closest smokes on you. Nice.
I need smoke. They're on the shed.
Smoking.
Dropping 1 front of
One of them got knocked. Who knocked?
Properly clean little move there coming out, Saga. And again, you know, when you have all these teams kind of trying to move around the edges and trying to find themselves a spot in what is such a barren area, it can really show kind of the metal that these teams are made of. Even if they haven't had the most amazing run today, trying to make it work in these moments is very impressive.
It's all about finding the right opportunities, and that one certainly presented itself to Heroic after it was, I think, Pink Pony and Exalt were in that position earlier, just bombarding each other with like artillery fire for minutes on end. But Heroic just rocking up at the perfect time. The third party came through, and you heard the communications. They were a lot clearer than a lot of others. There was no, I've knocked one in the smoke, anything like that. No one getting overly polluting the conversation too much. It was just very clear, very clean cut. You heard T-Bone calling, get in the cars, I'm flashing them, everyone make the move. And that's what we want to hear from this team that we need to see big things from to make the comeback, is that composure and that level-headedness that can carry them all the way.
It's still technically doable, but they need a massive win towards the end if they're able to do it for Heroic. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen, then we'll look at the overall standings and get you set up for the last game of the day. One more game remaining here for the PCS7 last chance qualifier for Europe, as we now have the battle towards the top fully fixated on just a few teams who have the opportunity to get themselves those 2 spots remaining in that grand final. So far, so good for Stardust and Sarvam Esports. Again, I have to reiterate, 2 teams I didn't think I'd be talking about at number 1 and 2 coming into today, but they've looked excellent. But Exalt, a little bit of a slip down here for us after coming in blasting after the first 2 games. They've not had much on the board since then. Come on, Frost.
Yeah,
Come on,
I was muted. We said it after the first 2 games. Exalt, they need to keep this up. It's not over yet. There's still so many games to go. But what have we seen from them in previous 3 games here? They've only got themselves 2 points in the per game in the last 3 ones here, and that's not going to be enough. That's not going to cut it. They can still make it back though. It's not impossible. We've seen them do good stuff, but so far it's not looking great when they've been playing on the Miramar here. So I would be a little bit afraid, but of course there's some other teams as well. I feel like Team Elite and BBL are still strong opponents as well to maybe be able to push themselves to the number 1 and number 2 spot here if they have some really good last game here. Heroic, I don't know. That's a stretch in my opinion if you want them to come back right now. They had a strong performance here in the previous one, but I don't think that's going to cut it. They needed that win. They needed the last kills as well. That would have made them more plausible to get those 2 spots. Stardust and Sarvam right now are just playing so well. No matter if they're going out early or if they're winning the game, they are getting the points on the board.
Yeah, never mind a moving goalpost saga. Heroic would have to have an insane game to really kind of try and catch up, considering the current form that we're seeing from them, considering that it looks a little bit sketchier than we normally appreciate from a team like Heroic. It's going to take a mountainous task.
It really would have been a huge boost for them to have picked up that win, because the 4 kills that they would have got from Stardust plus the extra points for placement would have put them on par with Team Elite right now, and that would be a much more realistic possibility, or a much more hopeful prospect for them to close a gap of that size. But 21 points is doable. We've seen teams pick up 27 points with a single win. Sure. But the problem is that they're chasing Sarvam Esports, who I think they've had 1 game today where they've placed outside the top 5 in placements, and they've been picking up very consistent frags as well. They're only 1 away from top in the lobby, so they're a team that is almost guaranteed to be moving those goalposts even further away. So it just gets more and more difficult for Heroic and Team Elite to try and catch up.
Well, if you're any of the teams below that top 2, you just got to throw caution to the wind for the most part and go for it big, Froz. Have you got any money on the table for any of these teams, or do you think we're going to stick with what we've got with Stardust and Sarvam Esports?
I'm going to go with my guts, and they're saying that we're going to stick with these 2 that we have on the top right now. They are playing so well right now that I don't see them falling off. It would be if someone would hot drop them. This is the time to hot drop, because you have nothing to lose. You have everything to gain right now, and you need to take them down straight away, because we've seen what they can do if you don't take them out straight away right now. They are going to continue into circle. They are going to start shooting people. They are going to get those kills and those points that they cannot get if you're chasing them. But the big question is, who is going to do the hot drops though? Are any teams going to do it, or are we going to have multiple on top of them, or are they even going to change the drop spots when it comes to Stardust and Sarvam Esports here?
The big question, you either do something now or you are watching the rest of the big tournaments for 2022 from home. Let's get to it. Miramar with Kovo and Chunks.
Thank you so much, James. It has been an absolute show. The top 2 teams have been performing like rock stars. Can an Exalt, can a Team Elite put them in the dust? I'm not quite sure. They have one last chance on our Miramar. One last chance to try and push themselves up the ranks. There is a little bit of prize money to play for. Don't forget about that. But the big eyes are on the big prize, 1st and 2nd place.
I mean, it's all for nothing to a certain extent, isn't it? If you don't meet 1st, 2nd place, because if you think about it, it is still kind of a qualifier. Like, sure, it's a group stage, but it's the last chance qualifier. So every team is in this to make the grand final. There is no team that comes here thinking, hey, maybe we can make it to, you know, the last chance qualifier and take home a little bit of cash. Everybody wants that big prize pool and ultimately a spot at the global championship. That is what everyone here is vying for, because you wouldn't enter if you didn't think you were capable of at least making it a hell of a long way. So credit to all the players who have got here, and hopefully, as I always say on the last game of any qualifier, they've learned something from it. They can take the mistakes that they've made, and maybe next time fixing those will be the difference in qualification. And oh no, that is not the circle I think anyone wanted for the final game, when there's so much on the line and so few points really in it.
50% of that circle is either water or unplayable, and then a good chunk of it is also just not great to play because it will shift away from it come circle 4. That's going to be a wild last ride. I think Froz mentioned hot drops. We haven't really seen any of that. We see a little bit of bullying going on from Heroic, and oh, this is what you love to see. Well, I say not a hot drop because Savim didn't land in Picado, but Heroic is there. Heroic is charging down Ulsing. He's got nowhere to go. He's dead in the water. He's got Baron Peak in the compound, who's picked up at least a mutant. I'm Heroic. I'm getting the hell out of there right now. And you've already done a big amount of damage to Savim. You've put a big dent in their game plan. Not only taking out one of their players, now you got to be careful not get popped out of them. Irado will stay alive. That is exactly what you love to see, Chunk. Hot dropping and then bullying the team that's trying to dodge the hot drop.
Look, when it's the final game, anything goes. That's what I say. As much as teams, I advise them against going for hot drops pretty much all the time. There's a time and a place where it's necessary. If you're a team like TE right now in 4th place, then a hot drop might be a strategy that you want to employ, and obviously that's going to depend on the squad. But if you're on that cusp where you need a huge game to make it, but you know that there's still a possibility, then that's when I say go for a hot drop or camp a bridge or do something like that that is unpredictable, that nobody's going to see coming, and you can maybe catch the other squad on the back foot. Stardust, though, look, they're in 1st place. They're pretty comfortable. I would be very surprised if they actually have to do much other than get a couple of points to secure safety, but never say never, as we have learned so many times before, because TE eats 10 kills and a chicken dinner to equalize it.
It's not as much as it looks on the leaderboard, and it comes back to a little bit what we said about Heroic earlier. You said if you have nothing to lose, you go for it. Heroic have a ton to lose if they don't make PCS finals. They have the most motivation to knock down Savim, and it's going to be a whole lot easier. It's exactly 7 points easier to knock out Savim than it is knock out Stardust. It's a good first move. We'll see how much it pays off. Circle is absolutely brutal. We see the first few rotations coming and out. We'll see a lot of the very few slots, and the very few spots that you like to play in the zone getting taken very early. And teams like Heroic, teams like Savim, they will end up on an edge most likely. I'm not quite sure if Heroic followed the parachutes closely enough to know that one of the Savim players is on their east, because that could end up being a little bit of a surprise for them in the long run.
I just want to know how RFI play this now, because this is a very awkward zone due to the lack of playable terrain. I mean, we've got that cliff over on the east, we've got the water. We don't need to go into that again because we've done it so many times, but the fact is it's going to limit the amount of space, and RFI are going to be ultimately the last team in when they like it or not. They probably are not going to be able to overtake any team in terms of getting in, so it's just about being able to respond and play from the edge. But on the counterpoint of that, they land so far south for a reason. It's clearly the place they want to drop, and there's got to be an element of they know they're not going to get the majority of the zones. They are prepared to come in and play edge and sweep through, and that's where they salvage their points from. Project Underdog, though, this could be risky. Exalt are posted up ahead, and they hear these vehicles, and they need the points.
They need every single point they can grab, and it's a few early shots, maybe even from Arctics. They do have Fate and Molodost in that compound off to the east. Good angles for them. A chance to catch someone out. Project Underdog as well. It's looking like they're committing for this. Oh, and Molodost's angle is absolutely massive. They're going to run right past them. They have no clue he's there. That's the first. He's looking for a second, but he's not even going to get it. He can just flush this out. without even worrying about any support. Fragger caught, Anonym on 1 HP. This is 4 points walking into the hands of Exalt. And oh boy, if you're Sarvem right now, you're sweating bullets.
It's horrible for Project Underdog, as they are going to be eliminated almost certainly, unless Ali can make a comeback, and everybody up at the top end that leaderboard have to be concerned, because Exalt have just stacked up a couple kills. They've ultimately removed potential points for other squads, and well, now Exalt are getting so close to challenging for that top 2 position, but there aren't too many teams about, and if they've heard any of the shots from that position, it's unlikely many more will follow. Entropic, a team that we've been following closely all evening, but 12 points in 6 games is it's really bad for them. There's no other way to put it. It's disappointing. Schiller, though, not so disappointing shots. Nicely done.
He's the man that's top in the drive-by stats. He didn't get a whole lot of them, but there just wasn't a whole lot in this lobby, and Schiller got the most of them in the group stages. Well, I think 12 points in 5 games is rough for Entropic, but I just want to quickly touch on the fact that Stardust, the team that's now in first place, firmly, almost looking to lock in their PCS final qualification, they had 5 points in 6 games when they won. So it's crazy how some of these teams struggle and then suddenly just come back to full force. DA now gotta hold on versus an angry Sheesh flying on in, but that's the last one. Free kill, can't get it through, gets caught. It's absolutely clapped on down, and it's 4 points for DA. Once again, not a favorite to really compete for the top, but still, there's prize money on the line. There's a good bit of honor on the line as well, so every team is trying to do the best they can.
Heroic are going to be making a bit of a later rotation for anyone who's wondering. They are still around by Picardo, quite a bit to go. Not quite as late, as Sarvem or Room for Improvement. There's obviously a huge distance yet to cover, and not too much time to do it with that zone closing in. It might be the case where they just have to hit a city on the way past, get themselves some meds just so that the zone isn't doing too much damage. But it is phase 1. It isn't too much to be concerned about unless, you know, you've been in it for ages and then there's a team waiting on the edge for you. As it really does become a waiting game. It's going to be bystanders that look to open up a couple of shots after hearing Team Elite. Keanu wants to move over, but as of yet hasn't been able to find an angle. All it takes is one peek over the ridge and maybe a teammate who's put down a marker. Here's the car, preps it, hasn't pulled out his weapon, needs to get there quickly. But unfortunately, it might not be quick enough. Dead has regrouped with his squad.
Unfortunate for Keanu, fortunate for Team Elite, as well, mental side of things is absolutely massive in these games. And I say that because I see on that live leaderboard that Sarvem has 2 players in the blue right now. They haven't even moved out of the loot spot just yet. And it's not just the fact that they lost a player. Their complete game plan has been thrown out the window by a team aggressing on them early. And that is a good bunch of pressure that you have to deal with. That is a whole lot of decisions that you suddenly have to take that aren't really decisions you normally find yourself taking. They're more of a center-focused team. They're more of a team that sends it early in phase 1 and hopes that their phase 1 location is one that's good for the rest of the game. Now, suddenly, they'll be on an edge. They'll be scrapping for positions, for information to try and force their way in somewhere. And they'll be fighting teams that have been doing that their entire tournament life. So I don't think you can understate at all what Heroic has done. Not just for themselves, but for everyone in the lobby that's playing catch-up right now.
It's been so rough, hasn't it, for Entropic, and I just feel for them. They've got themselves very central, though, so they might be able to at least do some damage, get some points out of it. But it looks like, Kovo, we're going to get a fairly similar circle to what we've had a couple times in not only the last chance qualifier, but also taking into account elimination and group stages. Elazar going to be dead center, but it feels like in the past it's been either more west, more north. It's never really centered up on the city. Teams are going to have to deal with that as a very real possibility now.
It's a really, really tricky circle. Not only do you have that entire topic that every caster and analyst has talked to death about when you go into the city or not, you also have tons of unplayable terrain around that city and in different spots all across the circle that make it really tricky to figure out where that zone is going to be going. Then you have the classic Miramar things where teams around you on really high ground positions make your every move extremely hard. and playing in the dips might be the safe way to go, but is the way without information, without knowing what's going on around you. RFI and Heroic Southwestern Edge is a potential clash that I have my eyes on. But so far, it's looking like RFI hasn't spotted them. Maybe T-Bone is about to hear some of these cars. It's a possibility. And, well, we know that Heroic really, really, really needs points. They might be extremely aggressive here.
Kova, he wants those points as well. If he's able to make a move, then it could be a different story. Seemed like he maybe heard something as his teammates are the ones to give the info in the end. Page pops up over the top, but surely he's been spotted. Yes, he is, and the shots come through. Bibbin lands those, and honestly, if I was Heroic in a very precarious position without having that info, I would be considering at least moving away from this fight. However, they know that the kills are really going to be the great equalizer at the end of it all. If they can close this gap, it's not going to be down to placement. T-Bone down below, just waiting for movement, but he spotted out Kova. Now as he prepares that SLR, needs to land a headshot, and that's exactly what he'll do. Kova in trouble, as are the rest of RFI now.
And that's what Heroic was hoping for. They wanted that point. They wanted that aggression, and T-Bone should be aware that there's a chance someone's on his mountain. You can see him looking up as well with the SLR. He should have Beamy on an angle, giving some information, and Beamy finds a headshot of Jamarbo. It's what he does best. It's catching out players with headshots, and it's looking good for Heroic right now. RFI does not stand a chance in this fight. Corexi on the north as well. Should have a good angle on this, and the more time ticks down, the more room for improvement will have to move. The more Heroic is going to try and punish them for it. Daz wants to get the SLR off. Beamy is being careful about his peaks. But you give him too many peaks, he's going to pop your head, and Daz knows that well and truly. He's going to get the boost off, and then he's going to have to try and start sending it away into zone.
And with 25 seconds left on the phase, you've got to think the circle, with the patterns it's been following, is not going to be very friendly. Daz does send the bike down. Beamy going to be ready with the SK. That thing's tricky to hit shots onto a vehicle with, but you know what? He pulled it off, found the headshot. Ultimately can't convert it. I was going to say that SK is brutal for vehicle shooting. Something about it, to me at least, and to a lot of people I've spoken to, it just doesn't feel right.
Bullet velocity is just rough on that gun. The bike's one of the fastest vehicles. You really hate to be shooting at it with an SKS, but Beamy makes it work regardless. The man's an absolute menace. Especially with Bolties
on that bike now.
He's also the man that says I play Bolties because I'm too bad at DMRs. And then you're RFI, you get absolutely dumpstered by him with SKS headshots, and you're just feeling like, wow, okay, this man thinks he's garbage. What am I in that case? We see more bike rotations coming out. Circle has gone north. That means that phase 4 will shift further north as well. Which is the big reason why we see so many teams going for aggressive rotations here, trying to go for cover early. Exalt, they have another expedition coming into their compound. It's the Expendables, and they need these points, Exalt. If they can clean up another squad, they're getting so close to what they need in this game.
Oh, Roussier in the worst possible position. The first thing that Exalt checked, it's unfortunate, it felt like he had the jump on them as well. Expendable's going to try and get out of here, but Gargi's just been tagged extremely low. Just a couple more bullets will finish him off. If he even runs into a tree, he's over. But okay, Fate. Nice shots with the Mini 14 from some pretty insane range to finish off the job. That's Expendables now out in 14th. Heroic did lose a player to fall damage. Not sure exactly what's gone on there. I'm sure we'll find out soon enough as Lucarux tries to find an angle with the Mini 14. It looks like the rest of Entropic starting to swarm and surround next. But smoke is up. Lucarux is up higher. One more bullet should be enough. No, not able to get to safety. Eva should be there to finish it, though.
Entropic, bullying teams around them. It's been a while since we've seen it. It's been a while since they've been in their form. Exalt, they've cleaned up their compound. They put some really important points on the board, but they have also been surrounded by the bystanders. It's going to be hard to move out of a compound where the bystanders have so much control and so many angles around. Look at Savim, though. Oh, no. They were the team that was just fighting for that second place spot. Now they get walked up on by Daz. No idea that it's happening. And just like that, down to 2 members on the edge of the play zone. Oh, it's not going the way that they wanted this to go. Is Flammy? Well, this went the way he wanted it to go. He might even pick up a third here with the mini.
Oh my god, BBL are getting punished right now. My last count, there were 4 teams inside LSR, but I don't think I even took BBL into account. Now, 5 squads inside this city, and remember, it's not even confirmed it's going here. It could very easily pull off in another direction. Marco does fall, as does Kepper. Thendalos going to be the final player remaining as his teammates bleed. The Molotov comes through, and well, ultimately, BBL are not going to be able to make it. That is so unfortunate for them. A team that had so much promise, but at least their PGC hopes remain alive barely.
Barely. They hope that the least amount of MEA teams makes it into finals. Howl's already done it. Stardust is looking like they're going to do it as well with a passive position on the northern side. I can see them getting into placement points here. That circle had to eliminate some unplayable on the southern side, which is why I'm a little bit concerned about the teams in the city. Good clear. Pink Pony taking another casualty. GDE, they look good in fights, Chunks. They look good every now and then when they have their individual performances. Just over the course of these 6 games and over the course of the group stage, they haven't been able to just consistently put good performances on the board. Pink Venom, gotta make a long rotation. Savum, I finally found one back onto RFI. But it's just looking rougher and rougher for Savum Esports. Just because they're too alive and Exalt is still a 4-man kick-in.
Zone as well is kind of 50-50 into the city, so that decision that we always talk about of whether teams making it or not has been made even harder. It really is a gamble at this point. RFI Bibbin, he's just gambling, hoping he can get down that road, but Cobra, he wants to land those shots for everything they are worth. A little bit of damage, tries to connect, but it is not enough. Cobra finds a second, and T-Bone will be falling. Bad Boy throws out his nades, and Corexi eliminated alongside. It looks like the flush likely to follow up as he has the read onto roughly where Beamy is, but Beamy has a nade of its own. It bounces out of the doorway, and Bad Boy will be thankful Flash is there. He goes for the reposition instead, trying to catch that heroic player off guard as T-Bone moves in. Cobra has to move out of that building and land the shots. It's not going to be enough, though, as Team Elite lose their first player. Page's position has been given away. Flashbang comes through, doesn't connect, but Team Elite, they are sweeping. So is Beamy.
They were clearing the top floor. There was an open window of opportunity there for a second for Page. He gets one onto Bad Boy. Beamy gets one onto Cobra. This is disaster for Team Elite, Chunks. They were keeping this clean. They were keeping it convincing. Now they're just suddenly down to 2 members active, 3 members alive if they can get Bad Boy back on his feet. If there's even one more kill here from Heroic, it's disaster for TE, and it's looking likely.
Scream.
As Scream gets the trade onto Beamy, Page steps out into the open. Scream could do it all for Team Elite. If Page can get one flush here, it'd be absolutely disastrous, but he doesn't want it. He wants to play for the fight. He wants to play for the win because he's also chasing.
One bullet is all that Scream needed then, but it wasn't enough. He has the nade. He thinks he knows where those players are, but as he goes around the side, it bounces the wrong direction. Scream doing damage to himself, and this is the difference between veteran players and those not so veteran. Never mind, I was going to say can't perform under pressure, but evidently can still hit the shots, if not the grenades. Tries to go through the wall, but in the end, Page finds the headshot, and Team Elite are out in 12th. Not going to be making it. Credit to him for making it so close.
Oh, it was a fight for everything. It was a fight for the chance to be that contender with the top. And any team winning it cleanly would have had a massive chance. 44 points for TE would have been all but doable. Same is to be said for Heroic had they kept 4 members alive. Now with 2, you've got to doubt their chances. You've got to doubt the chances of Savum Esports as well. As we see more and more teams tear each other apart in the town. We have Savum and Stardust on really good positions in the northern side of the circle. We have Exalt still alive and kicking. And in a much weaker position on that eastern side. No cover in front of them. And this part of the circle, Chunks, it's going to be an absolute bloodbath. There's way too many players in this town right now. All of them have to leave. But I'm just looking at the team on the hillsides. I'm looking at teams like Exalt because they're fighting for finals right now.
I can't help but notice as well, Kovo, the two teams that really aren't inside City and should be able to get themselves a decent opening are our two top squads. They are posting themselves up and proving why they're up there, but Killsteel and Iceboy working together to take down two from Entropic. More damage comes through, but they still remain standing. Hakatori with the Groza got a glimpse as he prepares that frag grenade. Will it bounce correctly? It seems close, but Kubi will be able to get into cover in plenty of time. And Tropic now, well, they made an entrance to the city, but they immediately need to make an exit as Stardust need to exit away from bystanders because they are looking for kill points, and well, Stardust are trapped.
Stardust are trapped. They have a big target on their back as well. There's another heroic player going out. There's Page in the blue, flipped cart. Now Esports pin him down. And Salvin Esports get the kill point as well. Look how close it is. 56. It's looking like, sure, Exalt could get something going here, but it's not unlikely that they falter on that eastern side. Every single point that Salvin get on this northern side, especially placement points that are going to come their way for absolutely free with how this town is about to explode, is so massive. More kill points go to Exalt, though, as they try to farm this town while they still can, and make it so much harder every single shot that they take for Savin to try and catch up.
Fair is still up top looking for that opening, but it looks like Iceboy is going to bleed to the zone. No real chance for revive as GDE are already working their way through. It's Killsteel as the final player left up, and ultimately I think it's over for them. Voldemon with the shots onto... Sorry, that's Fate with the shots onto Hakatori. Voldemon was eliminating DA on the other side of things as Killsteel tries to close that gap to punish DA further. He has a flashbang, but no lethal util. That might just give away more than he's willing to expose. Flashes up, smoke dissipating. DA not spotted yet, but Matralia's caught with a pretty nasty headshot from range. Out comes the spray from Killsteel. Only a little bit of damage was required, but DA managed to return that equal amount of damage onto his position.
They instantly fly on in, though. They pull up on the ridge. They take a 3v1 instead of leaving this to Killsteel to have any room to maneuver, any chance to breathe. They close them out instantly. They have a solo behind them. I'm not sure if anyone spotted BB in there on that little truck in the lower ground, but at least they deal with it for now. And Tropic, Pink Pony, still clutching at straws here in this lower ground area, going for every single point they can grab, with another circle coming in, another part of the edge being eliminated. Their days are numbered, and teams like Exalt on the hill ground could be their detriment, but it's looking like Exalt is making a send. Is it to the shack? Is it to DA? We'll see. It's the lower ground they want in between teams. And once again, this is not a position to win the game from. This is a position to, first of all, try and farm this town for as many points as they can.
Sarvam are trying to close that distance, but it's so tricky to do as Entropic go down. Every squad that's still up is stacking up more and more points. There it is, Sarvam. This is what they wanted. Eliminating the team ahead of them, getting a decent number of points, but Hjort is going to be there for the third party as well. Bystanders move in, eliminate Starvam, and Kovo, 2 points is all that did it. So disappointing, but if you're a Stardust fan, you are so relieved right now.
They were so close to passing Stardust. Oh, it's a heartbreak in the last second for Sarvam. Exalt, they're out of the competition, but 2 more points is what they needed. That's a placement point and a kill. That's just RFI going down and them flushing one of bystanders is all they needed. Oh, in Stardust, they're breathing a sigh of relief. You're not wrong. They thought things were falling apart for them, but they've been saved last second by the bystanders.
I can't help but notice as well, Exalt have got 15 kills on the board. They have sponged up everything from everyone. But you know what? Mert is going to move in and try and get some of his own. That should be 2 on the board if he's able to confirm them. But no, it's bystanders looking to finish off the job instead. Schiller and Matralius working together to try and land those long-range shots and keep bystanders' head down. But as Fearis lays prone, it's only really going to be nades that are a threat for now, unless bystanders look to consolidate. But they have so much zone controls, Kovo. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to remain like this. They know where Bibbin is, and it's just going to take a peek from the wrong side as he's spotted out by DA. He will be falling, and bystanders looking to punish. Down goes one as they move up further into the top 3. The teams still remain in. Matralius with the spray, but DA forced to back out of this one, slow down, and reset for a couple seconds.
It makes you wonder what could have been. The bystanders completely dominating the zone. Look at the minimap chunks. Look how much they're controlling. They're not letting anyone slip through their grasp right now. If Flamey has Favorite's number, which he well should have at this point, they've heard Exalt shoot and take fights for quite a while. They should be able to close this out, especially if Merc doesn't land a banger headshot with the AWM. Doesn't feel like there's a ton of chances for DA to pull this back around. It's a dominant show from the bystanders. It's just too little too late. They'll push themselves up the standings. They'll push themselves past Team Elite, but they won't get close to that top 3, and more importantly, the top 2 that they were hoping so hard to get. There's the clear and favorist. It makes it a little bit harder than it could have been. But that is now a 4v2 for the bystanders, and you can see Flame. He's disrespecting that arm. He's running at it.
Credit to Mert for trying to land those, but as he gets pushed from behind, it looks like the M4 is going to be what he's forced to use. Keanu peeks up, maybe saw the foot, instead saw the knock players. And well, that's the end of it. Bystanders get themselves a chicken dinner. And usually you'd be over the moon about that one, but I mean, look at the cameras. They are still not happy. They expected more. I think everybody did. Bystanders yet again just not able to make it. It's so sad to watch this team sometimes because it feels like you're always rooting for them, and at the final hurdle, things just sometimes slip, and it's one of those. But that was the case for so many teams, Kobo, that are now out of the tournament. Sure, they've got some cash, but they're not making it to the next stage.
I put some notes together before this tournament, and I said bystanders are professionals that have been heartbroken because they have missed out on so much by single-digit points. They push themselves close, and it's not enough. The big story was Stardust, it was Sarvim, and apparently it was Exalt, because with the amount of kills they got this game, they've pushed themselves far into that top 2. Massive congrats to those 2 teams who made it. It's a heartbreak for Sarvim, especially with how close it was. It was a nail-biter for Stardust as well. It would just get swept aside there and then instantly saved by the bystanders. It's been a crazy last chance qualifier. It's been a pleasure to be here. It's not the 2 teams you would have expected at the top, and it's been fantastic PUBG all day. We'll let the desk break it down, and we will see you guys very, very soon.
That's right. I can't even understate it. It has been a massive result for Exalt there at the very end. Of course, yes, bystanders get themselves the victory, but it is not enough to push them to the top 2. But Exalt, what a game coming out from them. They were blasting everything left, right, and center. Saga and Froz joining me here. Froz, this was an absolute blinder by Exalt. I keep saying blinder, but it really was just amazing.
I mean, we saw them. Really good performance in the first 2 games. Coming in here to the last one, it looked a little bit lackluster, but what a performance, as you're saying. Them being able to push themselves, getting all those kills, pushing themselves back to the first place, and making sure that they're qualifying, basically. I mean, yeah, it is just amazing to see, right? When it matters the most, that's when they start playing the game again.
Yeah, definitely. It was looking a little bit sus after the 11th place 2 kills, 11th place 2 kills, 11th place 2 kills, but third with 15. They get themselves 20 big points on the board here, Saga, after what seemed like, well, I don't want to say shooting fish in a barrel, but it felt like that's what they were doing.
That exact statement is in my notes. They were on the northeastern cliff of El Azahar. They held on to that position early. They were crashed twice very, very early on into the game. First by Project Underdog, and then again by the Expendables. And both times they held it so proficiently that they walked away with 4 kill points in the bag from that point on without losing a single member. And that was absolutely pivotal to hold just the way that they held on at the top end. And there were so many teams that were expecting that El Azahar shift. All of the cliffs around it, they were like, surely this goes into the city. But no, it went out onto the northwestern side of the zone, and everyone who was in that position then was just scrambling to try and find a way out. But all they found was the tip of Fate's mini.
Yeah, Fate, we have to talk about him, Frost, because again, like watching that position up at the top and him being able to absolutely blast from up there was a thing of beauty, actually.
Oh yeah, with that mini, time after time, we saw him in the kill feed, not just getting the knocks, but also so many stolen kills, so many last kills on the teams who only had one member left. Such an important thing. Look at this, only 641 damage, and still he managed to rack up 6 kills with that. That is so impressive to see. And they knew they were under such enormous pressure coming into this game as well. They knew they had a good start. They had the best start you could ever ask for coming into this after 2 games. But then basically throwing 3 games in the bin, they come back so strong here in the last one. And it's so nice to see how they're able to just bring it back, honestly. Because I almost counted them out coming into the last game.
Yeah, I was right there with you. But then it happened up on that high ground for them to be able to take out so many players. Very impressive stuff by them, especially Fate. One thing, though, to kind of draw from all of this saga is the start of the game and how this also impacted the potential for those top 2 teams to be able to move on. Because Sarvum, they were being hunted.
Oh, they really were. And I think realistically, that had a big impact on the way that things went for them in the very end, and how crucial it was that losing that player early at the hands of a hungry Heroic who was looking for a chance to try and run them down. But 2 points shy because they came in lacking the one player. They lost a second in the midpoint, but there was still opportunities. They were still third partying in. Voldemort, did enough to get the full revenge onto Heroic, and it almost looked like we might have had the crash that would decide it all, as Stardust hopped in the vehicle and sent it at the exact same time as Sarvum. And it was actually, I'm going to claim that it was not intentional until I'm proven otherwise, but Metabay hopped out of the vehicle while it was still moving and actually ran himself over and tactically denied that one extra kill point, which could have been the difference between them qualifying and between them getting knocked out. But in the end, it wouldn't have mattered all in all, because bystanders were there on the hilltop to clean it up immediately afterwards. But it was so close. And Sarvum, like we said, they've been consistent the whole time. They've been a lot of fun to watch, but it's just very painful, those slim margins in a game, a 6-game series like this. That can make all the difference.
Who knows what they could have done in this game for us if they were 4, I guess, up towards that top position, be able to make something happen. But we are now ready for the standings to fully confirm our last 2 teams moving through to PCS7 Europe, and it will of course be Team Exalt taking number 1 and Stardust at the end as well being able to take number 2. Froz,
it was down to the wire there for Stardust, but they managed to keep that spot in the top there and managed to pull through. And yeah, wow, what a game we had on our hands here in the end though. But beautiful performance from both Team Exalt and Stardust in the last day here. And it's just great to see Stardust managing to get themselves 2 wins here today as well. And I mean, 3 of the games on podium finish. Same with Exalt. Coming in here, 3 games on podium finish. They finish it up just as they started this day off. Just beautiful to see. And of course, it's sad to see Sarvum with that kind of performance that they put up the whole day here, and just not making it through. And of course, so many teams we kind of expected to have a good performance here today, not really being part of that. It's rough to see, but hey, there's always going to be a next chance, I guess.
That's the thing, right, Saga? You look at this, unfortunately for teams like Bystanders, Heroic, Digital Athletics, BBL, Entropic, they had arguably 3 decent chances to be able to qualify, world-class teams, and they were not able to get it done here in the qualifications up towards PCS7 Europe.
They really weren't, and it is so crucial for them to have made it when you look at the standings for things like PGC points and their chances for making it to Dubai here. And it's a huge blow for themselves as well. And not only that, but they just say BBL, they currently have that slot for the MEA, the most points on the roster, but you've already got teams like Howl who have some points in the bag already. That if they place very well in the finals, that could still be in a jeopardized position as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, gents. We're about to hear an interview now as we check in with Artix, who is moving on into the grand final.
Hello everyone, Jorisar here, and I am thrilled to be chatting to Artix from Team Exalt. What an amazing day it's been for you guys. First of all, congratulations on making it through to the grand finals. You must be really happy.
Yes, thank you. Hello everyone, we're very happy. Last game was amazing.
After the end of Erangel, Artix, your lead was amazing. You guys had such a great start to the day. What were your thoughts before you went into Miramar? What was the team morale like halfway through?
We have a good first game and very good zone on second game, but we lose it because have some troubles with communication. But never mind, we try to get points. We have a good moral after 2 games. But next zones, third and fourth game was very hard. We tried to do something, but can't nothing. Five game was so hard to us too. But last game we got a good zone, got 2 crashes, we got points, and then go farm other teams with this circle.
Even with a good final game, the other teams were pushing you to the very, very end. What was the moment that you knew that you qualified?
After live was like 15, I think we qualified because we killed 2 teams before, then killed someone in town in El Zahar, and I see that I was killed from DA. They don't have points, and bystanders they have not so much points. So teams who can lead us, they already dead.
Well, congratulations, Artix. It was a thrill to watch you guys, and I look forward to seeing you in the grand.
Finals. That's right. Congratulations, of course, to Artix as the rest of Team Exalt. And I'm actually gonna break character for a moment. That interview was so endearing because clearly he was having this interview, obviously in English, very happy with the result. There was somebody in the background that we could see in the reflection who probably is equally as happy that they've made it here, Froz. This is, it's so nice to see.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely see the happiness in Artix there as well. Always smiling, you know, always ready for it. And they just like how much this actually meant for them to actually go to the finals. And hey, they got so much to play for there as well. Like, it is not over yet. There's still the road to PGC, and it's still alive for them. So, I mean, there's so much on the line for them. But it's probably going to be, no matter what happens, a really great experience for them. Going to a LAN, going to PCS7 finals, and just being able to play against the best teams of them all. And just like one more chance to prove themselves there to who they are here in Europe.
Cool to see as well. I mean, even in those questions where he's talking about the last game, just straight away, so excited to talk about the last game, Saga. Almost probably an out-of-body experience when everything lines up just right and you're able to gain so many points from that game to guarantee yourself advancing on.
I mean, there's a lot of high points to be taken from the start of the day, but at that point, when the interview was undergone, there's nothing else on the mind other than the fact that they did it at the last minute. They had a fantastic start, faltered somewhat towards the end, but towards the middle rather, but when it came to the end, the final opportunity that they needed to grasp, and they very well did.
And that now confirms our 16 teams that are going to be in the grand final. Let's take a look at the list because we have a lot of the big names there, but we even started off, I would say, Froz, with a few surprises here and then. Of course, if you are unfamiliar with the current state of Europe right now, Overpeakers is the previous Team Liquid, but teams like Austrian Force and Ascend were able to go through in that first qualifier in blazing fashion, and it was awesome to see those guys advance alongside some big teams.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Team Ascent, for example, that's an old team, basically.
Yeah.
You have, it's basically old Shift W. But Austrian Force, though, without a single Austrian person on the team, you know, they're still representing there.
Okay.
And it's a really great team with a lot of experienced players. You have Saka, Vascu, Silas, and Pains on that team. And I think I spoke with Silas before everything even started. And he talked to me how much it actually means for them, how much they look up to Soccer, who has a lot of the experience, who is the IGL of the team, who is kind of the team dad as well, leading the youngsters and making sure that they're all going the right way and doing the right things. And they're having a lot of fun together as a team. And that is so important. Having that fun itself can just lift the spirit of the team and make you get so much better performance.
Yeah, there's so many teams to talk about. I guess this is a good reason why we're actually having them at the grand finals. I mean, Ents, obviously, Saga with the new roster. The Woo, you've got Ibi, Besto, and Quizzy on there. You've got the 6 teams that are just advanced from the last few days. So we've got a wealth of quality in these teams. And again, some opportunities for, I guess, names that have been overlooked for a little while, kind of fallen off rosters here and there. Get them back on the grand stage and see how they're going to fare.
Yeah, absolutely huge. We're seeing a big resurgence, particularly from the MEA region, of some players that have been previously playing at this top level and have sort of taken a bit of a break or fallen off somewhat, but now having a bit of a resurgence. Like we said, mentioned out, we gave shout outs to Metabay, Apocalypse. We've seen them earlier on. Iro as well, qualifying alongside the fresh new faces from the same region in Foot Esports, which is fantastic to see. Howl as well, having their second appearance in a PCS event in Europe, and they've got a very good opportunity with BBL, the team that's holding on to the title from that region. If any of these teams can place very well and, dare we say it, win PCS7, that is a huge boost to the region as a whole, and then especially their chances when it comes to PGC qualification later on in the year.
And I guess the big question off of all that is, will anyone beat Northern Lights? Because they, especially with Entropic not here, they're very good and very adept at winning, I think is fair to say. Froz, when you take a look at how the new qualification system's gone, it's been very, not only exciting, but eye-opening as to how all these players are going to play things out.
And it also shows how big of a group of good teams we have here in Europe.
Yeah.
How many good teams that can actually qualify for this. And like, we have so many experienced teams that usually would, just get their way straight into the finals. But now, needing to go through all of this group system, it kind of shows you there is so much potential here in Europe itself, and how stacked it is. Going up against the Giants now in the finals is going to be amazing to see with so many new teams here.
And those guys, everybody here going into the grand finals has an opportunity to qualify for PGC. If you take number 1, that's guaranteed qualification through. However, as we said, that might be difficult. So, based on that, you can also attain points all the way down, but you're going to need some big points if you want to actually push on Saga, because I think for the most part, as we can now probably shift over to the overall current standings of PGC points and how it sits in Europe, some of those teams up towards the top are very solidified, it feels. Teams like Polish Power, of course, are looking for big points to try and push themselves up.
Just looking at the names that are grayed out on this list and some of the positions, BBL, Heroic, SCADA, Bystanders, all very much overtakeable to some of the new arrivals, particularly over on the right-hand side of the standings. Everyone's been given that minimum of 20 PGC points that you gain just for simply qualifying. But if you're looking at the likes of Entropic, there is a very solid reason we've been saying, like, while it is a disaster that they haven't qualified for the team themselves, they are still safe in their PGC qualification. They've done enough throughout the rest of the year to solidify that slot. But for a lot of the other teams, you're looking at Northern Lights and saying, okay, we desperately need you to win the event, and so that will clear up the slot not only for the top amount of points, but the direct qualification, and that should just leave a little bit of an extra chance for a team like Ents to come in and overtake some of the other teams who maybe haven't qualified quite to the same extent that we would have hoped in their performance this week.
Well, I think the most terrifying position to be in for now, Froz, is Heroics. They have not made it, and they are now teetering on the absolute edge, and it will take a miracle, it feels, for them to still stay in and go to PGC.
Oh yeah, there's so many teams that could potentially take over them in such an easy way. If Ents get an 8th place in the finals, for example, or you have teams like House, Stardust, Foot Esports, and QM, if they get themselves a 5th place, any of these teams do that kind of performance, they are overtaking Heroic and taking that one spot. But of course, there's more spots to take, and it's going to come down to the wire. If someone just wins the whole tournament, that's going to be the direct qualification spot as well. There's so many ways still to get through to PGC, and it's going to be so important for so many of the teams here.
All right, well, Saga, Froz, thank you very much for joining me here throughout the past couple of days. Of course, as we have had an excellent few days worth of games in the elimination stage, the last chance qualifier, and even before that when we had all the groups going on as well. That does it here for the qualification process for PCS7 Europe. we're taking a hiatus for a few weeks, but then afterwards, we will be back as the top 16 teams battling out in PCS7 Europe to not only take the lion's share of the prize money, but also get themselves towards PGC 2022. We'll see you then for more PUBG action.
Есть кукушка, крыша, по-моему. Либо второй.
Взрываю тогда.
Мне хае дают за кукушку. Право, там чел. Слева. Их трое, пинков трое.
Окей. Троллю слева.
Смоки справа есть?
Лево ног.
Хорош. Попробовать тронуть на яйцах.
Можешь попробовать, хочешь, Доминик нет. Я смотрю лево-право. Один сам по тике у меня.
Один на рельефе на тройке.
Я буду сейчас драться с одним челом, я один.
Найс, хорош.
Там подходят другие.
Перед нами вот тут где-то.
Все, просто похитите вместе и его убейте через флешку.
Is that UAZ good?
I don't know.
Good on me, good on me. Good on me, play by me.
Okay, was bekommen?
I'm trying to kill the shack, I'm trying to kill the shack. We're gonna hold for you.
I'm coming now.
I might think shack is free.
No, there's one guy in, 100%.
Hit that, shack that! Nice. One's on the rock on green, okay? One of them, rock on green.
Oh, I'm dead.
Try to control the shack.
Can't.
What do you think about denying?
Deny. No, I won't. One is right behind you from the road. Nice. Go for flash. Nice. It's against two. Against throw here. One's on top. I guess nobody's on top. My blue line right now. One is on the shack, behind the shack. One is on the main road.
It's a bait smoke, No.
Nice, one guy on top.
Oh yeah, it's one guy on top.
Two guys pushing you from bottom. Push it.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm dead.
Just clear this.
It's one win or die.
Go right side.
When the smokes, left side. I'm flashing in front of you guys on the freeze.
Don't see anyone.
So,
Could be on that rock.
just go, just keep going.
Come here to the rock with me.
No one's on the rock.
That's him.
The Groza guy's over there. Groza guy's over there already.
I needed the smokes. I'm getting closer on the right, boys.
Yeah.
I'm all dead.
Yeah. It's just two guys over there.
No. I have loot to you too. In front of me, pushing me. All of them knocked one.
They're backing. They're going on the edge. One guy. Last guy's
one up. Let's go, boy.
Go,
I had one kill that game.
Все, найс.
Смоки.
Хорош.
Фейзы видит.
Право, в опене ног не дрог.
Я двоих у фейзов нокну.
Лево вверх, парни.
Шишки
Парни, лево вверх, где мы были в опене, парни? Убить.
Спускается по смокам.
Убить его.
Возьми мини.
Все, лучше.
Его нокнули.
Ресни.
Найс. ББ от синки. Ног правее. Молик есть.
Я не докину.
Уже. Зайди в будку уже.
Го влево, парни, ко мне,
Хорошо.
Фейзов убили, фул.
Один под меншин пробежал.
Да, ББЛ
Ног сверху.
меншином.
Или нет, не ног убить.
Это ББЛ, я думаю.
Били уже, подожди. У меня молик еще
ББЛ за
есть.
меншином играет.
Так БП уже убили, нет?
Нет.
Шиш 2, фейс 2.
Я ног даю.
Найс. Фейз 2.
Забей.
С меншин может краучем пикать.
Я первый этап.
Один за меншином играет. У меня молик еще есть, парни. У тебя есть смоки еще? Найс. Один, ласт, парни. Гедрич.
Я на сухой, я на сухой.
Смотрите, мне я дерево занимаю. Смотрите, крауч.
Я уже зашел.
Крауч, смотрю, он может видеть.
Краучер убил.
Найс, лучше.
Найс.